guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard and self-assured. Oh no, I know a dirty word. Hello.
Prosecutor said Ethan Nordine was the undisputed leader of the group that day as they tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
And FBI agents arrested Proud Boys former national chairman Enrique Tarrio at this home in Miami. By 2 this afternoon, he was in federal court.
Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us.
Hello, everybody. This is your host, Patriot Rob. We are here in Atlantic City. And, of course, I'm by myself because this motherfucker is always late.
Run on Cuban time.
No. There's no Cuban time. It's fucking retard time. And
Please.
looks like we're being joined by,
The studio audience.
the studio audience. Studio audience. And why is Bobby sitting here instead of Gavin?
Why do I hear? So, do you hear me?
I
Ben?
don't know. Yes, I hear you.
Okay. I don't know why your microphone's okay. My headphones.
Hold on.
Oh, I know why. Don't worry about it. I'll just keep.
So, guys, we're working on yeah. And here we go.
Do we got a stream from World War Debate?
We don't have anything from them yet. All right, can you guys hear Enrique?
How's it going? Can you hear me now?
Why do we have 2 of these fucking cameras?
You can
Hold on.
just full screen one.
No, hold on. What the fuck? Oh, I know why. There we go. No. Hold the fuck on. You know, we had this shit fucking. Yes, I own a suit. Of course I do.
Are they probably talking about me?
No, it said, Rob, do you own a suit? Has hell frozen over? Yeah, I think so. I think it did. What's
Is that the back of the...
my dick is pointing at the ground. All right, there we go. All right, say something in your mic.
All right, so you can hear me, right?
I can hear. No, I can hear you next to me. When you have this plugged in, I can't hear you anymore, but I can actually hear you next to me.
That's why I took this.
You guys can hear Enrique right out of his mic.
All right, let's try to find a feed. Let's try to find a feed of this and see.
All right, well, let me finish announcing what we're doing. You guys walked in as I was trying to fucking say hi to everybody. Fucking always ruining this shit. All right, guys. Hi, I'm Patriot Rob. This is Warboys Studios, and we are here in beautiful Atlantic City. We are at the Bally's, and we are here for this thing called Word War Debate. And today we have a great debate lineup, and we are people who are officiating the debate are Ben Swan, who is he's our host and moderator, and we have Crystal Marie, hottie, and then we have a woman named Kyla Turner. I have no idea who that is, but unfortunately, she's hot. Like, she just walked by me. She's a fucking smoke show, but she's a lefty, so I definitely don't want to try to hit that because I would definitely get vax AIDS. She's probably vaxxed 5 ways to fucking Sunday. We have Sam Tripoli, who's the independent analyst, and of course Enrique looks hot. Go away, Serena. Nobody cares. And we have Sam Tripoli, comedian, and he's our independent analyst. And we have our very own Gavin McGinnis as the right wing analyst. I wouldn't call him right wing, but whatever.
So is Sam Tripoli actually even keeled? I've never seen his content.
I've never seen his content either. I guess I should, be ashamed. I have no idea. Bobby seems to like him. He wanted to blow him the whole ride down here. He's just like, oh my God, Sam Tripoli's coming. So on the card today, the undercard is, I don't know who these people's first names are. A gentleman by the name of Mullally and another gentleman by the name of Pisco. And then we have the Prime Showcase is Rechtenwald and Kestenbaum. Oh boy. Yamaka versus Yamaka. And then you don't think that's the case with that last name? You're not talking into your mic, by the way. Your mic's off.
I don't think that's the case. I think, if I'm not mistaken, their debate is about either foreign policy or
Who, Rechtenwald and Kestenbaum?
or what they're talking about is what's birthright citizenship.
Oh,
The ability
okay.
to, one's voting and saying that yes, birthright citizenship is a thing, but coincidentally, the right winger is like against it, which isn't a surprise. I don't.
And then the main event is Anna Kasparian. You can't hear Enrique? It was working. Yeah, it was working a minute ago. Hey, listen, this is a no mic for Enrique. All right, hold on. Oh, it seems that your mic malfunctioned. Are we still going? All right, let's see. Unplug the USB and plug it back in again. That's fine. It's going to kill you. It's not going to kill me. So you think?
I'm the better dressed. I hope people could hear that.
What are you fucking on crack? Yeah, according to a 25-year-old girl.
Alexander, my tie is Alexander McQueen.
All right.
It's a little.
Oh shit! Here comes Patty, and then so the main event. Let me get through this, and then we can try to find a stream. The main event is Anna Kasparian and Pearly Things, H. Pearl Davis, and they're going to be debating feminism. And Pearl likes to call out supposed trad women that don't act like trad women, that act like whores and thoughts, and run through the Republican Party with their snatches like it's going out of style, like they got a fucking job. And she likes fucking calling them out. And I can't wait to hear this.
All right, how's my audio? Can somebody in the comments
Go down into the mic real quick.
No, I'm not disconnected. I'm using this to watch.
Talk into the mic.
I can talk into the mic. But
Okay, it's not recognizing the mic. Hold on.
Yeah, because I disconnected. When you disconnect it, you got to reconnect.
Hey, Bucky.
We're
Say something.
testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check.
Now it's coming through mine. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you assholes did.
Oh well, we did.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah, Didn't, dude. This was perfectly fine.
I'm the fucking customer service for EV Mux here in the studio. That's like my main job. I don't even get on camera enough.
All right, hold on.
You're good now. Somebody just said 30.
Yeah, I'm good. You're not.
No, somebody said you're good now.
Okay.
All set. There you go.
Okay. So now the thing recognizes your mic. I'm going to add the camera, the Osmo, the audio source, Enrique's microphone. Add.
You have your X logged in here?
Why can't it find the additional camera? What in the fuck?
I do not have your X logged in here. Because IP address. Oh, you did.
All right. It is not seeing the camera all of a sudden.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to hear each other. Okay.
All right, hold on.
My mic is on the second. Okay. That's why I have.
All right. We're back. Hold on.
We're back with a better connection, actually.
Yeah. Seems that way.
Good.
Do you have your camera plugged in yet?
No, negative. I'm not even worried about it.
We couldn't access the additional camera. Ugh. All right. Listen, you're going to have to, dude, you're going to have to plug your camera in or we're going to go dark for a minute.
Yeah, but then we don't have audio. Just go dark. Go. Do it. Just tell everybody, give them a second.
All right, guys, give me a second to come back. We're going to go dark and then we're going to try to find, we weren't having issues before we left. We should have never left and came back. All right, I'll be back. All right. So we're back. Let's see if we can. I don't know why Patty's thing is stuck here. All right. We're going to add the camera now. All right. We're going to add microphone. Say something into the mic.
Hold on 1 second. Add the scene, full screen. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yep, I see you.
Okay, you see me. You see me live.
All right.
All right.
There we go.
All right,
We're back. All right, guys. Enrique, take it away.
So I guess I'll start from the top. We're here at this event. It's called Word War Debate. It's a fucking tongue twister, but it's a really good. It's a really cool cause. What we have is on our maid card, we have Pearl. As some of you may know, she goes ahead and demolishes women that say that they're trad wives, and I think. For me, and after this, I think we should say what our favorites are. But she's going up against Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, a left winger that has found cause with right wingers based on foreign policy, specifically Israel, the issue with Israel, and they're going to be debating feminism, which I find odd for both of them. I'm going to make fun of both of them right now. Not a single one of them have kids or is a trad mom, and Pearl doesn't claim it, and I don't think Anna does either. It's just the topic of feminism, I think, should be shown through the eyes of somebody that's a mom.
Agreed.
And then on the second card, you have the names on there, right?
Yeah, I had them up.
The second card.
Well, that's the main event.
Yeah, I just spoke about the main event. So while you pull that up, Bobby, who do you think is a favorite here?
Who's on the card?
Anna Kasparian and Pearl.
Anna Kasparian is well, she debates for a living.
Yes.
And although you might not agree with all of her politics, I think that she's probably has more time doing this and probably is gonna fare better. I don't know. I don't think Pearl is really like a debater.
Well, isn't Anna twice her age?
Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's true.
But
That's
you
true,
also
too. That's
see,
true.
I think you're
That
going to
actually
get,
matters.
I think you're going to get a Nick Fuentes versus Pierce Morgan effect on that one. I think Pearl's just going to fucking mop the floor with her.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah. I think when we're talking about facts, I think Anna will bring the facts, but debates aren't always about facts.
Well, we're in Atlantic City, so we could always bet on this.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
You want to put something down? I don't got a lot of money to put down.
You don't got no
what
money.
do you
You're
got?
broke.
Who's gonna now? That's a good question. So, is there actually going to be a declared winner?
So the
Yeah.
public, you guys can go to Word War Debate. Let's call it WWD, please, for the sake of me not sounding like an idiot every time I say
Yeah.
it.
Just learn how to speak English.
So
Tongue
on their
twister.
Twitter,
Learn how to speak English.
they're going to have an open poll. They're going to put it up, and the public's going to decide
Oh, okay.
on who won. We're going to get commentary from Gavin. We're going to get commentary from is Sam Tripoli.
Yep.
Is he a
Yep.
commentator?
Sam
too?
Tripoli, Crystal Marie, Ben
Chris-
Swan.
Yeah, and then Crystal.
Well, Ben Swan and Crystal Marie are the hosts and the moderators. Well, Ben Swan is the host and the moderator. Crystal Marie is the sideline reporter.
See if I
And
can
then
pull this
the
This is going to be cool.
we got Kyla Turner, who I didn't even know who that was, Sam Tripoli, and Gavin McGinnis on the panel.
Yeah, so they'll be giving your comments. I think we're going to be going live when they do it. There's going to be breaks in between sessions. They're going to ask a couple questions and
Yeah,
take
we'll
like
be
a
taking
5-10
breaks,
minute
too.
breaks. Yeah. And then you'll see us come in and out through here, and we'll have different people. Maybe even Phil might
Yeah, I would
decide to
love have
come
Phil
up
on.
and give his opinion on it. And we have the beautiful Right Side Rebel here. So she'll be on the microphone too, giving her view. I think most of you guys would have to listen to it, I guess, in there, because you won't be able to listen to it here because we have audio problems always. So I think we'll be coming in and out, but I think we're going to cover the entire debate, and we'll be multi-streaming it. And I think at that time we can take our breaks. And we're going to test something here where I'm going to go into the crowd on those
First
breaks,
time
and I'm going to go
live. We're testing something.
Yeah, we're gonna test
don't get
something
it
live.
twisted. This is the first time we've ever done this, and we're doing it while we're live.
We're gonna Bill O'Reilly this bitch, and we're gonna I'm gonna
Fuck
go
it,
over there.
let's
I'm
do
gonna
it
get
live.
the handheld, and we're gonna ask the opinion of the people that are here at the event on what they think who they think won and their opinions on some of the topics that were discussed.
You got a handheld
Well, we're
mic?
being told that the
Yeah, I got a
video
hand-
quality isn't good. It's blurry.
Yeah, it is blurry, and I can see it here. But look,
I can't see it. It looks good here.
Yeah, we see it. I mean, on this side, it gets blurry every once in a while, but that's going to be normal. We're sitting in a department store. It's all concrete, so our Wi-Fi is kind of shitty right now. So apologize for that.
How does that one look?
This one actually looks worse.
Really? That's the Osmo.
Yeah, it looks worse, but
Yeah,
it's a
that's the
bandwidth
internet,
thing.
dude.
It's not a camera.
There's nothing we
thing.
can do about that.
Let me send a text to Patty, see if he wants to join in. I don't know if he's
He actually texted me and said that his wife was in the shower and he was going to get laid.
Oh, his cover.
He's like, dude, I'm going to take a shower and get laid. And I said, masturbating is not considered getting laid. And he goes, no, with my wife. And I said, oh, so you'll be back in 30 seconds?
So this undercard, I think, is important to talk about based on what happened yesterday. So this is Mullally versus Pisco. Pisco's connected to Destiny, a left-wing streamer. And yesterday at 6 p.m., I had a debate with Destiny. I don't know
What
if
up, Jack?
most of you watched it. Were you able to stream most of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had to go to that I had to go to Captain Cleanup's YouTube and give him fucking views, which sucks.
So, you know what? I'm not going to judge my own performance here, but I got to ask. One thing is there was too many people on there. There's too many topics. I left kind of early. I was in like an hour and a half in. Bobby, you heard the whole thing
Yes.
because I had it on speaker. What were your thoughts?
Well, Destiny did what Destiny does. He's bringing up stuff like that's inconsequential and running his mouth and talking very fast, like he's on speed. And he's bringing up stuff that, it's actually, you could probably refute it. I think I gave you a couple.
Yeah, you gave me a couple
but
of
you
tips.
didn't
there.
use them.
I didn't use them because he wasn't coming at it through data and facts, and he wasn't like bringing in, like showcasing something. I think the only thing we got was the video of Dominic Pizzola with the window with the riot shield. Just for everybody to know, we didn't know Dominic
Beezy.
Pizzola at the
That's
time.
funny.
So
He where he was everything.
You
that
think I
he-
did good?
Everything that he quotes is just propaganda that he's read on the internet.
yeah,
So
and
he's just
most of it was
regurgitating.
wrong. I fact checked him in real time on a lot of those, and I think I fared well.
I really liked what Gavin said at the end when he came on our stream. That was pretty funny.
when
He's like, I've debated Destiny before, and he called me a cuck. And he was like, that's you. You can call me a drunk. You can call me this. You can call me that.
Rob, so you call him, what is it that you
I call
him
him
by?
Captain Cleanup because he actually likes to watch dudes bang his old lady, and then he goes in with his mouth and cleans up afterwards.
Oh my God.
Is this a thing?
Yeah, no, this is actually a thing. He's Captain Cleanup.
Well, he's got 2 civil lawsuits based on like sexual assault. Some shit.
Yeah, well, no, he's a scumbag, dude. I would listen. I don't care if I became as popular as you or infamous as you, and that motherfucker asked me to be on a show. I tell him no. I'm not going to be in this. I'm not going to fucking share the same space.
I'm
or
on
use
every.
my-
I dive
use
into
my
the fucking
supposed
camera. I think
clout
most everybody knows I fucking dive headfirst into a fucking camera.
no.
So how
No,
did you
so he's
think?
definitely a cuck.
How did you think I did?
Dude, when you could get a word in,
Yeah, that was a problem. That was a huge problem.
yeah, when you could get a word in, you were dropping mics, dude. I mean, it was just because you were spitting facts. And it's funny because there's a lot of fucking people that are going after you right now for the whole Fed thing. And of course they were going to go there without a doubt. And
I think I killed that one off. Pretty
you fucking dude, you did. You absolutely did. And that's where I was going with that. You absolutely fucking, and they were like, they were literally silent for a minute. It was like the first time in the whole entire show that Destiny was fucking silent. And because you were like, you're goddamn right I did.
Yeah.
I put fucking 30-something motherfuckers in prison for fucking child trafficking, and I do it again. Go fuck yourself. What do you got to say now?
Yeah, that's it. You just take
That was
that
a mic
power
drop,
away
dude.
from him, and that's it. Like I've never sat there and like denied it.
Yeah, and then where he got you to like kind of be affirmative, like, oh yeah, I mean, I do believe that the election was stolen.
Yeah. So that's where I found the debate all fucked up. Like we both know where each other sits as far as the debate
he sits on
between
dildos.
whether whether the election was
No,
stolen or
legitimately,
not. Like
it's not
that's
even
already
corrupt.
it's old, it's boring. I say the election stolen. You say it's not. We ask each other for evidence. We argue. It's all bullshit. I don't care. Like that. Nobody gives a fuck about that. I think that portion of the debate, nobody really cared about it because everybody's already picked a side, right?
Mhm.
I think it comes through with the substance of what happened on that day.
And then, well, he brought up I guess your parlor message
Yeah.
that you had said, and so to basically show that you were happy for what was happening.
Yes, and I've never said I wasn't happy with what
But the
happened.
whole thing was it planned?
That's what I wanted to get into. I wanted to get into if this whole thing was planned. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you putting that up on the screen?
Oh, I am absolutely putting this
Look
up
at this
on
guy.
the
This is the
screen.
guy who I debated
This,
yesterday.
ladies and gentlemen, is Captain Cleanup. Da, 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 da.
He looks like
Look
he's
at this
cleans up.
bird-chested motherfucker with his fucking pepperoni nipples and no fucking hair.
Oh, I thought
He
we
looks
had-
like a fucking hairless cat that got fucking raped by a hairless chicken.
Who did he send that to? And
No, he put this on his ex. He was trying to flex.
he put that.
Yes, dude, he put that
This
himself.
isn't AI.
No, this is not. Dude,
But he
I
didn't
grabbed
take-
You know
that
what he
screen.
needs to do?
Listen, I grabbed that screen capture a year ago because I was going to put a fucking dildo in his mouth.
So let me.
He needs to use the same
So he
AI.
didn't. Even if he posted this, check this out. Even if he posted this wasn't. He didn't take this picture to put it on Twitter. He took this picture to send like a chick,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
It was on Twitter.
No, I get that it's on Twitter, but one doesn't take a picture like that to put on Twitter.
No.
What you do is like, oh, that was in his camera roll. He had sent that to like some chick,
Look,
right?
Yeah.
And
that
like,
is
what-
the very epitome of specimen of man right there.
Hey-
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, this guy.
You women, your fucking panties are dropping right now. You guys are sliding all over the fucking floor, aren't you?
Well, to his credit, he did bang Lauren Southern,
What?
right? I mean that's like a. I mean, it's not it's not climbing this high mountain, right? It's not this giant feat. But I think that what we have here is an actual picture that he sent to like some fucking chick.
Yeah, and
try to get
actually,
laid.
that he sent that picture to a fucking underage girl.
Oh yeah, you know what? That was the thing
that's
that we
the
were
picture that
looking
he
up.
sent to an underage girl.
And he doesn't deny it. These two cases are legitimate cases that they're brought up.
Dude, you
and I
missed
told
it.
them, I go, listen,
You missed it
you've been on here
last
for-
night.
That was part of that?
I tried to
I don't know if
do
that
the
was part of it, but yeah.
do that photo, and I went like this, and I looked at my fucking forearm, and I was like, "Holy shit, dude, my forearm really is bigger than his fucking thigh."
What he needs to do is run that through the AI program that Gavin used the other night.
Oh my god!
Yeah, at least do that, and then maybe some chick will want to hang. But
All right, everybody, all right. Well, one last time.
let's see what this tree says.
This again. All jokes aside, he sent this picture to an underage girl, knowing that she was an underage girl, and the text messages are out there. He is legitimate fucking scum. I would never, camera or not, clout or not, fucking raising my profile or not, I would never in a million years ever entertain this fucking goddamn scumbag. You know what? I don't often say this, but this is somebody who needs to be choked to fucking death.
This is Rumble.
You go after fucking children, you deserve the fucking wood chipper. Period.
And actually, you brought up a great point. You said that if he was in your shoes, if he had been sent to prison, then he would immediately be a chomo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he would have enjoyed it though.
Yeah, they'd have to. So the
be
way
lower
that
something.
His
Yeah,
asshole is this big now. It'd be this big when he
Phil
got
can
out.
probably vouch for this. We'll have you on in a second.
I would love
But
that,
when you
Phil.
go to the BOP, so if you're a chomo in the BOP, they'll send you to a regular. There's chomo yards. There's like a facilities that are just for child molesters, right? And sex, anything that has to do with sex. Like,
Oh, Chomo was
I'll give
Skinner.
you an example.
So up northeast, we call them Skinners.
If you're in prison, and you say a sexual comment to a woman CO, and you get a shot for it, like an incident report for it, you are now in the eyes of the inmates, you are now a sex offender, and you have to get your ass beat, and you got to get kicked off the yard.
They take that
so,
really
so
seriously.
that's a very
Well, yeah.
light. That's like at its core. So somebody like this, like Destiny, if you were to walk in, they don't send you straight to the sex offenders, where the sex offenders go. What? I can't see anything. Oh wait, here it's loading. I'm watching you. You're right in front of me. You're making comments here.
Oh shit. That's
So
good. That's good.
let me tell you how this works. They're going to send Destiny if he gets caught for these are civil cases, by the way. I want to be clear, but these are criminal things that he's doing. If he goes to prison for this, they're not sending him straight to the sex offender yard. They're going to send him to the regular yard to get his licks in, right? And most of the time, you get sent to the hospital. It isn't like a small ass beat. This isn't like the dude giving you a second degree really hard. No, they'll try to stab you. They will beat the shit out of you, and they will airlift you out of that fucking place, which happens all the time.
Whoa.
Those airlifts, they'll put you the COs will put you in orange shoes. When you walk out of R&D, when you're going to your unit, they'll put you in orange shoes on purpose, right? So the inmates are looking through the window. They're like, "Oh, who's this new guy? Oh, he's got orange shoes on." Wow. And like everybody wants a piece of it, right? Because it's like whoever gets to him first
Gets all his shit.
not only gets his shit, but gets to beat his ass.
But also, as Phil told me, they basically, that's their chance to get a new mat, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. You want to put him in my shoe? See?
Well, I mean, you kind of give off the.
No, he doesn't. Not at all. Have a seat, Phil. This is Phil Grillo. Phil Grillo, he went inside the Capitol. I guess you don't need this.
No.
Yeah, you do.
He went into the Capitol and smoked a joint. And then when they were asking him about that, he said, "I didn't remember trespassing because I was drunk."
Well, yeah, it was a little.
Can we get a little
complicated.
bit of your life story? I would love it. If you
So,
could tell us a little bit about, So Phil, what brought you to Washington D.C. on January 6th?
Well, I was managing a campaign for a state senate candidate.
You got to get right on that.
Okay, and
That's right. You're in New York. You're in New York politics,
yes, in Queens mostly,
right?
and the candidates that lost, I had an 8-seat Traverse, so they wanted a ride to Washington D.C. and I didn't want to go. I had gone to the inauguration, and I had to walk 30 miles to go 1 block in 2016. So I really didn't want to go. It was freezing out. They convinced me to go, and I said, "Okay, this is the last one," because I, was going to, Hershey, Pennsylvania, to the rallies and the Trump rallies, and they had convinced me this is the last one that he could possibly have. So I said, "Okay, we're gonna go," and I went to Washington D.C. I gave them a ride, and I was there. And
Right. And now, did you go down to the Ellipse and did you see President Trump speak?
Yes. During my prosecution, during my trial, they tried to say that I heard Rudy Giuliani and His Excellency President Trump turn around to me and say, go down there and fight like hell. In the video, I'm not paying attention to what they're saying because I'm distracted.
Hey, Rob,
looking
can
for
you
the
take-
others.
Rob, can you take the comment off of here? There's like a comment on there.
So,
No.
I was looking for, I had gotten lost from the people that I was with at the Ellipse. So I was looking for them.
Really?
And I was taking video with my own phone. And in the video, you could hear President Trump and Rudy Giuliani saying peacefully, "Go march down there," the president said, and Rudy Giuliani. But I wasn't listening at the time. And you could see in the video that I wasn't listening. Distracted looking for the people that I the we didn't have any reservation. I thought it was going to be.
So now I don't see anything on here. Is that still good? Is our and our producer? Okay, good.
So,
So yeah,
the pause.
so you were walking around, and when did you start drinking?
Well, I was driving. I got there at 2:00 in the morning. As soon as we found that parking spot,
You're not
well,
helping yourself.
it was a new phenomenon to me. These seltzers,
Okay. Okay.
like White Claws or whatever. I
Right.
never drank those before, but
Right.
on the campaign, it seemed that everyone was drinking these. The candidate had liked them, so they brought about 3 cases of these things and left them in my car. And as soon as we stopped, I had one, and then one turned into. I think I had there was by the time 11 o'clock came around, I was still drinking them from 2 in the morning to 11 o'clock in the morning, and I was, having a good time. The parking lot turned into a party with people from all over the country, patriots from all over the country with their Trump flags, and we had a party. It was
And that's
great.
really what it was, wasn't it?
It really was. It really was a celebration of everyone being together so that we could go ahead and protest.
Nobody was going there. I mean, nobody's going there to stop anything.
Oh, absolutely not. That's a conspiracy theory by the left. That was,
Absolutely.
what
People, because I was there as well, and what I thought of it was, hey, this was a great president. We all loved him. He's about to, get kicked out of office for something that they stole the election from him. And this is one more time to go to hear him speak, to give him support, and to party.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
and going down there, I was truly heartbroken that this was going on, and I was convinced that
And I can't hear your audio level, so I don't
I
know
was.
how loud
Can,
you are.
can you hear me now?
I don't know. I have this actually. We don't even probably need, but
I was convinced that Vice President Pence would at least send it back to the states that were in question for review and not just certify those states.
I always thought that was it sounded like so far fetched to me, even though it's happened before. I think like in 1876 or something like that, they did it before.
Well, the main theory in my head was, if you believe that President Biden got more African American votes than President Obama, I have a bridge to sell you in New York City.
Yeah. That sounds
So I mean,
insane.
and when I say that to people, they kind of, they kind of, stop in their tracks when they're talking about the election.
Right. So all right, so you're drinking these seltzers.
I'm drinking the seltzers, and I was, I mean, we were.
At some point, you get up to the you hear
We
you hear
were-
Trump speak.
Everybody came back. The people that I stayed with, they stayed in the hotel. I stayed out in the car the whole entire time. I had the music blasting. I was interacting with everybody from the whole country.
Oh, so you were just like in the parking lot.
In the parking lot across the street from the Renaissance Hotel, and
Oh wow.
so on the way, so at 11 o'clock in the morning, I said to them, go, I'm staying here, like, oh, we came all this way and this, that, you got to come with us. And I dragged my intoxicated self. I just, I put on my Knights of Columbus jacket. I'm in the Knights of Columbus of 4th degree.
I am
I'm
as
very
well.
proud of that. And for the reason why I wore is because they canceled the life march
Mhm.
because of COVID. So the Knights of Columbus is the great life organization on planet Earth. We do not believe in abortion.
Yeah, I think that there's actually a march coming up this month. January 23rd.
Yes, I heard about it, and
There is a march. I don't know if it's the right to life or it's one of those. It has to do with abortion.
yeah, um, it was nice to see that President Trump had showed up to one of these events. It was really great to see during his first term.
Oh, he did. I didn't even-
I believe he did. Yes, I think he did. Yes. Oh, was it Mike Pence and him?
That makes sense. Pence would make sense.
I believe so. And so from that point, we had I had we had gone to the Capitol, and I kept hearing from others was that President Trump was going to the Capitol. So I wanted to, hey, maybe I could get up close and get a selfie with the president. And I saw people, a line kind of moving. And so I ran up the hill, the grass and all of that underneath the scaffolding. I was running up
so
there
you-
to be first in line, to get there.
So you went in. Everybody was already going in,
Yes.
and then you went up the left side, up where the scaffolding was, where everybody was going into
Yes,
the
and
building.
the door, there were people, they were walking into the door, but there was a line. So I see a broken window, and I see a guy. I see a guy in fatigues, camouflage fatigues. He says, "Hey," I was like, "Of course." I went right through the window because I wanted to skip the line, and it was something I'll never forget. That the USA.
So recently, a couple days ago, when we were in Washington D.C.
Yes.
for the 5-year anniversary of January 6th, we met and we actually took a Capitol tour. Right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen in my life. This guy goes around, His Excellency, President Trump. I love President Trump. How you doing, man? How's it going, man? I love President Trump. I love President. Oh, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I mean-
No, you didn't care at all.
Well,
You just speak it like you're being so very
Well,
loud.
it's true.
and
I do love
telling
it.
every single person that you absolutely love President Trump all throughout the Capitol. All
I
the people that work there
yes,
who
absolutely.
obviously do not like him. I mean, you had so many
Well,
people.
I mean, they
giving you
didn't really
crazy
give that.
looks.
A few of them gave their opinion.
And then you also asked, "Hey, we got to the Library of Congress, and
yes.
he said, hey, how many congressmen, how many senators come in here and they actually check out the Constitution?"
Yeah, like I mean, did they go to? Did they
they
come
come
to
in
the
here to read
library
the
and did they read the
Constitution?
Constitution? Absolutely not. Of course, they don't know the Constitution at all. I mean, it's the craziest thing that we have people making our laws in this country, and they don't know the Constitution, which is the law of the land. It's just something that Congress has a low approval rating. One of the lowest in the country is Congress from the American people.
Yeah. And you're even saying that somebody at Halloween time, I forgot the guy's name,
Yeah.
hands out pocket constitutions.
So in my search warrant, they took a copy. It was it was in my car. It was a copy of the Bill of Rights, a souvenir copy. They took my hat, my Knights of Columbus jacket, and a souvenir copy of the Bill of Rights. And that was, I have the paper at home saying what they took.
This is when they arrested you.
It's when they arrested me. They took a copy of the Bill of Rights, if you can imagine, as evidence.
But we're
So,
yes.
there was a documentary recently with Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is the congressman from Maryland.
Mm-hmm. He's the Democrat congressman who he had cancer. He had to put the bandana on
Yeah,
for a little while. People might
He's-
remember that.
he really has a serious case of truth derangement syndrome. Everything, he wakes up in the morning and how can I stop today? What can I do? What lies can I say on Capitol Hill about the president?
Right.
Jamie Raskin. And in this documentary, Jamie Raskin is there on Halloween, and the trick-or-treaters are coming in. He has a regular house. He doesn't have like a mansion or anything like that.
No,
No.
oh, you would think differently.
I mean, in this
these
documentary,
guys are always
I mean,
stealing, and they're always winning the.
he's
What's
probably
the percentage?
he's probably living in the house
What's the
that
percentage of return that they have? Like 70%
Well,
return?
yeah, I mean, when you have congressmen and congresswomen buying stocks, I mean, if you get a 30% return on Wall Street, you're considered a genius. Or they're having 70%, making 25 million in 5 years. It's I don't think that bill is going to pass where Congress is going to stop themselves from insider trading. I don't see it. I mean, I don't see every Republican going out there and advocating for this bill. How could they when a lot of Republicans, I hate to say it, have bought stocks themselves, like
Mhm.
Rand Paul is loaded,
Yeah.
Mr. Massey. These people buy stocks now. They switch it into Treasury bills, but I don't buy stocks anymore. I buy Treasury bills. But
So let's bring it back to that day, January 6th. So
Yeah.
you go up on the left side through the scaffolding, through a window.
I go
You
to
find
the window.
yourself in what room?
I found myself in the rotunda where we were yesterday with the paintings. And I had asked the tour guide yesterday, were any of the painting, I have that on video, by the way, were any of the paintings destroyed during January 6th? And she said, no, of course not. We didn't destroy anything. Had it been the other side, matches would have been lit. People would have lit things on fire like they did in the summer of 2020. If it was the other side,
You think so?
I think that they would have burnt the
That would be
Capitol down.
crazy.
But
And so everybody was respectful.
everybody in the Capitol, it was love, like the president says. We were love. I was hugging everybody. It was really in the rotunda and in the crypt to hear everyone fight for Trump, fight for Trump. It was something that, I mean, it was just that echo. It was something amazing that I'll never forget in my life.
Yeah. And at some point, you smoked pot.
Yeah, I at the time,
Are you ashamed of this?
I don't think that the president, he may have read my stuff. I don't think that he likes that I smoke pot. I don't think he, so I feel like, I'm embarrassed because I don't want to upset the president. But someone was smoking, and as soon as
It
I
wasn't
walked-
yours.
It wasn't mine, no. As soon as I walked in, I smelled pot. So I was like, hey, who's grass? Just, I was drinking and stuff like that. And, so I was looking to see who was smoking it. And then this young couple were there and they were smoking it. And I said, can I have a hit of it? And yeah, sure. And, they went to pass me the joint in front of the police who were just standing there. They weren't shooing me out. I was just standing there. They were just standing there leisurely. And I said, we're going to get, I told the girl, I said, we're going to get in trouble from the police. She goes, they're not going to do anything. So I said, okay. I took a hit and I blew it out and I gave her a high five and him a high five. And I said, this is good stuff. And I said, yes. And they had that on video. And
Who had it on video?
The prosecution. The
Yeah.
prosecution.
So somebody.
The prosecution made it as if, it was the worst thing that possibly could have happened is that I smoked marijuana inside the Capitol. Although smoking marijuana is legal in Washington D.C., it's not legal to smoke
In the government buildings.
right, and they made a big deal about it. And so my defense was, hey, this is what Mr. Grillo was doing. He was smoking pot in the Capitol. He wasn't trying to obstruct the official proceeding, which I got found guilty of. And at trial, I thought that because most of the jury, in my opinion, looked as if that they partook in smoking marijuana, that this was a good thing for my defense. It turns out that it wasn't.
Well, you don't know if that was
Well, no, I
what
don't
actually
know.
did it.
No, the jury in Washington D.C. was rigged. All I wanted was fairness.
How about your attorney?
My attorneys were
Your
great.
attorney was
They were
good?
great. They were public defenders from Brooklyn, and they came with me to Washington D.C. and they stayed with me.
You sure they were on the up and up? Because I got the suspicion when I was dealing with Enrique and stuff like that that some of these guys didn't really have
They
you know, your
were
back's fully.
Bernie Sanders type supporters. They weren't Hillary Clinton supporters, and they said not. Their job. They told me right away, "Hey, our job is to keep you out of prison." They really did a good job. There was no evidence of me obstructing an official proceeding that I was found guilty of, and by a jury. So during the jury picking the jury, all of the potential jurors are in the courtroom. We had potential jurors that were not on the jury going in and saying that I was a traitor and that I was a terrorist and we're all guilty and that we should all die in front of other people who were actually on my jury. And I thought that that was not fair at all. I didn't think that that was fair at all because I felt as if the jury pool became tainted. And it was all about nobody wanted to anger the Judge Royce Lamberth, he says he's a Ronald Reagan appointee, but actually he's a Jimmy Carter appointee. And while Ronald Reagan was President Reagan was president-elect, he had
Wow, he's been in there a long time.
he's the longest serving. He actually fell asleep
Real quick,
while I was
Bobby,
on the
can
stand.
I interject real quick? Yes, guys, I just need to make an announcement. The debates start at 4:00. The doors were open at 2:00. We are we're running what we normally do is our news brief beforehand, and we're obviously getting interviews. It's great to talk to Phil. It's great to hear a perspective from somebody else about J6 other than Enrique's.
Yes,
So,
absolutely. And I think that Phil has a really interesting, compelling story. He really does. Enrique was talking about the Chomo stuff and everything like that. Once we get into when you actually get arrested, you do have like a very, like, what I noticed when we were hanging out this weekend, you formed a bond with all these guys, all these J6 guys. They
are some of the greatest Americans you're ever going to meet.
Everybody. I mean, people are speaking. They have like a country accent and stuff. They don't seem to be in the same scope as you are. They don't seem like people that you would actually vibe with on the regular.
I don't care where you are from in the United States.
But you
love America. I love you.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a patriot and you love America.
And you support these guys.
I support
Like
them.
you
I
were
love
getting
them.
money right out of your pocket.
I know. I was.
And I know you probably don't. You're probably humble. You don't want me to tell this, but this guy was giving money right out of his pocket to these guys. These guys come with no money. They don't have no way to get there, and Phil was supporting them.
Well, when we got out of prison, I was very fortunate, and I landed a good job for a restoration company, and I didn't have, nobody Googled my name, and it was because I was a J6er that I got the job in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yes. The guy who hired me loved it, and
He did.
yes, he hired me for it, and I got lucky. But a lot of J6ers got out of prison and went home to nothing, and they still don't have anything. And then when they go to get a job, the employer does a Google search and says, "Oh my God, you were January 6th," and we're
That's
not going
happened to a lot of guys.
we're not
like
gonna hire
Joe
you, so-
Biggs and stuff, and it's happened to a lot of people. But I never had any pushback when it came to that. I really never met people that didn't like me because of that. I mean, I think that a lot of people don't really assume that you were there.
Well,
They probably assume that you weren't even there. They would never even think it.
Well, I mean, people would Google, but a lot of my brother and sister J6ers are really having a hard time. We're having a hard time mentally. We're having a hard time financially and spiritually. We're hurt that our country that we love, the government turned around and put us in prison for something that normally would be a $50 trespassing ticket or what have you, and put us in for years and years with rigged juries. I mean, President Trump had a rigged jury in New York. It was the same thing for us.
yeah, guys, hold on one second. The feed is buffering. Sorry, guys. We're doing the best we can with the internet that they gave us. We have really, honestly, no control over.
That's your boy right there.
That's Pete Krill. I was in prison with him as well.
You were.
Yes. with Pete. We were at Fort Dix together,
Yes.
and
So when you
Me-
get tell me about a little bit about the arrest. You have an interesting story about your arrest. The person who arrested you was a gorgeous woman,
yeah, she, you know,
gorgeous
you would never
female
know that this was
FBI agent.
yeah, an FBI agent. You would never in a million years pick her out for an FBI agent. I mean, she could have been on the cover of Vogue or whatever the case is.
Playboy.
She was, you know, just a striking woman, very beautiful FBI agent, which was shocking. You know,
What was her background?
What's her name?
she's Chinese and she's Italian.
What a mix. That's the beautiful thing about New York City.
Phil, what's her name?
Well,
Um,
actually,
with her, she was actually very nice to me, and you know,
Oh, I'm glad there was one.
yeah, they were kind to me when they arrested me. I mean, the cuffs were a little tight. You know, I kept asking them to be loosened up and stuff like that, and you know, they had brought me to the processing and everything like that, and I kind of gave them a hard time, and they still remained very professional with me.
yeah, but
I
that
will
was
say
like one of the things about your story that you didn't want to like you. I think who asked you for all the names of all the people that are arrested?
we
you?
have
prosecuted.
we have January 6 groups, and they're trying to put together names of prosecutors and FBI agents that had came and arrested us and stuff
Yes.
like that.
And this woman was so striking that you
Well,
didn't.
not that she was just so striking; she was very nice to me, so I didn't give her name.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't abusive. Some of them were, you know, just really going out of their way to give me, you know, discharge and that, and they, you know, all of the misdemeanors plus the felony that I was charged with, all the misdemeanors sounded the same. Like, wait a second, isn't this the same as the other misdemeanor you're charging me with? And they all sounded the same: civil disobedience, you know, trespassing and violent entry into a window, and disorderly conduct, trespassing outside of the Capitol on this imaginary line that they drew in court. Anyway, I got convicted of all of it. So,
Yeah, but okay, and then so before you get convicted, and they don't put you in prison right away, right? It takes a little while, or
it
the
takes
trial took a
Well,
little while.
I'll just tell what happened during my trial. So the day before my first trial, 2 days before, I wasn't feeling well. I couldn't believe, I mean, I was going on and on so I got arrested in February of 21. My trial was supposed to be in 2023. And the 2 days before, I was really just feeling empty and lost, like as hopeless. And I needed to check myself into a hospital because I really was mentally unwell at the time. And because I was petrified to go on trial, and I was just, you know, not feeling well. I didn't know which way to turn. So I spoke to somebody, said, listen, you need to go ahead and take yourself to the hospital. You need some psychiatric help. And I did that. And I was in the hospital for my trial, the first trial, and they had to reschedule it. And that took about a year, roughly a year, to reschedule my trial because now I had to be evaluated psychologically.
Was that a legal tactic?
No, it wasn't. It just turned out that it did turn into a delay in the trial and in sentencing, and that. So now we're fast forward. We're in 2024, and my trial is in 2023, and my trial is there. I get convicted of everything: the 1512, the obstruction of an official proceeding, and all of the misdemeanors that they charged me with. And my trial lasted 9 days, and the day that my trial ended was the day that it's called Fisher versus the United States. He took the case of the 1512, the obstruction of an official proceeding. He took that to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court took it. They were going to hear it that day. And I showed it to my lawyer. And he said, wow, what's going on? I had just got convicted of it that day. And that was the same day it hit the, and
You had just gotten convicted of this.
yes, and that was
And this is the day that goes to the Supreme Court.
well, the Supreme Court agreed to hear it, to make a decision on it, whether we should have been, whether we were overcharged, if this was the charge for us, because it was meant for executives in Enron who were destroying paperwork and stuff like that to obstruct a proceeding that was used against them.
Right.
So they tried to use that with me, using the word otherwise obstructing. They said that I opened the door from the inside. I went inside the Capitol 5 different times, in and out 5 different times, and I wanted to get out. So I was pushed into the door. I didn't open the door, but they made it look like I opened the door, and everybody came in. And then I stayed in for a while, and we were partying and fight for Trump, and
Wait a second. You went into the window.
yes, I went
And
into
then
the
opened the
window.
door?
I went out, went into another entrance, went into, because it was getting hot. I had my thermals on. I had all sorts of hats, and so I would go outside.
Yeah.
So, to warm up.
Right. And then so you get convicted of that, and then that's going to the Supreme Court, right?
Yes, that's going to the Supreme Court. So my lawyers had made a motion to delay sentencing until after the Supreme Court decision, because I was just convicted. I mean, because they were talking about 12 years in prison because of the obstruction of an official
Well,
proceeding.
that would make me have a mental breakdown.
Yeah,
too.
I was. No, well, actually, I knew back then His Excellency President Trump wasn't even on the ballot in the running for the Republican primary yet. He didn't announce that he was running for re-election. I knew he was coming back. I said, everything's going to be fine. My sister was telling me, listen, I'm a realist. I said, no, President Trump's coming back, and he's going to give me a pardon. And I believed that the whole time. So when they were saying how many years that I was going to get, it didn't faze me, really. I was like, oh, I got to go to prison. I got to go to prison. Although in the back of my mind, I was dying, actually. It was killing
And then
me.
how did your family take all this?
Not well.
Yeah.
It was, I was being asked, was it worth it for my kids? Was it worth it?
Are they Trump
I'm gonna go-
supporters?
They are. Yeah, yes, my boys are.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah.
Phil.
Yes, sir.
So it's a question I usually ask of all J6ers. Would you have, knowing what you know now, seeing what you went through, and all of us knowing for a fact that the election was stolen, would you have done it again?
Yes, because I love being a J6er. I absolutely love it. It's like having a whole new brotherhood and sisterhood and a whole new family. It really is. It's just, I get so emotional about it. And that's what's worth it. The people I met in prison that were J6ers are the greatest patriots I've ever seen in my life. The other J6ers, we kept it together. We watched out for each other in prison, and we weren't getting involved in any, anything that was controversial in prison. And, we weren't doing drugs. We weren't drinking, whatever the case may be. We were straight and narrow, and we stuck together. And it made it all that much easier, to be in prison with them.
And so you like being part of the whole fraternity now?
I absolutely love it. Every day I wake up thinking about it, going, thank God I'm a J6er and I went to prison.
Yeah?
And yes. I'm glad I went to prison because I got to experience it. And it just made it work.
Did it make you a better person?
It did make me a better person going to prison. And at the same time, I think that at that time I needed to get out of my own way a little bit also.
Tell me about when you go to prison. What's your first day like? Tell me about that whole thing where you go in there and then the two guys come into your cell.
Well, I mean, I
and
went
they
to
block
six.
the
I went to
door.
6 different prisons, but when I landed in Philadelphia,
So this was not the first.
no, this was the one
Because
before the last
you were
prison.
in there, and just like Enrique,
Yeah, they were giving me diesel
you were
therapy.
getting diesel
Yeah,
therapy.
all
Out
over
of,
the place.
out of how
Kentucky.
many? You were in there how many months?
I was in there 2 months.
2 months.
Mhm.
And in 2 months, you were moved 6 times.
6 prisons, yes.
Or you were moved 5 times.
I was moved 6.
6 times. So
Yes.
7 prisons.
It was 6 prisons. One of the prison had 2 sides to it. Fort Dix, where Puff Daddy is. That was
Was he there?
no,
No.
he wasn't
Oh, yeah,
there
yeah,
at
that
that time.
wasn't
He was
until
in
he came out.
Brooklyn. He just got transferred over
Right.
there.
Tell me about Philly.
Oh, I get to Philadelphia, and they give you a blanket. I guess I had a sandwich with me, and they just walk me into, the tiers, and it's pretty big inside in this, with the cell, 2-man cells, and I go in there, and everyone stops doing what they're doing. Everyone's out at the tables and stuff or whatever, and the guard brings me in, and he goes, "You're in cell number 30," and he walks out. And they all came running up to me, and they said, the guy says to me, "What are you in here for?" And I said, I'd rather not say. He goes, "You better tell us what you're in here for." And, a crowd was forming. And he goes, "You're going to tell us what you're in here for?" I'm sitting there. I literally just got there 10 seconds before the guard leaves, and there they are surrounding me. I says, "I'm here for January 6th. He goes, "You better not be effing lying to me." And that was it. And then some guy came up and he says, "Oh, I found your cellie." And I went to the cell. He was excited to have a cellie. He hadn't had one in a while. I cleared off the top bunk. I put my stuff up top. And he leaves. And then 2 guys
Did
come.
he say something? He said like, something like that.
No, well, he had taken everything off the top bunk, and I put my stuff up on the top and everything like that. And then he walks out, and 2 guys come into the cell. It's very small. I'm stuck in the back now. And they said to me, "We need your thermals," because I came from Pike County and Grayson County in Kentucky, 2 different prisons over there, and they allowed you to have thermals. Where in Philadelphia, and you could take them with you. Where in Philadelphia, you weren't allowed to have, I guess, thermals and clothing sent in. You had to just use what the prison gave you.
It's cold.
It's freezing. It was
They have heat.
in
No?
prison. Yeah. It's not the greatest. They pump the heat when they want things to start up between the prisoners to get everyone hot and mad when they're bored. Some of the jail guards, and they wanted my thermals, and they were like, "Hey, listen, we're going to give you a pair of thermals. We want those because they're white thermals. No, we want them." I says, "You're not getting my effing thermals." He says, "You're not getting them. I'm not giving you my thermals." And so now I was allowed to keep these glasses. I take them and I put them on the top bunk because I was like, "Oh, they're going to try to rip these thermals off my body in this cell." And so they were like, no, we need those thermals. And I said, "That's it. You're not getting them." And then out of nowhere, the door opens up. The door opens up in the cell. And I guess the guy, when I walked in originally, said that I was from J6 or January 6th. So the door opens. It's a big white guy. He comes into the cell and he goes, "Are you January 6th?" And he points at me. Big guy. These 2 stepped aside.
We're still on.
These 2 had stepped aside in the cell, and he walked right in. And I said, "I thought I was going to die right then and there." I said, "That's it. Now I got these 2 guys. Now I got this guy. They're ready to kill me." And I said, "Yes, I'm January 6th. I don't know what to say. I'm ready to die right now." And he puts his hand out. He goes, "So am I." And he pulled me out of the cell, and he goes, "I'm going to have a talk with you 2 thieves in a little bit." That's what he said to them. And he brought me, I said, "Thanks, man." You don't know how you just, He goes, what did they want from you? I said, they wanted my thermals. He said, what did you tell? I said, you're not getting my effing thermals, you know? And he was like, good. And I sat with him and, you know, and
he was part of what's called a CAR.
yes, it's
Can you explain that?
well, my paperwork is good, which means I didn't testify against anybody when you go to jail. If your paperwork is good, you didn't testify against anyone, you're not a chomo or a pedophile. So it's political cars, so to say. Just like you know, with the blacks, they stay with the blacks, and the whites stay with the whites. But if you're a chomo, you are not allowed in the white car if you're white. You know, you're really like the lowest form of, and they really got it. Really got it. Speaking of chomos, as you were speaking with Enrique before, they really got it in Philadelphia. They were robbing them. You know, if they had something from commissary, they steal everything from their cells, the mat, everything, just like, you know.
And then they're sleeping on just metal.
Just steel, yeah, the steel bunk. And that was, well, they're chomos, and that's what they did. That's why they were asking me what I was in for, because they, you know, most white guys that are in that, they did something on the computer or whatever it was, or some sort of a chomo activity. So that's what they were just making sure that I wasn't a chomo. But another guy had come in and they took his mat and his blanket. They just take it right out of the cell, and that's what they do to them.
You can't do anything because you're not with a car. You're not with like
Well, no.
you don't have anybody to back you up.
Nobody backs up a chomo in prison. Nobody. You're on your own.
Yeah. I don't even know why that's horrible. Those guys, they might as well, it'd be better to be killed. I mean, you're treated horribly, right?
Yes, they are treated horribly.
Yeah.
They certainly are.
Well, it's definitely a great story. I know you have a lot more to talk about. It's where's Enrique and Rob at? We do gotta. Oh, he's taking in. Can't even see what's over there. Rob's supposed to be doing the producing. But Phil, thank you for you. So you brought me down here. We drove down here to, now we're in Atlantic City. So we were in Washington D.C. at first, and then now we took a trip on the way back up the Eastern Seaboard. You know, you live in Queens and I'm in Connecticut, and I hitched a ride with you. Thank you, sir,
Absolutely.
for giving me that ride. Appreciate it. And now we find ourselves here for this word war debate. It's the first of its kind. This is the first filming. They're gonna film the first episode. I guess they have a lot. It's basically like UFC. You know, it's kind of like the UFC. They have different fight cards and different debates that are going to happen. It's a pretty interesting concept, you know. And so we're in this like abandoned mall. One of my buddies is here, Buns. He lives close. He said he was here not too long ago, and it was still going. They still had everybody. They had still the stores here and everything like that. I wonder if Buns would jump on. You think he'd grab Buns? Maybe Buns will jump on. Yeah, look at all kinds of people walking by. Beautiful people, crazy looking people. No? Do you want to? Okay. Jump on there. You done?
I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate you. Come on. Come on through, Buns.
Yeah.
I don't think you really would need that, but can you make sure that you talk into there, talk into the mic, like get your face close
What we
to
talk
it.
about?
Huh? I'm gonna ask you a question right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you were telling me you probably can't even hear me, right?
I hear you.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. So where are we right now? We're in this like abandoned mall.
So when I was young, this mall was full. And
And speaking of the
the
mic,
third floor was a McDonald's. The last time I was here, every store was full.
I walk through here now and I'm like, there's nothing here. It's basically an abandoned Ocean One Mall.
Yeah. And so, but this had a lot of life to it at one point, right?
The most life in Atlantic City at that time.
Yeah. And Atlantic City, it's like almost like a ghost town too, kind of, right?
Well,
Or
during
is it
this time of
always-
year, in the wintertime, yes, it's more ghosts. In the summertime, it does get busy. You'll have sometimes at the boardwalk 200,000, 300,000 people when there's an event there, like for the Irish holiday for
St. Patty's?
St. Patty's Day. There was 300,000, 400,000 people on the boardwalk.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and so, how did, I mean, this is cool. It's like a different way to use the venue, right?
So what they did with this venue is they changed it into a studio for like movies and radio stations upstairs and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah. And
they bought it 3 years ago. The company that owns it now.
right. And Buns, you're a crazy bastard.
I can be if I have to be.
You look like one.
They call me Scary and Beardy.
Yeah. You even have like a picture of like the bearded woman.
Oh, that's my that's what I was.
That caused
I was
quite a
Joey Boo Boo
fuss,
once.
didn't it?
I was Joey Boo Boo once because it was because of that Honey
What
Boo
was
Boo.
it?
Like, Joey Boo Boo because I look like Honey Boo Boo.
Oh,
And the other time I was Joe Kahanas because I kind of look like Pocahontas.
right. And that got you in a lot of trouble, right? When you were trying to be part of some kind of fraternal organization when that
I-
emerged.
I kind of showed it right away, and some people thought I was weird, but I was like, I did that for Halloween, dude. I even went to church like that. With at church, when I went to church that one weekend, there was 15,000 people there. I'm walking through the crowd, and the pastor and his wife are walking by me, and his wife looks at the pastor and says, "Pastor, look." And the pastor looks at me and goes, "Oh, we got some very creative people in this church." And I was like, "Yeah, Pastor, may I get a hug?" He said, "That's going to be an awkward hug." But saying that, I got about with the church members and all that stuff. I got about 150 pictures taken with me, and then the next year, some of the people that were one of the small groups I was in is like they weren't getting any pictures with the outfit they were wearing, so they said, "You can't do that again this year."
Yeah. And Buns, we met down in Florida. Is that right?
We actually met. First time me and you met was December 12th, 2020
Oh, really?
in DC.
That's right. And you weren't even a part of it.
I was
You weren't affiliated.
I
with
was
anything.
that basically I was becoming like I was basically coming. I wasn't even vetting yet now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
At first-
so like so okay. You became like a fanboy kind of this Proud Boys.
I mean, I drove DC that day with 3 Proud Boys.
Right, but you
Yeah.
wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, I did
Why?
because well, why? Because I just wanted to be with like-minded people, and I wanted to be doing what I had to do to protect patriots and stuff like that.
Right. And so it's so funny, man.
And here's the
You're-
funny
you're
thing
a
about it
hell-
all. My first vetting meet was actually Joe Biden's inauguration day. So it had to be January 20th, 2020. So my first vetting meet will be 5 years on the 20th of this month, of this
Yeah, because it kind of coincides with January 6th.
well, January 6th, was I there that day? Yes, I was.
What were you doing on December 12th?
December 12th, I was just there with one of the guys.
Yeah.
And I was with the Patriot group in Florida doing
Similar
different-
things?
yeah, and doing different like rallies and stuff like that. And he's like, "You want to go to DC this day?" And then of course, when I saw the tweet like 2 days before that, where Trump said, "COVID's going to be wild," and I was like, "Yeah, why not? I'll drive with you." And I just was there and did what I had to do that day and protect the Patriots, even though I wasn't with the group yet to protect the Patriots yet.
And then they brought you in.
They brought me in, and they said, "You're one of the most loyal people that we've had," even though it's what just happens. And now I'm here.
And you're like me, you're kind of like going back and forth between up north and Florida.
So I grew up here in Jersey. I moved to Florida for 14 years. Became a Proud Boy in Enrique's actual zone, but not his chapter. And then 3 years later in 2023, I decided to move back to my family decided to move back to Jersey, and then I joined the local Proud Boys in this area.
Right. And you guys got a lot of land. It's kind of similar lifestyle, right? It's like
So in Loxahatchee, Florida, when I lived there, I had 1.57 acres, but basically they couldn't build behind me. They couldn't build to the left of me because of a canal. But the property I have now here, we have an acre, but then we have 80 acres of produce farmland behind us, so that will never be built on. So basically, yeah, it looks like we have 100 acres, but we only have 1 acre. But basically, yeah, we basically have the run of 100 acres.
yeah, and South Jersey is pretty beautiful.
Very beautiful, depending on where you're at.
You have there's a lot of places that have a lot of land, and it kind of reminds me almost like Florida, minus the weather, minus getting cold.
Well, yeah, I mean the
But it
coldness.
doesn't get cold like up in Connecticut and New York.
I
It's
mean,
actually a
they'll
lot
get
more
days. I
mild.
mean, the coldest it's been so far this year here is 13 degrees. It was, but yeah, I mean, Florida is basically coldest I seen Florida when I was there was 29 degrees, and I'm not going to say what happened that day.
No, you can't.
I mean, that was the first day I went to a nudist colony. It was 29 degrees.
Oh my God, buns. This is the kind of people that are attracted to this.
We're just very misfits. We're basically misfits that love to be patriots, and we're a men's drinking club with a patriotic.
Specifically, though, you love Trump.
Do I love Trump? Of course I do.
Now, does he do anything that you don't like?
I mean, of course, there's a few things I don't like. You're not gonna like everything that a candidate does. Like one of my main things that I did not like that Trump did was Operation Warp Speed.
Right.
I didn't like that at all, where he came and made the vaccines within whatever. But I don't like vaccines until we anyway. So, but yeah,
And a lot of people don't really bring that up.
yeah.
They don't really think about that, like that he was the one who fast tracked
Yeah.
the vaccines in the first place.
Yeah, so I don't like that right there. That part. Of course, I'm not gonna. I mean, I like about 7 to 8, maybe 8 out of 10 things that he does. There's going to always be like 2 or 3 things that I do not like that. And like if I went to the other side, I don't like anything they do. So
Well, the last guy, Phil, if I had him on here, I know he calls Trump his excellency. And he loves everything that he does. And if I asked him, is there anything that he does that you don't like? He'd be like, absolutely not. He supports him blindly almost.
I mean, like I said, 99% of the things that he does I do like. There's probably only like 3 things that I do not like. Like when he says he's going to the D penalty for those people. I don't care for that one. And and then him showing that he was taking that G-jab, that was like, why is he doing that?
Right. Yeah. So what about this thing, the word war debate? Is there anybody on here that jumps out at you? Like, do you really want to see?
So I want to see Pearl, because I was looking into her stuff, and she's the girl that's going against the other girl. The other girl's a super
Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian she was traditionally a lefty, and she was on, she co-hosts with Cenk Uygur, but over the course of the last maybe 2 years or so, like she's been becoming more, I don't know, not woke, but she's becoming awake.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You haven't noticed that?
She's
I don't know
becoming
if you pay attention,
super feminist.
because that's what they're going to be debating about, right?
Yeah,
the
and then the
feminism
other
and-
one, and then Pearl is actually totally against that. So I want to see that one. I do want to see the other one with the second one with what's them guys' names?
Is it the Mulally and
No, the other one
Pisco?
about the other one.
Okay. The Rechtenwald and Kastenbaum.
Yeah, because you have the guy
So that's going to be Israel.
that's not that the one guy the one guy's going to be pro like basically Zionist, and the other one's going to be
Right.
anti.
Kestenbaum spoke at the RNC, I think.
And that's the one that's pro-Israel.
Right. Well, you would, of course, Kestenbaum.
Yeah. So, I mean, on that,
And I've heard Rechtenwald speak on a podcast before,
yeah.
and I really liked what he had to say.
I mean,
you ever
Yeah.
seen him before?
I've never really seen them before, but I did see the video they made for their word today,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, I liked what he said in that.
And so basically, Enrique Tarrio is a closeted homosexual.
Oh, he likes it that way.
Of course, you're gonna say some shit about
You were walking it at the time he said it, though.
Fuck you.
But we love this guy. He did that. This guy, even though he can be very crazy. at
Here's your
times.
brother. Back. Oh, okay. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, let me jump in there. Okay.
Here
Yeah.
we go. Thank you, Buns. I appreciate you. Buns was telling us about this place before it became a ghost town. Him having grown up
I mean,
around
it's a
here.
gorgeous place.
They had, this is a thriving mall at one time.
It looked like a thriving mall. So I just finished interviewing some of the speakers, and I
You
found
did?
them really interesting. The gentleman that is going to be arguing, they're going to be talking about foreign influence in the United States, specifically.
Was that,
Their focus is the it's
is that the
Shabos,
Kessenbaum? Did you,
Kessenbaum, and Shabos
Rechtenwald?
and Rechtenwald. So I got to speak with Rechtenwald.
Rechtenwald's
We'll be
great.
playing the video on this in a second. So with Rechtenwald, specifically, his position is zero foreign influence, zero, absolutely zero. And I think that Shabos might concede that foreign influence is bad, but he's going to be lobbying for Israel. So I don't know if you caught the
Yeah.
tail end of
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
I did.
He's I think it's going to be interesting, and I think there's no way, because you kind of box yourself in when you say, when you're part of this MAGA movement and you're America first, right?
Mhm.
And you kind of box yourself in by saying I'm America first, and then being pro-Israeli lobby or foreign lobby in its entirety. Specifically, I think the hot topic right now is the Israeli lobby, right? How much influence does AIPAC have on our government? There's 500 different organizations that lobby for the state of Israel. Should they be registered as foreign agents? I hope that comes up as a topic. Where would the Jewish gentleman that's going to be the Shabos guy, where his position is? I don't know. I haven't done any research on this guy, but I think that's going to be my favorite out of the bunch.
Yeah.
Speaking about like foreign influence, period.
Yeah. It seems pretty interesting. And I've seen Kassenbaum's. Do you know like where he is religiously or anything?
I didn't ask about where he is religiously. Maybe that's something that I think it's something that would move the needle. Definitely. Why? What do you think he is?
Are they both Jewish?
Put that up on the screen.
I'm going to.
Please
I'm
put
going
that
to.
up on the screen. No. They're not both Jewish. They're definitely. This gentleman's definitely not Jewish.
Definitely not.
After my interview with him,
He's
again, we're
Christian.
gonna play it. I can't tell you because I didn't ask him. Does he seem like he's Christian? Yeah. Does he seem like he's a stinking Catholic like you? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's possible. I think he is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the vibes I was getting too.
Yeah. And it's a hot topic right now. There's a schism in the right. Seeing lots, specifically
A what?
Israel.
A what?
Huh?
I know.
A
Schism.
what? What the fuck is a schism?
Schism is like a divide.
It's a schism.
No, schism. In
No,
Spanish.
it's schism.
En
You
español,
ain't just silent, you
let's-
fucking goon.
A schism.
So
Well, the
I
fucking
think
Cubans
that there's
can't
a
even
huge
fucking speak
divide
English.
on the right when it comes to this issue on Israel and foreign policy. So I think it's like I said.
So
I think
this-
it's going to be my favorite.
This was sent in by one of our viewers.
Did
Well,
they do?
DM me directly with this, and Seuss, I got to tell you, this totally made our day.
I think you should post that and ask Rock to do something with it.
Oh, that's the
Oh my god,
Destiny.
that is fucking
no,
hilarious.
but that is the thing on X that it's been causing a lot of stir recently with Ashley Sinclair,
Yes.
apparently, right?
Or
If you go ahead and
did you see
go,
what she said?
what she say?
Did you see what she said?
No.
She said, she basically said that 1776 was a mistake, and
Oh, yeah,
she
I saw
takes
that.
fucking
I saw that.
Great Britain's side with it.
What?
Yeah. Go over to Great Britain, white woman. See how that works out for you when you got fucking a ton of fucking camel jockey fucking goat fuckers raping your ass. Okay.
I mean, listen,
Go ahead, white woman.
I went to London, and I thought it was all like kind of like hyped up or whatever. And no, it's not. It's not like you walk down the streets of London, and it's just drugs and excuse my language, street shitters everywhere, every fucking corner.
You import the
There's
third
no-
world, you get the third world.
And that's what they got in London. It looks like Baghdad.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
like New York too. New
uh,
York-esque.
at least. Well, here's the thing with New York. I think when it comes to New York, I don't think the illegal immigration population really. New York. If it meant deporting white liberal women. Is
If we bring in,
it not true? Right? Because they're the ones that advocated for them to come here in the first place. So if we
but
get
if we're just
rid of
importing
them,
a third world culture that isn't based or cares about Western civilization, we're just importing more of the same, just darker.
but think about the women.
I don't care about the women.
No
If they're
white
not
liberal women
If they're
anymore.
not white, blonde, or red-haired and blue-eyed, I don't give a shit about them.
Yeah. But what if they're liberal? They're a bigger problem. They're a bigger problem than illegals.
and they could vote.
Like if you had to have a choice. If you had to have a choice, and I know I put these choices on you yesterday, and
So what are my choices? What are my choices?
Your choices, you have to save America, right? And you have a binary choice, and you were given.
I've already saved America 6 times, my friend. I am doing everything I can to repopulate the white race.
well, okay, 6 kids. Okay, yeah, but you have 2 choices. It's a binary choice. Either you get to deport all illegals, or you get to deport all white liberal women. Which one are you picking?
Well, the illegals are Catholics, so for the most part,
So you're basing it on Catholicism?
yeah.
Okay.
If I was faced with that choice,
Yeah, you have 2 buttons, bro, and it's just you pick one.
I'm dead serious when I say this. I would deport all white liberal women
You see,
in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even it wouldn't even be it wouldn't take 0.0 fucking 2 milliseconds for me to come up with that conclusion. They are literally the greatest threat to this fucking country. Their voting block, I actually did a show on this like a month ago. Their voting block is such a as far as like the ratio between white conservative women and white liberal women, it's in like the 69 percentile. And as far as they go, they also have control. Those women are the ones that have control over their husbands, and their husbands vote however their fucking wives say. So they actually have more power than people even give them credit for. I mean, we say the white liberal women vote for all of this shit, transgender fucking surgeries, making their kids fucking, be gay and take it in the ass, and all of abortions and the whole 9 yards. Yes, these are the greatest threats to Western society. But their husbands vote the same way as them. So you have all of these women that have control over their cucked out faggot husbands and boyfriends vote the exact same way. So yes, if I had a fucking choice, I would leave all the fucking fat bodied fucking fat assed fucking Latina women here if they're illegal, and deport all fucking liberal women.
yeah, look, a rare unanimous decision by the War Boys team here.
Yeah, but see, Bright Eyes, hold on.
keeping
We
illegal
got a comment.
immigrants and deporting white liberal women. If you had 2 buttons across the board here, we deport white liberal women. Go ahead.
Right, but if we got rid of, here's the other thing too, Bright Eyes. If we get rid of white liberal women and how much power and control they have over our laws, we will have a much stronger Second Amendment in this country. And with that comes the ability for us American citizens
we
to
get
take
quieter.
care of the illegals that are raping.
We'll have a
and killing
quieter
our
population
women.
too. Those bitches don't shut
So.
the fuck up.
What?
I said we'd have a quieter population too.
We'd also have a quieter population too.
Okay, what was the comment on here?
No, the comment was, yeah, but Rob, then the illegal criminals will keep raping good women. And what I'm saying to
That's
that is, if we get rid of white liberal women and the husbands that go with them that vote on
We won't
this
have
shit,
illegal immigration later.
we will have more conservative voting, and we will be able to get our Second Amendment back to the point that it was originally supposed to be in the first place. We would have a much stronger Second Amendment, and then if that was the case, then American men like myself and Enrique could go out and take care of the ones that are raping and killing our women. So it would be a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So
you and Enrique.
what?
No.
Repopulate?
Yeah.
Look, I'm dying for fucking Trump to go ahead
No.
and
I'm
take
talking
over.
about dudes like killing criminals. That's what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking
No.
about
I'm talking about
getting
dudes
a whole
killing
bunch of
criminals.
women. Speaking to that, we also talked about Venezuela because he had that gentleman that's going to be arguing against foreign lobbies, specifically Israel. He also talked about going into Venezuela, and there we had a disagreement. I want American supremacy on the Western Hemisphere, right? I don't care about what happens on the other side of the globe. I think that the United States should colonize all of South America and include Canada up there. The hat, we need a hat. America needs a hat. And we shouldn't make it states. We don't give them any voting rights. I think that we should colonize it all together, all the time, no issue.
He is truly a supremacist.
Yeah. And look, Trump just said, you actually tagged me in it. Trump said something about Cuba, right? That Cuba's next, right?
Let's go.
I hope I'm first in line to be the new dictator of Cuba.
Oh my God.
I hope so. I hope so.
They couldn't pick a worse
Like
motherfucker.
some people ask
They
me,
could not
would
pick a
you
worse
have
motherfucker.
USA Cuba Libre? Would you have USA 2.0? I'm like, absolutely not. Leave that for the United States. I want to be the dictator. I want that suit, with the little ropes and the gold. I'll make my own medals.
Somebody fucking.
I'll deport all
I
my
wish
mail.
I wish the camera was clear so
I'll
you can
deport my
actually
male
see the
audience.
articulation in my eyeballs as they fucking roll.
I'll deport the entire male population to the United States, just females. That's it. And we're going to repopulate Cuba. We're going to repopulate Cuba. We're going to make it great again. And I got to upload some of these videos so you guys take it from the top. No more rafties. Yeah, we're doing away with that. We're doing away with that. That's not coming back.
Yeah, they're not coming.
Yeah. So I don't
Sue
know if you
says
guys
you're-
want to
Sue
join
says you're
and
gay,
take
by
the
the way.
seat.
Does anybody want to get in here? I want to get a drink.
Maybe our buddy over here, Paul, wants to talk about foreign policy. He has very strong views on foreign policy.
We give everybody a mic.
Yeah.
I don't know how's the camera coming through now, guys. We're trying to everything that's connected to this internet. We're trying to shut off right now.
Yeah.
So we can get a better.
Is that
you know.
Thomas? Come on down. Take a seat.
Yeah, no, we're still live.
So let me tell you guys who this amazing gentleman is that's about to sit to my right. Let me stand up and give you. How's it going? Take a seat. I guess we're not doing. Yeah, we don't need headphones.
That's
no,
clear.
we don't need headphones. We're not playing anything. So my good friend Thomas over here is also our attorney for our offensive civil lawsuit against the United States of America. Can you give us an up? Well, first introduce yourself.
It's certainly offensive to the United States government.
Yes.
My name is Thomas Ranieri. I'm a civil litigator. I represent Enrique Tarrio and the other members of the Proud Boys who were arrested on January 6th or immediately thereafter, and whose constitutional rights were violated multiple times on multiple levels on the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment level by the Department of Justice and the FBI and specific people in those institutions, some of which have been named in the lawsuit, some of it have not yet been named, although I'm getting ready. I'm actually been sorry. I've been meaning to talk to you about it, but I've been thinking about. I think I have at least one more name to add
Okay.
to the suit. to get rid of. This is John Doe's 1 through 10. I think we got our first John Doe. But we'll talk.
We'll talk off camera
about that.
So, I think we have a hearing next week.
We do.
And
We
have
have a status conference.
We got a status conference next week, which I think is good news. At least, like, we're moving forward in the
That's
timeline.
what- remember you called me. Enrique called me a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, "What's going on? What's happened?" And as an attorney, it's like I'm doing everything I can, but the fact is that at this point, everything is before the judge. We were just waiting for it to be finally accepted and scheduled. These things to be scheduled because there's several fights we need to have. Right, there's this the Westfall certification and other motion. The motion to dismiss is the big thing that we need to handle because that's at that threshold issue. Once we get past that, it's a little bit smoother sailing. We get discovery, we get the rest of it. So, the government was shut down for 3 months, and as a result of that, the person who's actually prosecuting against us wasn't doing work, which I wouldn't expect someone to do work without getting paid, but he wasn't doing work, so it really held us up for a while. And when the judge was finally like, as soon as the New Year holiday ended, it was like, come down. You can't do it remotely. I gotta see you in person, see you in the whites of your eyes.
Yeah, so we're going to be together. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to be together next week on the 25th. So tell me, at least, obviously what you could. Moving forward after the status conference, what's the next beat?
Well, I think we need to begin discovery and then set depositions, and we need to start filling out the map of people who were involved in the decisions that led to the violation of your constitutional rights. Right? I mean, it's good that we have one person, but there's several different.
They're hearing the headphones through the microphone.
Oh, okay. Sorry, so it's not my fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I felt immediately as though it were. So once that, I don't want to talk about the entire trial strategy, but in essence, we need to start filling out the parade of horribles who have been involved in the constitutional violations. And it does us good in the case, but it also can do the Trump administration some good because it helps pinpoint some bad actors that maybe they haven't noticed yet.
Yeah. So do we have enough hard drive space to list all those people that should be sued?
Well, we might have to raise money to buy a really big computer.
Yeah.
And hopefully not connected to the internet, because otherwise, who knows what will happen.
Yeah. So Thomas, I appreciate you, man. We're going to talk off camera here for a second. We're going to leave you with our gracious host here so we could discuss a couple things. I don't know, Phil, you want to come back on?
Well, what we're going to do. Actually, Phil, hold on one second. So, guys, what we're going to do right now is we're going to. I'm going to mute all the mics. Is that mic muted? It's muted now. Okay. It's red. You guys have been with me for quite a while doing this. And the big joke is that Rob is had nothing but fucking audio issues. And listen, having a recording studio for music is wildly different than this shit. All right, so I'm learning as I go along, and I've been trying real hard, and I finally got it all worked out. And then all of a sudden let's pack up all this shit and try it in a new place and a new setup. And for the most part, the audio works. The internet just fucking sucks ass. And it is what it is. So, thank you guys for hanging tough with us. So what I'm going to do right now, we are going to take a break, but what we're going to do is we're going to rerun some of the Enrique's interview from yesterday. With Destiny. I got to try real hard to listen. I try. I just, you guys know my default is faggot. And I use it so much, it kind of loses its power. So I got to come up with some new words that are just as vile. But yeah, I mean, this dude's a fucking cocksmoke. He fucking, he fucking licks fucking other dudes' dingleberries. And he's got no intrinsic value as a human being. Let's just put it like that. There's nothing that this dude contributes to society, humanity, and it's people like him that should, culled from the herd. If his parents were forced to take an IQ test and a biological exam and a genetic exam, and from those results, I assume that it would say that it would produce something like destiny, and they wouldn't be allowed to procreate. Yes, I'm that fucking serious about it. There's a song from a band called Exodus, one of my favorite thrash bands of all time. The song's called "Cull the Herd." You go listen to it if you like metal. If you don't like metal, go read the lyrics. I love that shit. So with that, I am going to share this screen and Radio Face. I just registered your comment. That's fucking awesome. No, I don't hate you guys. I love you guys. I do. We all voted for no Destiny. Oh man, I get outvoted, but I want to take a break. What do you guys want me to do? I'm gonna be here till fucking cull the herd. Cull, cull the herd. Yes, all they do is shit and breed. Too ignorant to ever succeed. It's a great song. Even Christmas music is less worse than Destiny. Yeah, and Destiny's worse than Christmas music. There isn't much else that I could say other than pedophilia is worse than Destiny. He's what I call a saprophyte, and it's one of my favorite words. I learned that word in 1994, and I remember that because it was in this movie, my favorite movie of all time, The Crow, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if they just play music or video. Yeah, so I can get a copyright strike on my YouTube. Yeah, no, I'll play something. And so I remember that Tintin, the black guy with the knives, if you remember The Crow, he walked into the dude in the pawn shop and called him saprophyte motherfucker. And I was like, what the fuck is that word? So I went and did, at that time, actually opened up a fucking dictionary, right? It's not a makeover. I want to tell you guys what I did, but I don't want to promote it because I'm not getting paid. I'm kidding. I'll tell you guys that in a second. All right. I'll tell you some stories and then we'll go put up a video of something to entertain you guys for a little bit. Yeah, no. All right. I won't play the Destiny stuff. I promise. So I opened up a dictionary, and basically saprophyte means bottom feeders, like the lowest rung of living creature on this planet that literally eats shit and to survive. So yes, Destiny is a saprophyte. I love that word. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how these YouTubers get away with it. But the guys that do reactions to songs and shit, and they maybe get copyright strikes or they get demonetized. But I always thought, and I'm a musician, and I'm very much into IP. I am all yes, yep. I'm very much into IP. Intellectual property is something that's near and dear to me because I've been writing music for 30 years, and I wouldn't want anybody to steal my shit. So, but at the same time, if there's a huge YouTuber who's got like a million more, a million followers or 2 million followers, and they want to play my music, and they get like 500,000 views, it's 500,000 people that are watching my music that would potentially go and spend 99 cents on iTunes on my song. Like, that's free promotion. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these record companies. Still are within, they're in like 1980s and 1990s brain model of what music should be. They have not come out of the fucking Stone Age when it comes to that shit. I would, if I owned a record company, I'd be like, this dude's got fucking 10 million fucking viewers. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to give him a copyright strike. And yeah, you know what? He just sent us like 1 million people just downloaded one of our acts songs, and we just made a shit ton of money. Let him get his fucking $100 or $200. Big fucking deal. It's free fucking promotion. They don't even have to do anything. They don't. They don't have to spend money on advertising. They don't have to spend money on fucking anything. But you know what? I go and I, play a Pantera song, and fucking Warner Brothers comes right after my throat. Oh well, whatever. So anyway, what I did was I saw a commercial on YouTube, oddly enough, and I was just talking to somebody about this the other day. They were like, "Rob, did you dye your beard?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't fucking dye my beard." What I used was this stuff called Spartan soap. Now, it works so well that it doesn't work. So what it's supposed to do gradually over time is just, because it's supposedly all natural ingredients, right? And the fucking shit feels like a stone when you're fucking washing your face with it, right? And what it's supposed to do is the darks that are still there, darken those and just not really mess with too much of the gray. And I own my gray. I don't give a fuck about it. And it doesn't work as advertised. So it's supposed to like lightly, bring stuff back naturally. And also there's been a huge difference in me being carnivore for the last 2.5 years now. That actually does start to bring your color back. And I could tell in my hair, if you look at my hair from what it was in 23 to what it is now, there's a huge difference. So the Spartan soap stuff, I was like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I'll give it a try. And I go in there and I use it one time, and it's like, oh, all your gray's gone. And I was like, motherfucker. And I'm in the fucking shower for the last, since I got down to DC, I'm in the shower fucking trying to scrub this shit the fuck out of my. Yeah, it's a soap. It's a round bar of soap. It's called Spartan soap. Look it up. And it's like a little gray and with black like flecks in it and shit. And that's what I used on my beard, and it just went poof, black. And I was like, oh, that's not okay. So yeah, there you go. No, I would never fucking. There was only one time in my life I ever dyed my beard, and it was when Dimebag died. When Dimebag got shot in 2004, I had my goatee was like down in here, and I dyed it all red because of him, and I wore it like that for probably a year. Seuss. She's like, I don't like your fucking. Seuss is like, I don't like your black beard. We're getting a divorce. I didn't even know we were married, but okay, if that's the case, then absolutely. Yeah, I get bees. I think it does have pigment in it. It's supposed to be all natural ingredients, and that's what I read before I bought it. And I mean, listen, it works amazing. Obviously, look at my fucking beard. It looks great, but it doesn't work the way I wanted it to work. I didn't want to get rid of all of my fucking gray. I'm not a fan of that. So my choice is just wait till it fucking fades out or shave it off and start again. And I don't know if I want to do that either. There. And I hope that's fucking entertainment for you guys. I mean, it really does work. No, it wasn't Grecian formula. I'm not that fucking old. My grandfather used to use that shit. Yeah, I got a room full of fucking people that are watching me right now, and they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Rob?" Listen, I'm not talking about politics yet. There's going to be fucking 7-8 hours of fucking politics. No, is it Nair? No, it's not Nair. Nair would result in me not having anything on my face, and that would fucking burn like a motherfucker, boy. Holy God. I wouldn't want Nair anywhere near my shit. I'm reading the comments right now, guys. Yeah, and I don't know how you women fucking put Nair on your fucking coochies. Or wax that shit, for that matter. Holy God. Yeah, we're talking about waxing coochies now. Hey, Enrique, we're talking about your favorite subject. We should put Nair in Destiny's shampoo. We're talking about waxing coochies. Coochies. Oh, you know what, Seuss? Listen. This chick has been giving me so much shit about my goddamn brush. It is a heated beard brush. And I use my fucking brush. Listen, shut up.
I waxed my ass before getting here.
What?
Yeah, I waxed my ass before getting here.
Oh, he waxed his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, he waxes his ass.
And my ball, it's called the back crack and sack. It's on special
Back
right
crack
now
and
with
sack.
the lady that
Yeah.
I do it with. Waxing your balls is really hard.
I would never wax my balls.
You got to like cool them down.
That's why I have the
first.
manscaper.
Because you know when it's
fuck
hot,
that, I have the manscaper for a reason.
you know when it's hot, your balls kind of like they're soft, right? Imagine putting wax on them and then fucking having to peel it. You feel like you're gonna
I
peel
had
your
to call
balls
him
off.
over here. It's my own fucking
So
fault.
what are
I
we
had to
talking
call
about?
him over
Coochies here?
Who's here?
Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna go now.
What's
Yeah.
going on?
Same spot. So wait, what are we talking about coochies right now?
We were just talking about waxing coochies. Oh, Sue says we
Is
need
it
to
a
deport
preference? Huh?
you. We need to deport you for waxing your balls.
Bro, it's fucking pretty cool. I swim better. I'm hydrodynamic. I'm hydrodynamic.
It gets you from Cuba to
It's
Florida
like a fucking
quicker.
dolphin.
It
You know,
gets
it's like
from
kissing
Florida
a
to
baby
Cuba
dolphin.
Back and crack. Yeah, it sounds like a rap album.
You know, and then let's see. Can you get this noise on there?
Oh yeah. They hear
That's
it.
what it's like
Oh god.
when I run.
Oh god. So all right, I'm going to address this because somebody brought it up. I have a brush. It is a heated brush for my beard and my beard only because when I go out, I don't want to look like I mail bombs through the postal service
Jesus Christ.
for fun. I want my beard to look proper. Go fuck yourself.
I hope that there is a War Boys host that encases your beard brush because you don't have it, right?
No, it
disappeared.
ended up fucking disappearing from the fucking hotel room.
That's weird. Super. I don't know who would do that. I don't know who would do that and then put it on.
I have a feeling
like
I know who
the,
did
the
it.
wall.
I have a feeling I know
of
who
their
did it.
their War Boys studio. I mean, we're all about trophies here.
Oh yeah, there's.
We're all about trophies here.
Turn it so that people can see what's written on it.
Does it say it? Can you see it?
Oh yeah, we can see it.
So it
Look at
says
that.
"fuck the Proud
Super
Boys." Apparently, the Proud Boys fucked you. Took your megaphone. I don't
bet you she's
condone.
watching
I
this
don't
seething
condone
right
any
now.
acts of violence that happen against Patricia, but this is
You
what
what?
happens when
Wait,
you
wait,
fuck
say that
around
again?
and find. I don't condone any acts of violence against Patricia
Why not?
because I just can't. I don't. I've never condoned violence. I've been a peaceful person, except that one time at Gavin's event where these fake Proud Boys decided to show up. We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
I said I was going to save that in the chamber just in case they kept talking shit. But Patricia, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really enjoyed the trophy.
Yep.
And I really, really enjoyed the day without you screaming all over the place, which I know you love doing. It's great. Thank
Connection lost.
you. Did we?
Yep.
On what? On this one?
No, that's Pat. No, that's
Where's the
that
connection?
shouldn't even be there. Don't worry about that.
Where's our connection?
We don't have fucking internet.
What? What are you guys laughing at?
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
sign
there's a
was
perfect
fucking
picture.
epic, dude.
There's a perfect picture of it where
She's
Barry's
screaming in the fucking microphone.
So Barry has this big sign, "Scream if you want to fuck the Proud Boys," and then she has a sign, "Fuck the Proud Boys," right next to it. It should actually. I think Barry took it home. We might auction it off for charity.
Oh yeah.
We might auction it off for charity.
And what would the charity be?
My Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I need one. Actually, I just need a fucking car right now. So it's not even.
Where's your Tesla?
I don't have a Tesla. I don't have one. I'm driving around. I'm driving around a rent-a-car.
You.
Thank God you can't see under the table.
Oh yeah, I'm getting head right now.
What?
I'm busting Enrique's balls because he's got this little fucking Tesla truck. It's about this fucking big, and he's like, and he looks like the kid from like Oliver. Please, sir, may I have some more? He like sits there and fucking drools over
Listen,
this fucking ugly ass goddamn thing all the time. And trust me, I know he doesn't have a fucking car because I've been driving him around for a fucking week.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm dead ass broke, but we're working to see if we sue the government. I'm sure if the government decides that they want to come to the table and settle, and we're not going to settle for pennies. If we decide to settle, I'm not going to be able to tell you guys that I won the settlement, but I will tell you there will be signs.
Yep,
there will be signs of a settlement. You know, my skin color doesn't let me just hide all this shit. It'll probably be like gold teeth, right? Like a nice set of grills. What else? We'd be going to slot machines
from the fucking driveway to the fucking house.
Yeah. There'll probably be like some sort of like 24-inch wheels or bigger on my new vehicle. Some type of like fucking leopard or something sitting in the passenger seat. Thank God you guys are on that side.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see.
Thank God you guys are on that side dropping N-bombs and not on this side. How's our YouTube, by the way? Is it still alive?
Yeah, it's still live. I mean, dude, we've actually really been doing pretty good.
No, but yeah, 24s are the small. That's like the base. You got to go like 28s, 30s.
Our studio audience is egging them on right now.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There'll be a fucking Popeye's chicken inside the mansion.
Popeye's chicken inside the mansion.
Bro, I wouldn't have money. Hey, listen.
Dude, I would kill for any kind of chicken right now. I'm fucking starving, bro.
Listen, the government settles. Hey, the government settles for tens of millions of dollars, and it'll probably last about 3 months. Listen, you know what I do, and it'd be horrible that I do it. I'm a big fan of the Grand National. It's like one of my dream cars.
I got a G-Body at home.
You got a G-Body?
I got an 86 Monte Carlo.
With that Targa?
I'll show you later.
Oh, dude, I love those things.
I got standard stain. I got factory wheel.
Pinto, yeah, absolutely. You'd be fucking cruising around in a Pinto.
I mean, I'm bullshitting here with all the shit that I'd buy, but regardless, I would buy a Grand National as pristine as possible.
Yep.
And I got it.
Right now, if you look for another G-Body, if you look at the Type 2, Type.
Yeah, the T-Type. T-Type.
It's underrated from the Grand National.
Uh-huh.
It's a little faster, but right now those shits are not hard.
They're not.
People are holding on to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a horror story with the Grand National. My crackhead neighbor had one that he bought off another crackhead for a deal. I'm talking about this thing was pristine. And he told me, he came to the house one day and he offered me the car for $5,000 at the time. And at the time they were going for about 12. You know, this was early 2000s, 2004, 2005. And I said, I try to be I had the money. And I try to be, I'll give you $4,000 or whatever. And then I went up to 4,500. He was like dead set on $5,000. I went up to 4,500. He didn't want it. I'm like, I'll play hardball.
You want to hear Grand National? I spent $40,000. So I wanted the T-Type.
Uh-huh.
So I told him,
This is what it's like to have a live studio audience.
Yeah. Well, that's what I did. That's what I did with the guy. I fucking went home and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna play hardball. I'm not giving him the money. And then I'm like, but in the morning, if he doesn't budge, I'll give him the money. That was like around like 4 p.m. At like 7 p.m., I'm like, you know what? Let me do this before he like fucking goes to the pawn shop or some shit, or somebody gives him the money. And I'm like, hey, I got the $5,000. He's like, no, the car's gone. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're tough to find. So there will be a Grand National sitting in my front yard.
Eleanor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Eleanor would be
a GT.
that is my,
what is it? A GT what?
That's a GT 500.
GT 500.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wide body kit.
Yeah, I definitely pick.
Yeah. Eleanor would be my shit. So did they start yet, or what is going on?
You know what? Let me check. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna check, and then you could actually check on their X page. They're having problems with Rumble.
Well,
No surprise.
shit.
No surprise. You know, Dan Bongino doesn't have problems with Rumble. I mean, besides his entire comment section.
Oh, they
of
are live.
shitting on him, doing the worst job in the world as the FBI deputy director. Fired.
They're
quit
live.
in disgrace. Yeah, let's go to that and let's take a quick. Okay, so we're gonna go live.
All right, guys, they're going live. We're
with the
we're gonna
event,
start.
and yeah, we'll be back in a sec. We'll be back on the break.
Specific tension and
Take-
thought and opinion of but I gave you peace. Correct.
No, take those two off the screen.
Yeah, I gave
Correct
you
or
in my
not?
opening. I just want to recall so that you and the audience remembers. I cited the Supreme Court. I cited the people who wrote this, and then I cited overwhelming historic evidence, which I'm happy to provide. I'm not saying that Black's himself is dispositive. I'm
So
saying
the-
it's good
so
evidence,
Black's
and
Law
it's particularly
Dictionary-
good evidence because he's an authoritative source that you yourself referenced.
So Black's Law Dictionary, from an originalist perspective, isn't relevant insofar as Black's specific intentions with respect to a word. It's because the words of the dictionary, as they're understood by the public, is what controls. That's what the judicial philosophy is about. And of course, you're citing the Supreme Court in Elk versus Watkins. That's a decision that supports my position. That's a decision that supports the English common law as the root of what the 14th Amendment means. And that's what's brought in by Watkins. So we're going to now test your theory. So what is your assertion about what the term subject to the jurisdiction thereof means? This is the fourth time I'm answering. I'm asking it. Answer
It
it.
requires complete jurisdiction, and I know that because
Wait.
when
What
you
does that
look-
mean?
When you look at what the people who wrote this phrase said, here's Senator Lyman Trumbull, and Keisco asked for originalism. This is the cleanest piece of originalist evidence you will ever see. He said, and remember, we're talking about the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and my argument, it means
What
complete
does it mean?
jurisdiction.
What does subject to the jurisdiction thereof
You
mean?
gotta let me answer the question. I'm just trying to frame this. My point is, subject to the jurisdiction thereof means the complete jurisdiction. And here is what Senator Trumbull, who helped write the 14th Amendment, here's what he said. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof means subject to the complete jurisdiction thereof. It's word for word.
What does
my
that?
position.
Wait, no. You're just
It's
replacing.
word for word my
So
position,
notice
Keisco.
what's going on here. He says the meaning of subject to the jurisdiction thereof means the complete jurisdiction of the United
Complete.
States. Correct? Complete jurisdiction. I'm asking you what that means. What is complete jurisdiction in that context mean?
Political allegiance.
Political allegiance.
To give the history lesson.
Let's get personalities.
Let me answer the
You just heard him
question.
say.
Hold on. Let him answer it first. Political allegiance was not like an empty term back then. Remember, Pisco reminded you there was just a civil war. Now, one of the things that happened in the Civil War is that there was a draft in 1863. And in the draft, they had to figure out who could be drafted to fight. They had an odd situation because there were foreigners living in America permanently. They had been here a long time. But when draft day came, all of a sudden, they're not American, they're French, and they don't want to fight. And the country had to figure out Who was sufficiently ours? Who do we have complete jurisdiction over? Who has political allegiance to this country? So what Congress did in 1863, just a few years before they ratified the 14th Amendment, is that they decided that foreigners who had signed what's called a Declaration of Intent could be drafted. Why? Because in the Declaration of Intent, the foreigners said that they forswore their foreign allegiances and that they wanted to be U.S. citizens. And by doing that, we now had complete jurisdiction over them because they had accepted political allegiance in this country.
You haven't explained the concept
I
of
just explained the concept.
So just to be clear, you didn't. What you just said are things that people in this situation could do to suffice political allegiance, but you haven't explained the concept of political allegiance. It sounds like what you're suggesting is political allegiance is some sort of commitment in favor of the government of the United States. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are things in our government that require political allegiance. For example, you cannot be charged with treason unless you owe the government allegiance. That makes sense, because if you don't owe the government allegiance, you can't be treasonous against the government. Similarly, you can't be drafted unless you owe the government political allegiance, because it doesn't make sense. You don't owe the government your military service unless you owe them political allegiance. And this was definitely on the mind of the people who wrote this document in 1866, because it happened 3 years earlier in 1863. So this is definitely what they were thinking about at the time they wrote these words.
This is how extreme Ryan's interpretation is. When he views political allegiance as the definition of jurisdiction through these confused and ultimately futile references to the debates which he's misrepresenting. Political allegiance, if that were the basis of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, freed black slaves wouldn't necessarily be have political allegiance to the United States government and therefore wouldn't be freed. But everyone agrees that at a bare minimum, the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment gave citizenship to those people. If it turns on political allegiance, that is precisely what the founding generation of this amendment wanted to avoid, an elastic test where the states would determine what political allegiance means, or the Congress would determine political allegiance to be some kind of loyalty to the United States. This is hogwash. What they wanted was a clean, simple rule according to the English common law. And what the English common law viewed allegiance as, it's a term of art, it's not what he's sort of importing in, was if you were born on the king's land, you were a subject of the king. That's what they meant. Allegiance and protection are one in one. And it implies a duty to obey the king's laws. Now, who is absent that duty and that protection? Ambassadors, diplomatic people, foreign conquering armies, and in the case of America, the American Indian tribes. So that, of course, makes complete sense. What doesn't make sense is an interpretation of jurisdiction, which means political allegiance, which wouldn't even guarantee citizenship to freed slaves. That, of course, must be a preposterous reading of the 14th Amendment.
Pisco said a bunch of things there that are dead wrong, so I'm going to try to correct them. I'm going to do it briefly, and then we might zoom in on them, but if you don't mind, let me work through, because you had quite a monologue there. The first is, Pisco asserts that my definition would not necessarily have given citizenship to freed black slaves. That's absurd. If you were here for multiple generations, the question is, who do you owe allegiance to? Is it to some potentate in Africa, in a country that you've never been to? Is it really reasonable that you would be charged with treason or drafted into the military to a country you've never seen? No, obviously, the allegiance was to the United States. There's no question about that.
Wait, we're talking about the kids. Wait, we're talking about the kids.
You had a very long list.
We're talking about the kids. We're talking about the kids.
You had a very long list. Let me
kids.
give the highlights, and then we can zoom in.
We're talking about the kids, not the parents.
We can zoom in where you'd like afterwards, Pisco. Second, Pisco asserted that the English common law should govern. This is also ridiculous, because he said it himself. The English common law was not about birthright citizenship. It was about birthright subjecthood. You were a subject of the king. You could never expatriate. You could never renounce your citizenship. You were loyal forever. And guess who that applied to? all the Americans pre-revolution. And then we fought a revolution specifically to get rid of that rule, because if we were subjects of the king, the revolution is obviously illegal.
That's not what the
so
war was about.
So the idea
That's
that
not
this
what the war was
translated
about.
over is absolutely nonsense. And then the biggest whopper, it's a technical one, but it's just wrong. Pisco said that Congress can't change citizenship. They wanted to have it set in stone by the 14th Amendment, which is just factually incorrect.
No, change. Sorry. So Congress isn't able to adjust what the 14th Amendment means through statute. One of the reasons they were trying to pass a constitutional provision was, one, to overturn Dred Scott, but they didn't use the words "and only freed slaves shall be citizens," right? They used more general language. And of course, they didn't want the language that they were specifically including in the 14th Amendment to be able to be trivially adjusted by either Congress or the states deciding different rules on political allegiance. But there's something really important we need to, we need to follow up on that. I have to follow up on that. We need to focus.
I think we've hit our time. So let's take a break for a second.
Okay.
That was the end of the first round. I guess there isn't a bell. Yeah, well, no, you guys can stay up here for a minute. But we're just going to give just a couple seconds. You want to grab some water, take a break for a second. And then I'm going to ask you guys in between here, while they're setting up this next round, how's it going so far? Do you feel, Pisco, you seem to be getting a little frustrated with him. You have a specific line you're trying to go down. It feels like he's avoiding it. Yep.
I think we're going to get
What do you mean
into
Enrique
some
needs to host if
hypotheticals,
he's
but
not
we're also
debating?
gonna
Host
focus
what?
in on
The
scope
debate or the
of
show?
The 14th Amendment applies to. And my strategy is, once we get into the fact that it's referring to
Fucking hot in
children
here.
and not their parents, I think he's got nowhere to go with his political allegiance thing. In what sense can a baby owe political allegiance in the way that Ryan is implying?
Yes,
And
yes.
then, Ryan, what do
You
you
absolutely
think
get to
is
vote who the
happening here?
winner
It feels
is.
like you're trying to give a little more historical context, and you keep getting cut off.
I'm delighted about how this is going, because
So do you guys know who Ben Swan is? You should look him up.
and the original meaning of the Constitution is determined by the history.
Yeah, no, I know the mic's open. I'm talking.
Prepared to discuss the history. So in a
I'm talking to you guys.
I think that's wild.
Decide that. That's not for you. Take another sip of water. I think we're getting ready to roll it again. 25 minutes, correct, guys? We'll put 25 minutes, on the clock, and you guys will have your second open debate.
And we're going back.
So let's focus on the subject of the 14th Amendment.
Whoa,
Does
whoa,
it?
no, no,
So
no.
just to be
You-
clear,
you said
does it
something that was
refer? Does it?
factually-
Does it
Pisco, you
refer?
lied.
Does it refer?
break. We have
Does
to
it?
talk about this.
Does it refer? I'm asking you the question. You can answer it. Does it refer to the children? That is, the people, the persons born, or does it refer to their parents? Just answer that.
I will answer this question on the guarantee that I get to answer.
I can guarantee you answer the question.
So, with the 14th Amendment, it says if you're born and subject to the jurisdiction, and I've asserted that means complete jurisdiction, the political allegiance of a child follows their parent. So every child has the same political allegiance of their parents, which is why you look to the parents to determine what their political
Hey,
allegiance
Mary.
Why is Wong arc?
So-
Why is Wong a citizen? This is the
The host is Ben Swan. Yeah, I know we're in a bad mood, really bad in here. Really sorry. Actually, I don't know if that's me or that's them. Can you guys see? Am I personally rugged? Yeah. Of course we did. Yo. Their feed. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Hold on. Yes, the internet here is horrible. I am sorry, guys. We didn't expect this to happen. Um, I mean, we have our own little internet thing here. Oh, here we go.
It only held one single question. If someone is here who legally and permanently, despite not being a citizen, does their children get citizenship? And President Trump knew about this, his lawyers told him, and anticipated it. And if you look at President Trump's January 2025 executive order that limited birthright citizenship, he put it on all fours with Wong Kim Ark. He said the only people who will not get birthright citizenship going forward, who used to get it, are in situations where the mother is here illegally or temporarily, and father does not have it.
Here illegally.
So Wong Kim Ark held exactly that. It's not a problem.
So if you hear legally, you're not jurisdiction in the United States.
You're not subject to the complete jurisdiction.
Okay. So here's after Thomas Jefferson's administration, was it illegal to import slaves into the country?
Was it illegal?
And notwithstanding they making it illegal to import slaves into the country, people still did it. And so my question for you, Ryan, is the following. For people who were brought into this country illegally against the United States law in violation of the international slave laws that ban
During the break, I'll show you guys what they gave us for internet,
slaves into this
and then you'll be like, oh,
are their
we understand.
or no?
Obviously, yes.
But they came here illegally. They came here illegally.
No, they were taken here illegally. What PISCO's conflating are people today who cross the border
So
illegally on
the guy that's
purpose.
speaking right now, his last name's Mullally, and then the liberal, the obvious liberal, because you can tell just by looking at him.
The conflation there is obvious, and the ramifications of the conflation are obvious.
Pisco? Pisco is his name?
If you don't mind. Earlier, you said, if I, and I don't, I'm
And he looks
paraphrasing,
very
I don't
beta.
write down the exact quote, but you said something along the lines of, Congress didn't want to leave the issue open. They didn't want future Congresses to muck around.
Yeah, it seems like AOL dial-up. When I show you guys what this is, you're going to laugh.
Of course, under
You're going
Article
to find
1,
it fucking humorous.
Congress has the naturalization authority to make additional rules of citizenship. But with respect to the specific birthright citizenship issue that they were trying to correct after Dred Scott led to a fucking, excuse my French, civil war in this country.
Oh, he dropped an F-bomb. Oh boy, everybody's going to lose their mind now.
Or by Congress.
And in 1868, were Indians qualifying for birthright citizens?
They were not qualified for birthright citizenship under the Constitution because of their specific constitutional status and the fact that they're considered their own little islands of sovereignty. It's a sort of a peculiarity of American law that the English common law didn't have to deal with.
Because they lack political allegiance to the United States, maybe?
Because they're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
They're not subject to
They're
the
not-
complete jurisdiction of the United States.
No.
Could you charge them with a crime if they robbed a bank? Of course. So could you charge them with a crime if they assaulted someone? Of course. But you could not draft them. They were not subject to the complete allegiance of the United States. he's conceding the point.
It's not a concession. Elk versus Watkins fits with Wong Kim Ark. The case that he's citing about American Indians is because they are, in fact, treated differently, much the same as, like, for example, diplomats are in different kinds of ways. They're their own sovereign islands in the United States. It's a peculiarity of American jurisprudence, but it proves the point. It proves the point that subject to the jurisdiction in general means subject to the laws, the authority of the United States. And what he's told you is, and you're going to answer this question, that Congress, if it wanted to, could create a test for political allegiance and thereby change the meaning of the 14th Amendment. Yes?
I mean,
could they or not? Could they or not?
Could they? They already have. What Pisco told you is that Indians did not get birthright citizenship in 1868 because they were their own sovereigns. They did not have
because they're
complete
not
political
subject to the jurisdiction.
But then, in 1924, Congress passed a law that made it so that they did get birthright citizenship. And now they are completely subject to American jurisdiction. They do have complete allegiance, and now they get birthright citizenship. So not only can Congress do this, Congress already has.
Why would Congress do
Yeah, I
that
just turned the gain up
in the
on all the
1860s?
stuff.
Why would Congress make a constitutional provision, the Citizenship Clause, that could be so trivially adjusted by just passing a law that says, oh, now we consider these people to be political? Do you understand how much abuse could be done if all of a sudden Democrats get in charge of the United States government? They say anyone who supported January 6th, we're construing them as not having political allegiance to the United States, and therefore their kids don't get birthright citizenship, putting aside the fact that the 14th Amendment applies to children, not to their parents. Why would they do that? They just fought a civil war to settle an issue. They didn't want to have future generations question the war that they just fought and the question of membership into a club. So of course, the American Indian exception proves the rule. It proves the rule that being subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means being subject to the power and legal authority of the United States, which of course the children of such people are. And if you take his interpretation, there's no limiting principle there. Even lawful permanent residents, right? They don't innately they're not subject to the political allegiance in the way that he's suggesting. And so it doesn't have any limiting principle. It means whatever Congress says political allegiance means. And that can't be what the Civil War generation wanted to do to settle this important question and just limit for whatever Congress or whatever state governments want to define political allegiance to be. That isn't what they meant.
Pisco just took a very long time to say he couldn't possibly imagine how Congress could do something that I just proved that Congress did. So I don't really care whether Pisco can imagine how they can do it because the historical record proves that it actually happened. And Pisco, if we're doing hypotheticals, let me ask you. No. You just talk for like 10 minutes, brother. Let me ask you this. If America tomorrow
Ben looks like he's totally checked out.
We no longer honor diplomatic immunity.
Absolutely.
We no longer care if diplomats are immune. We're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law every single time. On your definition, would that change birthright citizenship?
It wouldn't change birthright citizenship. You're adjusting one of the exceptions of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but those are in the exceptions, right? You're not changing it for the vast swaths of
Pisco
people.
only has two exceptions, ambassadors and Indians. They've both changed.
So three exceptions. And what's preferable? A rule where you can adjust at the margins about invasion and about American Indians and diplomats, or a rule where the entire thing is up for the next generation to decide. Of course, that's absurd. And no, in the 20th century, they didn't give American Indians political allegiance by statute. They used their Article I authorities to give automatic naturalization to people born on American Indian reservations. That's what they did then. And if it were the
what
case,
political allegiance is.
At a bare minimum, you should accept, though, that if we're looking to what Congress does, the statutes that Congress passed in the 1940s, 1950s, which includes their interpretation of Wong Kim Ark, that when they passed those laws, regardless of whether you think, Ryan, in your majesty, that Wong Kim Ark was wrongly decided, the members who made the statutes in the 1940s and 50s, they understood what Wong Kim Ark did. They understood that they were incorporating the English common law as Wong Kim Ark says they did. You can't cite the Supreme Court and say that you're the one grounded
Yep.
in history by ignoring the
I
reasoning
fixed
of
it.
the Supreme Court and the later Congresses that ratified that interpretation into law. So even if it were the case that we would accept your preposterous, elastic, where political allegiance means anything you want, and you'll notice he didn't say that it would be impermissible for
Camera,
Congress
look
to
here,
define
clear.
political allegiance such that it would apply to anyone who supported Trump. There is nothing
so
about what he offered
happy that Pisco
would limit
wants-
that situation.
I'm so happy that Pisco wants to get into the history, but he picked the wrong era. He's talking about the 1930s, but the question is, what did these words
40s.
mean circa 1868?
Not under statute.
Now, here's what's interesting about that. In 1873, the Attorney General wrote, "The word jurisdiction must be understood to mean absolute or complete jurisdiction, such as the United States had over its citizens before the adoption of the amendment." Complete jurisdiction. My point. Then, in 1885, there were several examples where secretaries of state and the Department of Justice denied birthright citizenship in situations where, for example, a German couple was here temporarily, they had a kid, they took the kid back to Germany, and then they wrote a letter that said, "Is our child a citizen?" And our government in 1885 said, "No, this is after the 14th Amendment was ratified." Clearly, they didn't believe in universal birthright citizenship then. There's another story. Miss Devereaux, I forgot her first name, I'm sorry. She's an Irish woman. She was trying to enter New York, and she was held up. They were processing the paperwork.
It is a pretty
Her
dope
boat
suit.
was held in the harbor, and she went into labor. Because the people there were not monsters, they took her to a hospital in New York where she gave birth. Her child had birthright citizenship, according to Pisco.
It's going to
But
be
did
hard
the
for me to
government
keep
think
sitting here
so?
like this the whole
No.
show.
The government
It's so
said that
funny,
she
Ryan.
had to go back to Ireland. Her kid was not a citizen because she was only here temporarily, and she had to take the kid with her. So clearly, in 1800s, where Pisco does not want to talk about because he's doing 1930s, this was not the understanding of these words. And as while Pisco wanted to throw my originalism in my face, what I'm actually interested in is the original meaning of these words, which is why I'm talking about evidence from that
Very
time period.
sneaky tactics here from Ryan. So he pretends that I'm unmoored from the 1860s. No, we can talk about the 1860s all you want. When I was referencing an alternative argument, which is the 20th century enactment of laws incorporating then understanding of the Supreme Court precedent of Wong Kim Ark, obviously with respect to the statute, what I'm talking about is originalism on that score, not the Constitution. So sneaky to say that I'm ignoring originalism for purpose of a statute that he knows is with reference to the 1940s and 1950s. But no, take the rule in the 1860s. What was understood by the time of those people was that they were incorporating the then existing laws of birth by territory. That's what they were doing. And this isn't just some thing coming out of Zeus's head. That was the prevailing English common law rule that you can see out of state courts in New York and various different states of the Union that recognized at the time the prevailing rule. The prevailing rule was that, yes, even temporary visitors are subject to allegiance in the sense of protection, in the sense of they are bound by the laws of the government of the United States. And his interpretation would lead to absurdities. And here's a hypothetical, Ryan. If Congress wanted to, could it define political allegiance under the 14th
Wait,
Amendment
whose?
such that no alien is politically aligned to the United
Wait.
States? Yes or no?
Whose eyebrows?
No alien?
Yes, no alien.
Yeah,
Rather,
they could do that.
so this is what Ryan is trying to tell you. That
You talking about Ben
Congress,
Swan?
a stroke of a pen, after they passed an amendment, after they fought a bloody civil war, could just get rid of birthright citizenship for anyone who's not a U.S. citizen. But that
Going
can't have been,
forward,
just let me
not
finish.
going backwards, going
but that
forwards.
can't have been what the founding generation of the 14th Amendment wanted to do. They already had laws that allowed for this kind of citizenship through the blood and the parentage of the people. So they couldn't have wanted it for it to be possible for Congress to just edit out the 14th Amendment. I know that that's what a lot of you people want to do, is just get rid of the 14th Amendment and pretend it doesn't exist. But if they had wanted the 14th Amendment to be as elastic as Ryan is suggesting, they just would have overturned Dred Scott and left the rest of Congress to future years. That's not what they were trying to do.
See, PISCO keeps saying this is what they were not trying to do, but again and again, I've given you historical evidence of why that is exactly what happened. So I don't know why PISCO's hypotheticals would possibly outweigh the examples I've given you of what they actually did in 1863, in 1885, in 1973, over and over again. And by the way, this wasn't something that was like frozen in time. If you flash forward into the 1930s that PISCO is so fond of, you might remember that we had a guest work program where millions of Mexicans came to the country to do guest work.
I can't tell behind his glasses.
It is estimated that 400,000 children were born. After that program,
Well, I mean,
ended, the Great Depression, there was a mass
he's a lefty dude.
repatriation, which was largely voluntary, but
Lefty
did include
male.
many deportations.
Not really a
and
dude.
Not a single claim.
So he probably
for
gets them
birthright
fucking,
citizenship of those children in
I don't know,
Europe
what's that thing with the
because
string?
It wasn't thought that they had
It's in the part of my soap. He'll definitely get his unibrow back because
If we're going by government practice, you have to agree that the overwhelming government practice throughout the entirety of since the 14th Amendment has been to grant birthright citizenship precisely in the way I suggest. That is the overwhelming practice, correct?
what is it with like male leftists looking all the same?
Is the answer yes?
Big fat cheeks, no fucking discernible like jawline whatsoever.
Everything going forward.
Like,
I'm citing it because I'm asking what is the original meaning of this provision. So I'm trying to give you examples of what the government believed at this time.
I'm so salty about the soap.
What the government
God
was
damn it.
doing in 1970 or 1983 has very little
So in the
to do with that
1860s
question, whereas what they were doing in 1873 is highly probative.
Yes, agreed.
Let's put together two parts of what Ryan said.
Gay.
Ryan said that it's possible for Congress to withdraw citizenship, birthright citizenship through political allegiance of any alien. He said this.
Going forward.
Oh, look at how effeminate he
You're
is. Tell
saying
me
that
he does not suck dick.
It would have been possible for earlier Congresses to get rid of.
There's
citizenship
nothing you could say to
birthright
convince me
citizenship of any
otherwise.
alien. You did say that.
No, I said going
He goes down
forward.
on
You said
dudes,
that.
not
I
Is
said
there
chicks.
something
yes,
special about the
going
year
forward.
2026 that going forward only means from 26 onward? Where's that coming from?
The reason this matters, and this is very in the weeds legally, so I hope.
All right, so just put it past
But
us.
no. The reason you said it, so I'm going to explain it. There, in law, there's something called reliance interests. It's one thing for Congress to change the law and say, in the future, we're going to limit birthright citizenship because those kids aren't born yet. They don't rely on it. This is in the future. Going back in time and taking away from citizens
but that's
who
what
have
I'm-
lived here
that's-
for a long
that's-
time is
that's-
clearly different.
No,
legally.
that's not what I'm
And this
talking
is- let me
about.
finish
Yeah,
the point.
we
This
call
is
that a
why
limp fish radio.
Trump's executive order only applies going forward. He is not
that's
seeking
slimy. That's not
to
what I'm
take
talking
away
about.
birthright citizenship
That's
from anybody
slimy.
who
He knows all
already
about
has it.
slimy.
And
Oh,
the
God, does he
Supreme
know all
Court
about
will not
slimy.
decide that question because President Trump has not asked them to.
So I'm not.
Yeah,
saying-
he is
I'm not
definitely a
suggesting-
Destiny's
I'm not
guy, without a
suggesting that the
doubt.
Executive order. At no point did I suggest that the executive order is backward facing or imply it. What I'm saying is, it's your belief that Congress could have. In
He
the
definitely,
1860s
definitely,
defined
definitely,
political
without a
allegiance
doubt.
as to exclude any alien, and you did say that.
I said yes.
Yeah,
going
absolutely.
forward.
And you're talking about 1868. That's great. That's the frame of reference I want to use. I'm applying originalism. It was totally understood
he's-
by the framing generation that
I don't know.
Chinese
I
people,
think
people of Chinese descent.
I think if we had
who were
to
here
go with
could not
who's
have birthright
more
citizenship taken away from them. That is clear in
who's
debates
the
and
who's the
meetings and
top,
debates.
the
How do
man
you
in
square
that
The two things
relationship
that
between
you said
him
that
and
Congress, if they
Destiny?
wanted to, could
I definitely
deprive
think he's
birthright citizenship of any alien, including
pushing
people of Chinese
Destiny's
descent.
stool in
And the fact
when
that
they go to a
in
bar.
the debates about the 14th Amendment, if that's what we're going
If
through,
you know what I mean.
that they said they couldn't. It's a contradiction because it's not true. He's inventing political allegiance. Jurisdiction doesn't mean political allegiance. It means the power of the state. I have jurisdiction to hear a case. I have jurisdiction, IRS has jurisdiction over your taxes. It means power. It means authority, not this loosey-goosey test where we can invent Republicans not having political allegiance. allegiance. That's what his
He knows
best
all about
allegiance.
loosey goosey.
Concerned about the hypothetical when, as I explained earlier, this has literally already happened. At one point, Native Americans were subject to the jurisdiction in the way Pisco's talking about. You could sue them, you could throw them in jail.
Loosey goosey is just code for prolapsed anus.
Birthright citizens because they did not have sufficient political allegiance. And then in
I mean, what'd you guys
1924,
expect?
Congress, in its wisdom, changed that, and now they do have political
I'm
allegiance
offering
because
narrative on
Congress
this.
made a change. And as I pointed out earlier,
I may not
if
look
you
like me,
change
but I
the
definitely
rules
gonna
about
stay who the fuck I
that would
am.
change their birthright citizenship status as well. It's clear Congress can change these things. Pisco just doesn't like that they can, but I'm not sure why that's
Here's the
relevant
kicker.
because they've already done it.
Here's the kicker. Do all U.S. citizens have political allegiance to the United States?
Yes.
Why? By virtue of what?
Pisco, you and I think many people in the audience will remember this experience.
Answer the question.
You turned 18, and if you're a gentleman, you received a selective service card. You had to register for the draft. And if you didn't, you could be thrown in jail.
But Ryan,
why did you have that obligation? Because you owe complete
wait.
political allegiance
Wait a second.
to the United
So
States.
this
could not be more obvious.
absurd. It's absurd. So listen to what he just said, right? He says, complete jurisdiction by which means political allegiance for all U.S. citizenship is given by virtue of your signing up for the draft card. But
It's
here,
evidence of it.
putting aside that there's no evidence whatsoever, no writings in the text that support this kind of intuition that political allegiance turns on your draftability, whatever. It's all nonsense. It's all ahistorical. It excludes.
Whoa.
Wait, no,
I gave you the evidence earlier.
Excuse me.
Do you not
Excuse me,
remember?
wait. So it excludes women who don't have to sign up for the draft, and by virtue of this could be denied political allegiance by your own test, and the fact that your reading completely warps the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment applies to babies. Subject to
larger
the
iced
jurisdiction.
coffee.
Political allegiance applies to babies. So
Yep.
of course it's ridiculous on your own view
Black
to think
with a
that
turbo
political
shot.
allegiance by dint of U.S. citizenship is granted through the draft cards if you're saying that babies are the ones who have political
Thank
allegiance.
you.
And of course, they haven't signed any
political-
draft selected service cards.
The political allegiance of babies obviously follows their parents. I have two beautiful girls. When they were born, their political
Politician.
allegiance was my political allegiance because they were babies. To think that this is a complicated legal question is to get lost in the weeds of like the deep type of.
So then why did you
autistic
say
legal
this thing about
thinking
draft?
that overcomplicates
Wait.
things
So
that are
then-
not?
So why did you say this thing?
complicated?
So why did you say that? I asked you the question, and why did you say this about the draft card? If all you meant to say was political allegiance tracks the parents, you didn't say that.
Because it's
you said
obvious
you
evidence.
Yeah, Ben
you
Swan is
said-
a pretty
you said
base dude.
Draft. And
He's-
now this is a walk back
I-
because
no,
he
no.
realizes that the mess he made for himself, that when he said draft card, he's excluding half the population.
This is why.
and he's excluding
this is why I
babies.
said draft card, Pisco. If you want to ask.
Well,
a question.
Mary, it goes to 11
Earlier,
o'clock
and
tonight.
You seem to have just forgot that I said this.
so
when I was explaining the
there's going to
concept
be
of
a.
complete
I
allegiance
think this
to
might be the
major
last
jurisdiction,
round.
I mentioned that in 1863 there were foreigners in the country, and the country had to decide could they be drafted. That was the
You know,
example that was on the mind.
I have
of the
to tell you
Congress
guys.
people 3 years later. And what did they decide? They decided that only foreigners who had signed a declaration of
Yeah,
intent
yeah. So we're
and
going to be
said
here a
that they
very
owed
long
complete political
fucking time.
allegiance to this country could be drafted. So the idea that 3 years later, the same
I have
Congress people
really
would
honestly
find this
never heard a
idea
liberal
puzzling is laughable.
that I could,
Obviously, they knew what complete political allegiance was.
debate
They
It didn't mean
just
draft
passed
cards.
the
without
law
wanting to
3
bang my
years
head
ago.
So it
against the
didn't
ground.
mean you signing up for the
or the
draft,
table or my
and that's
desk.
the answer that you provided, that you're walking back. You're walking back because you know it's garbage. If signing up for the draft was all it took for political allegiance, where
It's
are the
an
writings in the
example of
14th
allegiance.
Amendment?
Most
in the
leftists
1860s
I've
that
ever
state this?
listened
They're
to,
saying
like this
Chinese
dude,
people, even
they're
temporary
insufferable.
people who are here are citizens.
So,
they didn't say that
yeah.
Congress can take that away.
That
Of course, it's absurd.
is time.
This isn't me. This isn't me.
Good job. Really well done. All right. Closing. Pisco, you're first.
It's 2028. President Gavin Newsom has just been elected. Gavin Newsom comes in with a commanding majority in the Congress. They have filibuster proof or senators willing to get rid of the filibuster. The first acts they do in Congress is they say, we're going to incorporate Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. They're going to call everyone who was there on January 6th an insurrectionist. They're going to say anyone who supports people who are there on January 6th have no political allegiance to the United States.
Oh, listen to this faggot. Oh, my God. Are you fucking kidding me?
Executive order and
this is why I always say, everybody, that we have taken the high road for too long, because they can just sit here and say stuff like this and just get away with it.
On Ryan's view, this would be not just constitutional, but normal. They could do this, that Congress could just adjust your God-given right to citizenship as given to you, I guess, by the 14th Amendment. But surely that wasn't what the framers of the 14th Amendment wanted. They couldn't have done that with the expectation that even citizens could be deprived of their political allegiance by a mere act of Congress. They wanted to settle the issue, and all the history supports that. If you actually look in the debates in the 1860s, the ratifying amendments, some of the statements are conflicting with each other. Even Ryan's going to have to grant that. But they say, yes, even temporary people who are here for short periods of time are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Of course, babies, remember, the operative subject of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause are not their parents. It's babies, right? There's no textual argument against that. All persons born, right? Parents, at the moment their child are born, aren't born too, right? It's their kids.
Yeah, and that they plan on doing again. That's the thing. They plan on doing this again.
Authorities of the government. All the Supreme Court case law supports it too. Elk versus Watkins, the case that he cites, yes, it carves out a special area for the American Indians. That makes complete sense. American Indians were in some sense considered foreign nations. They had this quasi-sovereign role in the United States, a peculiarity of American history and constitutional jurisprudence. But the English common law was predominant in Elk versus Watkins and Wong Kim Ark. Ryan's playing this trick on you. He's pretending that he wants to keep the result of Wong Kim Ark just because he can make some face-saving maneuver that trumps executive orders in compliance with it. But the important thing of a Supreme Court ruling is not just the people who are affected and what their factual circumstances are, but the reasoning of the Supreme Court. And that rested foundationally on the English rule that the Americans imported. Yes, the rules of subjecthood, the rules of the king. They imported, you can say
Oh, Mary.
they didn't want to do that. You have no evidence to back that
They're
up.
not going to
That's
arrest
what they were
anybody.
doing. They were trying
They're
to
going to
correct a
get rid of
mistake.
77 million of us, or 80 million of us.
They didn't
And
want
then
the
why do you
Civil
think
War
there's
to
so many
happen
FEMA camps?
ultimately.
If they got their wish in their will, that's exactly what they would do with us.
Has to do with who's a member of our community, who's a member of the club. What does it mean to be a nation? And they wanted an administratable rule that couldn't be destroyed with the flick of a pen. Ryan's view, Ryan's interpretation, gives you no protections. It gives you the protection of political whim. That's it. And thankfully, that is not what the framers of the 14th Amendment intended. That political allegiance and pure viewpoint
Yes,
discrimination
there's a.
dictate whether you're a citizen.
Yeah,
or
these guys are done now, and then we're going to get commentary from Gavin and some leftist chick.
5 minutes. You're closing, right?
In law, we have
They're
a
doing their
saying,
closings right now.
If you're right on the law, argue the law. If you're right on the facts, argue the facts. If you're right on neither, pound the table. Pisco's pounding the table right now. You notice how often he accuses me of something as if I have something to do with what the Supreme Court's going to do. But it's not up to me. It's up to the law and it's up to the justices. So none of that matters at all. You'll also notice that Pisco makes a lot of statements about what the history is, but he can't quote it and can't recite it for you. I can. Pisco
Absolutely,
makes
Mary.
a lot of arguments about the fact that Congress couldn't do something, even though I pointed out to him multiple times that they already did. His arguments just don't make sense. But it's more fundamental than that. Let me just explain to you how clear this history is. On April 9th, 1866, the Congress of the United States, the 39th Congress, passed the Civil Rights Act, and it said the following: all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding Indians not taxed, are hereby declared citizens of the United States. If you were subject to a foreign power, if you were a foreign citizen, you did not get birthright citizenship. Then, on June 13, 1866, 2 months later, The same Congress passed the 14th Amendment and sent it to the states for ratification, but they drafted it 2 months after they drafted that language. PISCO would have you believe they completely changed their mind, and now you get universal birthright citizenship in 2 months without saying anything about it. It's completely implausible. It's also contradictory to what they actually said. During the debates on the 14th Amendment, Senator Howard, the man who introduced the amendment, said, "The amendment which I have offered is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already." And he would know what the law of the land already was because he passed it 2 months ago. It's probably still on his mind since he just did it. Not only that, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which has the language that just proves I'm right about this, didn't go away after the 14th Amendment. If it was contradictory to it, as PISCO claims, it would be abolished by the 14th Amendment, or at least altered. But in fact, in 1870, Congress reenacted it in the Enforcement Acts, and it was good law for 70 years until it was changed. Clearly, Congress was doing what is obvious. They were constitutionalizing the rule they articulated in 1866 that you have to have complete jurisdiction, meaning political allegiance. This is totally clear on the evidence. It's totally clear on the scholarship of the era. In fact, Thomas Cooley, the leading constitutional scholar of his era in 1880, wrote that the 14th Amendment required full and complete jurisdiction to which citizens generally are subject, and not any qualified and partial jurisdiction such as may consist with allegiance to some other government. If you had allegiance to another government, you did not have complete allegiance to this country, and as a result, you did not qualify for birthright citizenship.
That was a fact bomb, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fact bomb.
Citizenship argument is an invention of the recent past, and I will obviously concede, because it's just true, that our government has been doing it for a long time. But that's not the question. The question is, are we constitutionally required to do it? And we are not.
All right. Great job.
Yeah, that was a fucking...
All right, so a couple of notes here.
That was
So
a mic
for
drop.
everyone who's at home, who's watching on the stream right now, and for all folks who are here right now live in the studio, if you go to wordwardebate.com, you can vote on this debate right now. Vote and see who you say won this debate. We're also going to do, while you're doing that, we're going to take 2 questions for each of these gentlemen from the audience. So I need to know who wants to ask a question. And in order to see that, you're either going to have to put your hand up high or stand up, because there's a pretty bright light in my eyes. All right, I see one over here. Is your question for Ryan or for Pisco? Let me put it this way. Okay, so come and line up on this side, right there. There's a mic right here. Stand right here. Let me get one for who has a question for Pisco? Okay, I can see the hand on the other side of the camera, so come on to this side. Or I guess right behind him, sorry. Apologize for that. All right, let's get that question for Ryan first.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Doing good.
Facts, Mary.
So I have a little bit, I think, great arguments from you, great arguments from Pisco, but I feel like there's a little bit of an idea supplied by your argument, which is that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That basically the children are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they come into America. Which that idea, it seems kind of like an old world idea and something that we don't apply to people in America. You know, we have these dreams of like individual liberty, and the idea that a child would be punished because of the actions of their parents, such that they couldn't even be granted citizenship in the country. That seems very old-minded to me. So I guess what would you
I think
suggest that.
It's actually the opposite priority. Like if you think about
Yes,
the
absolutely.
law rule that
Go
was
to
it was a rule of
wordwardebate.com
subject.
and
A
vote.
leading scholar of that area is named Blackstone. He wrote 4 volumes on this. He doesn't mention the word citizenship once because you weren't citizens in England. You were subjects to a feudal lord. So when America rejected this proposition, it's far from the sins of the father. What we're saying is we have a social compact. That's why the Declaration of Independence says that we're governed by the consent of the governed, right? And to be part of a social compact, the people have to let you in. So the question is not really the sins of the father, it's more if somebody is breaking the social compact on purpose, are we required constitutionally to reward them? And I think the answer is no for all the reasons I described.
Well, can I do one?
Sure, go ahead.
One back and forth?
One
All right,
more.
cool. Final thing. I guess even this idea, this term social compact, right? I think you make a delineation between a social compact and a social contract for a reason. And this idea of a social compact that everyone is forced into, this feels like a sort of
This
collectivism.
beta
which
wants his
seems
5 minutes
antithetical
of
to the
internet
American
fame.
project to me.
No, I don't think that's collectivism. I think all just
Well, a social compact it must
all
be,
just
right?
government must be social compact because the only way that you can have power over people justly is through their consent. So when people consent to be governed, and in fact when they consent to be governed, that's actually what complete jurisdiction, complete political allegiance is. That comes with responsibilities like the draft, like the fact that you could be charged with treason. But that's not collectivism, that's justice.
All right, yeah, I'll give it there. I mean, great job for you guys. Yeah.
Nice job. Nice job. All right, sir, go ahead. Your question's for Pisco, correct?
Hey, Pisco.
How you doing, brother?
Good. I'm a Covert Patriot on X. So my question is, why are you obviously like blatantly ignoring the fact that the people that there are, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people, I don't know the exact numbers, that they have no interest in being American citizens. They don't share any of American values. They have no interest in actually living here, residing here, living by our Constitution. And they're obviously just doing this to exploit that, whatever you want to call it, whether it's a loophole or just like your idea of universal, the universal idea that if you're born here, you're a citizen. Why do you just ignore all that?
I don't ignore it. I think that the values that you bring up, that a lot of people are pointing out, that certain people who across the border don't seem to share from your perspective, things like properly integrated into our societies. The very fact that there's so much disagreement about what that means and what that entails is that any test that turns on subjective preferences regarding whether or not someone has fully assimilated or things like that, that can't have been what the framers of the Constitution wanted when they set a rule at a time when our country was more divided. The Civil War was a time when we were more at each other's throats, hundreds of thousands of people, brother against brother. So that's a policy disagreement or policy argument that doesn't resolve the fundamental question. There are a lot of constitutional provisions that people can abuse. People can abuse, I guess their due process rights. You've heard this, right? That, why do we give these people due process when we come into the, Kilmar Abrego Garcia? And people say, well, he came here illegally. Why should he get the benefit of the due process clause? People abuse, some might say, the right against self-incrimination. Why do we protect people who plead the fifth, right? These are criminals. We should force them to say what actually happened on pain of perjury. But the reason why sometimes strong constitutional provisions will unfortunately get in some bad actors is if we don't have that level of robustness, even when there are policy reasons against it, it undermines all of our protections, the good people. And the test he just gave you, that is of political allegiance, that is the whim and discretion of the people in Congress. Who trusts Congress here? Raise your hand. Not a single hand. Not a single hand. So yes, this can be abused by people. I don't doubt that. I don't deny it. But the reason we have it is so that the government, so we're not bootlicking shills, at the discretion of the government to decide these most foundational questions.
Can I get a quick follow-up?
So
So what would you do then to minimize, that? People that are just obviously exploiting it, that have no interest in living here and living as American?
I think Trump has moved the needle in terms of conversations about border security. Even as a lib dem, fucking token lib, I'm not gonna deny that. And everyone at least says now, we need to have tight border security. It's, the situation under Joe Biden was untenable, these kinds of talking points. So with respect to people like overstaying, people abusing the system, the answer your political aisle has provided. Border security, border protection. But what you're not realizing sometimes when we have these different disagreements on areas of rights, whether it's the First Amendment, or you guys know the Second Amendment, when you start to make a little loophole for the Second Amendment, oh, no assault rifles. Well, what does that mean? Can they just define assault rifle to mean anything they want? Can they just define the Second Amendment that like arm just means whatever existed then? No. Yes, sometimes these rights will overprotect. The solution is, unfortunately, other policy decisions that don't infringe on the right.
Can I ask Pisco a question?
No.
Oh.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
It's a good try, though. Good try.
I have such a good one.
So I actually have one question for each of you also, real quick. Ryan, you made a comment earlier. I just need you to clarify it. I was trying to understand it. You were talking about the difference between someone who comes here and someone who is taken here, and you were trying to make a distinction between that. I didn't understand the point. What was this point?
So Pisco had made the argument that slaves who were illegally imported would be denied birthright citizenship under this rule in a hypothetical world where historically the dates lined up, which they don't. And the distinction that I drew there is that there is a difference in terms of analyzing the allegiance someone has to the country between a situation where the first act of that person is to violate our laws. If they cross the border illegally, and that's the first thing they do on purpose, that is somewhat different than someone being taken here against their will. And I don't think it's weird for the law to treat those situations differently.
Just real quick, in that case, are you saying that the law would say if you're taken here, you get birthright citizenship?
You get political allegiance.
Yeah. I think probably it would, but that would turn a little bit on the Wong King Ark case that we didn't get into a lot.
And that you want to overturn.
The question would be whether the person has complete political allegiance to this country, which in the case of, for example, the freed slaves was obvious because it was like 5 generations deep. But in a case where somebody renounces it and they say, no, bring me home, that might be obviously the other way. I think it probably would be a case-by-case analysis rather than a line-by-line rule. But remember, Pisco's example was about slaves that were imported illegally and then were not freed for generations.
No, it's not. And this is such a great question that you asked because it means he must be wrong. That's a whole debate right there. And I'll tell you why. How can it be that a slave taken from part of Africa against his will, brought to the United States of America against his will, and he's off on the timing. Lincoln executed a slave importer in 1862. Look it up. They were importing slaves illegally for years. How can it be that an illegally imported slave against his will has political allegiance to the United States? It is absurd. All of you must reject it. That's the debate right there. An illegally imported slave brought into the country, of course, does not have political allegiance to the United States in the way you described. That would be an absurdity. That's the whole debate.
Think about the actual situation he's describing. This isn't a world where there's planes. This is a very dangerous ocean journey. Most people didn't survive it. Imagine a situation where this person is abducted, taken against their will, then they are freed by the laws of this country. They choose not to go back home because it's a long trip and they could die, and they say, yeah, I'd like to be American. That doesn't seem to me to be the same situation as somebody who is breaking our laws on purpose.
Do they have political allegiance? Do they have political allegiance?
Pisco, I gave you the answer
Okay,
earlier.
well, hold on. Let me call time. I apologize. I was just trying to ask a question.
You were interested, yeah.
That
was a great question.
When I talk, this is how it
It's
goes.
good. No, it's good.
You
guys
see
did
us
great.
have coffee. It's a fucking nightmare.
It's fantastic. Listen, we're going to go again. WordWarDebate.com. If you have not voted, vote now here or in studio. You can go ahead and put that mic down, buddy.
Oh, we're done.
He's ready to say more. He's got more. Yeah. I'll tell you what, before you guys get off the stage, let's shake hands, and then we're going to kick it up to the analysts. Great job, guys. Thank you.
Oh my God, he looks like a Mr. fucking Potato Head.
Guys, give it up for
On
our
sticks.
debaters. I want to take a quick, we got to give it up for Pisco and Ryan stepping up at the last second and giving us an amazing debate. One more time for both debaters.
My God, she would
And
be.
we also have to
she
give
would
it
be
up,
so
give it
hot
up for
if she
someone
wasn't a
who
liberal.
made this whole thing possible, and that's our good friends at Wise Wolf Gold and Silver. Listen,
Full screen
guys,
what?
if you've
We
been
are
paying
full screening
attention,
it.
you know that the de-dollarization is real. Fiat
Here?
is fake, and you don't want to be left holding the bag when the dollar collapses. Gold and silver have been
I can't
money
see
through
that.
all of recorded history and are an excellent way to protect yourself from inflation and geopolitical turmoil. That's why I trust my friends at Wise Wolf Gold and Silver for all things precious metals, okay?
Is this guy just
Veteran-owned
plugging
and
right
A+
now?
rated by the Better Business Bureau. No
Yeah, he is.
No transaction
Isn't-
too big
isn't he
or
supposed
too
to be
small.
giving
You can
commentary?
even roll your 401k
Dude, listen,
and IRA into
it sounds
physical
like he's
gold and
doing
silver.
commercials.
And if you think you can't afford
I mean-
precious metals, think again. With the Wolfpack monthly membership program, you can get gold and silver delivered directly to your
unless
house
it's- unless
for as little
if
as
he's just doing this
$50
on
a month.
purpose.
So what we need you right now is go to
Before the comments.
wordwardebate.gold at checkout and use the promo code WORD at checkout for free constitutional
Do we have a
silver. And remember, in a
warboys.gold
world
account?
of
we
bulls
need a
and bears,
warboys.gold
being
account, bro.
Apparently.
I mean, what the fuck?
Everybody, I see everybody in every show
someone-
like
For
talking
someone
about
who's
gold.
illiterate, I did a really good job, okay? So let's get into it, guys. What did you think, Gavin?
I think that these debates with left and right, there's a pattern here, and the left seems to always go into this ethereal sort of magical
muted?
world of what should be.
Or am I muted?
And yes, in a perfect world, yes. If someone's born here, they should be an American citizen. That sounds great, and I agree with that. But the actual world we're living in today is abuse. And people are flying in, having babies, and leaving. We have to fix this. We have to fix this law. So I think Ryan won because he understood that no matter how good things sound on paper, in reality, something is being abused and we need to fix it.
I think he's right.
Okay.
I mean,
What do you think, Kyle?
What, you
I
think
mean,
Gavin's
if the
right?
left's
Yeah,
problem
yeah,
is that they
absolutely.
try to appeal to the principles and philosophies that built America. I'll take that hit every single fucking day. When you look at debates like this, absolutely.
There we go.
America. Rah! Okay, when you look at debates like this, it's really important because there's a lot of nitty-gritty in this debate, right? And these are lawyers, which means both of them can talk circles around me on the law. And so when you're getting into the nitty-gritty, I think one of the things that's important to focus on as the listener is who's entertaining theatrics more. Because the person often who has to be more theatrical, who has to frame the meta of the conversation, who has to insist what their partner has or has not done,
I always
is
feel like
usually
I'm
the
being
person who is
womansplained when
probably
this
more
woman
compelling,
talks.
but also often more wrong, right? And so in the
Womansplaining.
case of Mulally, he has
It's
incredible, I gotta say,
absolutely
Ryan, I don't know where you
womansplaining.
are, impeccable stage presence.
But that's who I've been
Truly.
talking about
Like,
this whole
he's
time.
funny,
And I think she's
he's
hot as shit.
interesting, he's
It's always
verbose.
an
But she's a
The
liberal.
issue is that what he does is he will often
Well,
address
it's a
the
woman,
audience.
dude. What do you expect?
He'll tell the audience what they should think about Pisco's argument rather than letting the audience decide. And then he'll accuse Pisco of slamming the table and doing theatrics while slamming the table and doing theatrics.
Shots fired. I think it's very interesting. I think you both bring up some very good points. I think if we have this kind of idealistic
Don't play the
law that
middle of the
lets
road
everybody
now.
in, if you violate basic law here,
That's
should
what he's
there be a
supposed to
penalty
be.
for that? If you're here, let's say you give your citizenship, and then suddenly you go off and you commit some crazy crime, should there be a penalty for that?
There should be due process, right? And I think there is
you have
carve-outs where we do deport people who have violated certain laws.
Do you think illegals should have due process,
Yes.
even if they're not citizens?
Yes, I think
Okay.
everyone who is in the country should have due process because if you don't have due process, you have tyranny instead, and that is a worse world for everyone.
You know what? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That sounds great. And we should process everyone. But there's 50 million illegals in America. We don't have the infrastructure to process them all.
We have the
Sorry.
funding. The immigration bill that got shot down because Republicans wanted to win the election this year
No, that
was
was a
going to
scam.
fund more judges and more border patrol, which would have processed these people faster. But you guys don't actually want solutions. You want to win elections. If you want to actually get more judges and get people through the system faster, you have to hire the staff
I
to
don't
do
want people through the system faster.
Of
I
course
want
we do, because we
walls.
want to
I
decide-
want borders.
Well,
I want them out of here.
Well, then you
50
need
million.
to
We're
address
only,
asylum,
this
which is what
population
the
is only
immigration.
like 340 million here. 50 million illegals. That's insane.
That's not a real number. But
you got to get them that fuck out of here.
Then process them correctly, like
No,
through
don't
asylum.
process them.
Of course
No.
you have to process them.
Bye-bye. Go
But
leave.
you're an immigrant. You're an immigrant. You want to be processed
Yeah.
correctly. We're both
My-
immigrants.
Yeah, and my like the
Fuck, I
system
wish we could
punishes those
pause
who
it.
follow the rules. I went through a green card,
We
and
can.
visas. It was a nightmare.
No.
Probably cost me 20 grand
Let 'em go.
to get citizenship, and it's still not 100% complete. I'm constantly arguing with these people trying to get it done,
Yeah.
and I've been here for 25 years.
Yeah, it's almost like becoming illegal is actually really difficult not to do because the immigration process is so cumbersome and bureaucratic. that
punishes-
even
And it should
good,
be.
well-intentioned
And it
people
absolutely
like us
fucking
are
should be. It
trying
shouldn't be
to
easy to come
Australians
into this
can't come
country.
here.
I had an easy
Europeans
time with my
can't come here.
immigration.
Mexicans
If
can
you want to talk about
meander
immigration,
across the border
the
and
left
they're
has
in.
all of the answers, and it tried to do it in
The left
2022,
has
and
all
you
of
guys
the
shut it down.
concept. The left is a concept.
Now let me ask
Those are
you
just
something.
words.
Did we make a mistake allowing Somalians in?
No.
Really? The pirate people? We let the
Absolutely.
pirate people
Do you
in.
know why we brought so many? We like expedited Somalis to citizenship because we created a proxy war in Ethiopia between Somalia and Ethiopia that displaced and massacred millions of people.
Displaced. And we
as a
shouldn't
result
give a
of that,
fuck.
America was
Dude.
like, "Oops, sorry for destroying your nation. Sorry for killing all of your government officials. I guess we'll bring you here and give you citizenship." That's what
So
happened
we
in the 80s
ruined
and 90s.
Somalia, but all the other countries around Africa are doing great. Africa's an irrevocable shithole. It cannot be repaired.
Well,
Every
I agree that
single
America's
country-
a shithole in a lot of ways.
Every
but why?
single country in Africa sucks, except South Africa.
South
pre-apartheid.
Africa also kind of sucks, as most South Africans. They're
It
not
should
having a
just be
great
sunk
time.
into the sea. Let's be honest. Let's just push it down.
I would say, like, if you use a continent for proxy wars for like over 80 years, yeah, the place is going to be a shithole.
Proxy wars? Come on. You think Somalia is meant to thrive? The average IQ there is 70. That's literally retarded.
As somebody who studies and researches IQ, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not even how you utilize IQ. You don't utilize IQ across countries.
You're not utilizing IQ right now if you're pretending that Somalia has a hope in hell.
I imagine if we left them the fuck alone, they might actually erect a functional government eventually.
You guys should be hearing Gavin. Holy shit.
Yeah,
It's
stop
this-
doing proxy wars.
It's
True.
this ethereal pie in the sky world where Somalia is thriving.
Oh yeah, she wouldn't last. She wouldn't last 5 minutes in
It's a
Africa.
commentating, like they're commenting, and it's three of them: a left winger, right winger, and
Do we
supposedly
owe
a
them
center.
anything
Yeah.
to give them
And he's just
peaceful
trashing her.
passage?
Decimate. All we do is provide infrastructure, medicine, roads.
See, this sucks. They should
Colonization
have
is
3
charity.
cameras.
And I would like a thank you from all the countries we colonized over the years.
Well,
'cause
unfortunately, we
they
cut
improved
off
$1,000,000%.
USAID, so
And then we
there's no
leave and they go,
thank
look at Jamaica.
that went on.
Jamaica
That went
looked
on.
like fucking Manhattan when we were there. And then they got independence. And now what is it? Rebar, a boat on the side, pile of garbage next to a fucking pile of shit.
Dude, we've done it with slaves. I don't even know what we're talking about. When did we own it? When did we get control of it? And when was
Britain ran
Jamaica's great
Jamaica
time?
until 1969, and it was thriving. And now it's a hellhole.
No.
Look
To-
at
to
Haiti.
look at Jamaica and think that it was thriving before 1969 is, I'm sorry, there's like, wasn't even proper due process for a lot of like
Oh
the
my
black
God!
citizens that lived
Look at the postcards of Kingston.
Proper
in
due
1960.
process?
If you were a
What-
white
You will
person in Jamaica,
masturbate.
it might have been okay, but
I,
also a little
I
spooky to go out on the
masturbate
street.
to postcards of Jamaica in 1965.
Okay.
The architecture
I will
alone.
not kink shame here. I will not kink shame.
I will.
So,
Stunning paradise.
so let's. I know, Gavin. You said you thought Ryan won. Are you going with Pisco?
Yeah, I think at the like actual
course.
technical level, that Peace Corps.
Of course.
Okay. Well, it's time to get into the voting, and the viewers voted, and they picked Ryan C. Mohawi as the winner. There are no losers. There's only winners in this.
All of the left are fucking losers. All of the left.
So what we're going to do, we're going to give everybody a little break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we have our second debate, Israel and allies. We'll get into that. Thank you
How long
for
did
being
he say?
here. We'll see you
I
guys
don't
in
know.
about 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes to comment here.
So yeah, now you guys got us.
Kill that off the screen. The
Kill what?
Oh, okay. You killed the other one. Okay. So look, this went exactly how I thought it was going to go.
Oh, easily.
You know, we keep having immigration issues, and the left keeps. And she says it. She says it. They're like, oh, was it a good idea to bring in the Somalis over here? And she says yes. So it doesn't matter what left wing position, you know, they're always going to take it. Pisco takes it.
what's this chick's name?
Yeah,
whatever.
Whore.
She's going to take his position. Now, when it comes to the right, we argue about everything because like we're not perfect. We're not a monolith. Birthright citizenship, there's certain aspects of it that should be changed, right? And a lot of people don't know this. They either speak left-wing talking points or right-wing talking points, but you got a lot of Chinese, and I think he mentioned this. And this is specifically with the Chinese. They'll come over here, they'll get a visa, they'll have the kid here, right? And then they'll go, after the kid's born, they'll go back to China and then send them to American schools because, that's how you do it. And then you have just like your typical immigration situation where you have anchor babies, things that anchor you in. And that's a very confusing process, not only for the child, but for immigration. So I
listen. Back in 2006, I had a guy that rode with us, and he was a customs enforcement agent out of Logan, and he was talking about Brazilians at that point. That these people would literally wait to the day that they were due. These women they would fly on the plane, and the turbulence from the plane and everything else, the pressure and everything would actually set them off, and they would come off the plane and give birth in Logan. I mean, that's
it makes no sense.
And now that kid, because it's here and it was born in Logan Airport, is a citizen. So, listen, this chick obviously.
Is there anybody in our comment section that sides with Pisco here? I mean,
no,
it seems like
there hasn't been anybody.
It seems like fucking Team Destiny has been fucking decimated in the past 2 days.
Absolutely.
And Pisco is another person that just shows it. And he didn't argue with substance. He argued with emotion, and everything was about the people and this and that. Listen, it's about the American people.
Bro, I got to tell you, when I said that I was going to rerun the interview last night, last night's interview, I have never seen the comments light up in any one of our streams ever. It was just 3 pages of no, don't, please don't, no, please don't, no, please don't, no, please don't, no, please don't. They didn't want to watch it, dude.
They didn't want to watch it.
They didn't want to watch it.
There was a whole bunch of people like, oh, why would you even do that? Look, because I love doing it. I love the battle. I love the war. I love sitting there. I love arguing. I love arguing with idiots. Like, I'm not there to change his mind. I'm there to insult him.
Yeah, because there's no change in that dude's mind.
Yeah, like there is no. I do it more for people that sit there and there's very few of these, but that have not made their minds up yet. And this debate shows you right now that you're never going to change somebody's mind. Like Pisco's not going to change his mind, even though he fucking got decimated. He's never going to change his mind.
Yeah, he did.
There's two Americas, and they don't
align.
They don't. Not only do they not align, they're not compatible with each other.
And the left is not. Nobody on the left is compatible with American exceptionalism and Western civilization. They want to be done with that. They want some like stylized fucking utopia that they have made up in their mind, where everybody's just one sex and it's one world and one language, and and everybody just loves each other. They want the entire country and the entire world to look like Demolition Man, if you guys remember that movie.
Yeah,
I would rather fucking die than live in a fucking place like that.
Bobby, did you get to hear the debate? Like, you what? All right, come here and say it. Because we only got we got that other mic it's giving too much feedback.
My take on this is that I didn't really think that it was very impressive. It was very long things and kind of boring over people's heads. I even think Ben Swan in there.
It was almost like a presidential debate, right? Like it was way too long.
It was way too long, right?
Yeah, it was an hour. It was 2 25-minute segments.
Yeah,
with a 5-minute break in between.
There's the consensus in there. If you're talking to everybody in there, it's pretty much everybody thinks the same thing. People are kind of like, it should be a little bit. It was just over people's heads, the way that it was structured. This next one, though, I do want to see the Kessenbaum one. I am interested to see this one. You know, this will be a lot better in my opinion. But they should have, like Gavin was in there joking. He's like, I want to debate about fashion. You know, like you shouldn't wear a man should never wear open toe shoes. Something like that.
Absolutely.
Something simple.
Men should never wear fucking flip flops or sandals
You know-
ever.
You know, being from Florida, I hardly ever wore sandals ever. I always wear shoes. I wear shoes right to the beach. Take off my shoes when I get to the beach.
And nobody that's living on this planet right now should be wearing Crocs. If you're a Crocs wearer and you find offense to that, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. It's no.
Do we have anybody else in there? Like no, Patty's not in there. Kim's not in there, huh?
No.
It's just us.
No.
Well, if you want to talk to somebody who's really wild, this one guy, the Colombian, New Jersey, not you. What's the guy's name? For the Colombian guy? I think he's Colombian, right? The guy with the glasses.
Per usual. Bobby has no idea what he's talking about.
He's mental. He was like, I want to come on there. Please let me come on there. I'll talk about this. I'll talk about that. I don't know if you want to have him on there, though. It would be crazy. He might be saying some stuff that, I don't know, you get in trouble for or something.
I don't know. He's all yours, dude.
Oh, no. I want to go see this.
No. You want to bring somebody like that on? You take care of it. I'm gonna go take a break and get out of this fucking chair.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm taking him on there. But as they're about to start this.
Well, let's see.
Can we take a break on this?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta screen share that. Hold on. All right, guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Stay with us. We'll be back. And thank you guys for watching. No, the chat isn't freezing up. Well, I mean, it shouldn't. Nobody's actually saying anything, and we'll be back in a minute.
What up?
Oh,
What up?
look
Hey,
what
hey,
the
hey.
cat fucking drug in. Holy shit, everybody, Gavin McGinnis.
We got so wasted last night. We went to a strip club, and I forget who I was talking to. It might have been you. I forget who I was talking to, but we were like, I swear to God, I'm not lying. I'm getting 7 diamonds on my bag.
You're getting 7 diamonds on your back?
Yeah, on my scrotum, on my bag.
On your bag.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're gonna
oh.
get diamonds. And the idea is like your wife goes down on you and she's like, "What the fuck?" And you're like, "What?" And she's like, "Do you have 7 diamonds on your bag?" And you're like, "Yeah." So
Is there some specificity for 7? Is 7 just a number?
I mean,
Just-
there's only so much real estate down there, so I think 7 would pretty much cover the whole area, right?
Okay, yeah.
And
I would.
And I don't know. I'm not an expert on scrotal piercing, but I imagine it's like a little loop. Not real diamonds, by the way, just like garbage. But wouldn't that be
a
funny?
cubic zirconian on your cock. Yeah.
ethical bag diamonds.
Ethical bag.
Ethical. That's the name of this episode.
Ethical bag.
Ethical
diamonds.
bag diamonds.
I'm gonna have to go change the title.
That'd be fucking hilarious. Like you're just like you're like at the gym, like, "What's up?" And your buddy's like, "What the fuck? Do you have diamonds on your bag?" You're like, "Yeah, what? Why?" I got a bunch of bags I'm into that diamonds on my bag.
We're talking about Gavin getting 7 scrotum piercings with fake.
Last night at 4 a.m., that seemed like a totally reasonable idea.
Well, I'm sure at 4 o'clock, dude, at midnight, it was probably a reasonable idea.
I'm
for
not
you.
that enthusiastic about it today.
No. Just the thought of getting anything anywhere near my dick pierced is not.
You know what was crazy though? We went to a strip club last night, Stilettos, I think it was called.
I should have stayed awake. God damn
Some
it.
of the nicest cunts I've ever seen. I thought my wife had like a rare cunt because she doesn't really have labia.
So she's got a Ziploc bag?
She's just got a razor slit.
Yeah, it's a Ziploc bag.
That's why I married her.
It's much better than the busted ravioli.
Totally. There was no busted ravioli.
No
last
busted
night.
ravioli.
Every
last night.
single stripper had a razor slit. Like, I was almost like a gynecologist. I was like, that is a very, very attractive cunt, and like 6 strippers, and they all had perfect cunts. There was no salami. There was no roast beef. All amazing cunts all night long.
Could you imagine being the hiring manager at that place and some chick?
Maybe that's his thing.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah.
It's like roast beef free zone here
Yeah,
at Stilettos.
Does your shit hang anything more than 1/4 of an inch? No, you don't got the job.
Fatties, black, white, tall, short, all perfect cunts.
Oh, they had fatties there?
Oh, fat ass.
Oh, fat asses, but no
My cup
no
of tea.
fupas. No fupas.
Maybe a tiny bit of a fupa. I want a fupa. I like fatties.
Really?
Oh yeah. I want cushion. I'm attracted to you. I want to fuck you. We set that up?
No, probably not. Probably not.
Okay, I gotta pitch it at least. Gotta put
You can pitch it all you want.
I gotta
ain't
put
catching.
my hat in the ring.
I ain't catching.
I gotta fucking
What's up, Patty?
submit a proposal.
Everybody, welcome. Patty, don't surf. Oh no, we just covered his fucking face. So Patty's the studio's resident Jessica Tarlov.
Okay. Hold on, let me try to
fuck
carry.
yourself. Jessica Tarlov.
Trying so hard.
You would be lucky to get with Jessica Tarlov. You would.
She is ugly as fuck.
Who's
dude.
Yeah, well, you know what?
She's the lib on Fox.
You would
Oh,
never
yeah,
ever.
yeah. I know
ever.
her.
The insufferable cunt.
I've met her a few times. Yeah,
She's
yeah.
an insufferable cunt.
Yeah, she's not sexual.
No. Thank you. See?
She's kind of like when you look at her, you see how gays see women.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
oh, that's
Yeah.
what it's like. That's what it's like to have zero boner.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Christ Almighty. All right.
Yeah, she's definitely not hot.
Yeah. She's
So,
amazing.
hey, Gavin, I wanted to ask you a question. You mind if I ask you a question?
Why wouldn't you just dive into the question?
Yeah, don't
here's
be
the
gay.
question, right? So
We
you
talk about your
started. You
question
started
for another hour.
Oh, here we
You
go. Oh, wait. Hang on, Patty.
Mhm.
Let me preface this for Gavin. We've gotten into this argument about the start and the founding of the Proud Boys and where your mindset was at when
This
you...
is the longest intro to a question, maybe in the history of
All right, just
questions.
go. Go ask the fucking question.
All right, you started it based on skinhead, right?
No.
Thank you. Fuck you. Go
that's
fuck
bullshit.
yourself. Go fuck yourself. I told you, you fucking idiot. I fucking
that's
told you.
That's bullshit. Tell me why you're lying.
Oh,
Gavin.
that's bullshit. So I'm lying.
Tell me why.
The guy who started the Proud Boys is sitting right next to me.
What's my incentive to lie? Why would I lie?
Just
Why do
tell
I
me
wanna
why.
lie?
Tell me why. So why am I wrong?
But tell me why I'm lying.
I'll tell you why.
Patty
you're lying,
just
right?
got his ass handed to him.
I don't like.
No.
Like I
If
regret.
you want
the
me to
skinhead
tell you,
thing.
if you want me to tell you why you're lying, I will. Okay. Here's the thing. So what you did was, because you grew up in counterculture and all this stuff, you
Shut
understood.
up. I think I've
what
argued with
skinhead-
you online before. This is ringing a bell. It was
No.
based on mods, dude. Mods.
No, it's not based on
Mods are
mods because
yeah.
there
We've
is
had.
no.
I've had this argument with you before in the past.
Yeah, there is no such thing
You have
as
your
a mod.
stupid hypothesis. There's no such thing as a mod. What the fuck are you talking
There's no
about?
such thing as a mod who would show up to another guy's house when they're going out and be like, "Oh, we can wear the same fucking shirt." No, that would never happen, man. Because mods always want to be the ace face. You want to be the coolest guy. So there is no such mod gang that would all wear the same shirt. But you guys,
You're an
you
imbecile.
decided to base this on skinhead, man. You definitely did. You know you did.
You're an imbecile. You're just
Oh,
stupid.
really? Really?
Yeah,
So
you're dumb.
what about what I just said is wrong?
Yes, you could argue that mods wouldn't say, "Hey, we're all going to dress alike."
Yeah,
no one
because they
says
would
we're all gonna
never
dress
do
alike.
that.
But it's a club, so people dress alike. You tard.
Okay, no. You just made my point for me, you fucking
No, I
retard.
didn't. When
Like,
someone
yes,
has
you
a
did.
club, they all dress the same. Like, you ever see the water buffaloes on fucking Flintstones? They dress the same. So the initial outfit was based on the mods fighting the rockers.
No,
and
it
then we
was
go,
not. It was
"Let's
based on
take that
skinhead,
out."
and you know it. You know it.
No. Are you crazy?
You don't think for one second that he would just say yes?
Why are
He
we
doesn't give
arguing
a
about
fuck.
my thoughts? Like, you're basically telling me I think about dicks all day. And I'm like, no, I don't. I like tits.
Well, I'm not sure that you don't.
All right, great. Okay. So that's the same level of argument. If it's a club, they all dress the same. That's the water buffaloes on the Flintstones. That's fucking
All the comments are saying this is way more
every
interesting.
Shriner. What do the Shriners wear? They wear the fucking fez, right? So you're like, mods would never all dress the same. Yeah, but that's arguably true. Of course, no
I
one
am
dresses
clipping
the
this
same,
whole thing.
But a club
You are
looks
so
the same. You have a
unbelievably
uniform.
full of shit.
You
It's
wear the fez.
ridiculous.
I don't know.
You're so
where-
full of shit.
I don't
it's
know
silly.
why you have
Like,
these skinheads up your ass. Like, why do you care? In the 80s, I was fighting skinheads every day. They fucking beat the living shit out of me and stole my boots. I don't like skinheads. They're not. even like the anti-racist skinheads, they were kind of douchebags.
The straight edge ones?
I
Oh,
like,
yeah, they're
I liked
faggots.
mods. I liked punks. That was my scene. And Fred Perry's, I don't know, it's a good looking shirt.
Yeah, it is. a
Ladies
good
and gentlemen,
looking shirt, but-
You
ladies and
based it
gentlemen,
on
you heard
skinheads?
it here from Gavin himself. You guys, all the people that are in the comments right now that remember the day that Patty and I went fucking at it, and I said I was going to fucking ask Gavin. You guys heard it for yourself. Gavin just dick slapped Patty into the fucking
Yeah,
dirt.
Skinheads are.
No, he just lied out of his ass.
lied.
Lied.
I'm lying. Like, why
He's
am
a
I?
straight
Why
up
am I
bullshit
lying?
artist.
Why? What's my motive to lie?
Yeah,
Because
what's his
it's-
motive?
Like, why am I holding this skinhead secret in my fucking sleeve?
He can't be a skinhead. His brother's Prince.
Oh,
Like,
please.
if-
Get out of here with that.
If you're gonna accuse someone of something, there has to be a motive. So I need
The
to
motive
be hiding.
was to recruit people, and you. This was
No,
really
no,
actually
that's not what I'm
smart.
talking about. Why am I hiding this skinhead secret?
I've never been a skinhead, dude. I've been a long-haired fucking metalhead my whole entire
know,
fucking
and
life.
he was able-
I
he
wouldn't
was
be.
able
I wouldn't
to
listen. I
recruit
wouldn't be
a whole-
attracted to skin shit, dude. Never.
You're just retarded.
But he was able to recruit a whole shitload of people who otherwise would not.
Based
have
on
been
what? The
into
skinhead culture?
Yeah.
That's you're a retard.
Really?
That's the
Okay.
dumbest theory I've ever heard. First of all, the whole skinhead thing, it's not appealing.
No, it's
Like,
not. There's nothing appealing to it.
You go to guys in like Chicago and St. Louis, and you're like, I'm starting a thing, and it's a skinhead thing. You
Yeah.
got to shave your head. Guys would go like, no, thanks. My thing is the Proud Boys is it's just Western chauvinism.
an
You can be
idiot.
any race, whatever you want. There's no skinhead shit to it, and that's why it had an appeal because it's a men's club. It's a normal, just like the Shriners. It's a men's club,
And the know
that's
nothings.
why it got appeal.
And the know nothings.
Skinheads are very esoteric. That's like a weird thing. Not a lot of people want to be skinheads.
No.
The fact of the matter is, if this wasn't true, it wouldn't piss you off
The
that
f-
much.
He's not pissed.
Dude, you
The
might as
fact
well
of the
be
matter
calling me
is, you're
gay
wrong, dude.
or Amish or like say that I like secretly do heroin. Like it's just it's I'm not mad. If you check my pulse right now, it's pretty normal. I'm just annoyed that you're retarded.
Right.
I'm not
yes,
mad.
yes, chat. We want you guys to vote
It's
on
just a
this.
stupid allegation.
Who won this one? Who won this one?
Look, nobody wants to admit that they're a charlatan, that they're a scumbag. So he's not going to admit that. You know,
Oh wait,
we
so that's
know that.
that's
Yeah,
second
this
level.
is-
Okay, so now it's secretly a skinhead movement, and I secretly am a charlatan.
No,
like,
you're
recruiting all these
publicly a
people.
charlatan. You're publicly that.
You know what?
Like, we know
We're
that.
on site. We're on site, motherfucker. I'm fighting you. I'm not joking.
Dude, there's
I'm not-
Oh, your mic dropped, Rob. Your mic's dropping. Oh, shit.
Listen, there's a long
Now
list of
I'm-
people that
I'm
want to be.
gen-
I don't know.
Great to meet you, motherfucker.
Oh, all right, there we go. Now he's back.
Yeah, no. Hey. Hold on a second.
Wait. get. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin McGinnis.
Oh, fuck that guy. Silly bitch.
Oh my
Look,
God.
if what I was saying was wrong, then he wouldn't have freaked out that way. He got to get up and run away because he's a punk bitch. Like that's just the way it is. You know, he can suck a dick. Now you're gone. Yeah. Fuck. Apparently, I'm the only one.
Let's turn this over to 420 Hawkeye, the janitor hour.
You can talk right in that mic right there. Tell everybody who you are.
All right, so I am Jersey 420, president of the South Jersey chapter. And I just want to go on record and say I am not a skinhead.
No. You were way too dark for being a
Yeah,
skinhead.
it's just way.
Way too fucking dark, kid.
Way too dark.
Way too dark.
But hey, you know.
Like, I mean, you're bald, but
Yeah, I am bald. Shit, maybe I could be a skinhead.
I don't know. You would be
I did have to
another
shave my head
what?
this
Black
morning.
face of white supremacy.
Well, no, I'm actually Cuban.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, I guess we could just say black.
Cubans, niggas, pretty much same thing.
Supremacy. You have Latinos in the house. You have a bunch of Spanish speaking.
Dude, you set him off.
I did.
I'm gonna smack you for that.
I did.
And I'll see you long before he does. Holy shit.
This is awesome.
The PB quota for
Patty, what was at issue on the show, and everybody that watched that show is in here right now in the comments, okay? What was at issue, I told you that Gavin would never, one, say that he started this on skinhead culture, two, because he didn't, and
He did.
three,
He did.
no, but he didn't.
No, he didn't.
And what was at issue was you said that he would absolutely, your words were, whether you believe him or not, you said his words were, yes, he will tell all of us that he started it on skinhead culture. You need to acquiesce right now. Rob was right. Fucking say it.
No, personally, he
You owe
will
you owe me that much. You owe me
No.
that much.
Okay, publicly, yeah, you're right. But personally, he will admit it.
About all the Latinos in the
Personally, dude, I just spent fucking 12 hours with this fucking guy.
I don't know what's going on here. Apparently, we have a problem with Rob's feed there. So I don't know what to do with that. We've apparently completely lost Rob. So I'm going to, shit. That's unfortunate. Maybe he's coming back right now. There he is.
You see them coming into the show?
There she is.
Oh, well. Oh, no, I think.
Hey, do you still like
Oh,
Tulsi Gabbard, or is she no good anymore?
Did we die off? Did our internet go out?
You did. You did. You did. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were seeing ourselves in the studio, but we weren't. Oh, all right.
Right.
So yeah. What, that mic? Yeah. No, this mic's on.
Yeah, it's on.
That mic's on.
So he's saying that we're skinheads and diversity about all the Latinos
Is he still fucking crying over there?
Proud Boys that we have across the country.
No, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's crying.
He
I think.
fucking. No, he's not crying.
I think he's crying a little bit. A little bit.
No, he's not crying.
He's definitely not crying.
He's definitely not crying. Look, I don't give a shit what you think about fucking Gavin, but one thing you can say about fucking Gav. Oh shit, Reno said Jersey's gay. Oh no.
Oh, fucking Reno.
Hey,
why
here's
did
the
your
thing.
faggot ass come in Jersey?
Oh my god.
Gavin does not give a fuck enough to lie about something like that. He's got no reason to. He doesn't give a fuck.
Clearly, he does. He's upset. He's very upset. I don't know why, but he's very upset. He's storming off the set. He's very
I wouldn't
upset.
say really
Oh, and thanks for that, by the way. It's,
Yeah, but it does make me upset though when I hear retarded people say that this is a white supremacist club.
Hey,
'cause
if-
we are far from a white.
I never
We were
said
the
that.
furthest thing from a
I
white
never said that,
supremacist
and I
club.
would never
You
say
literally
that.
just sat
No.
there and said that we're a club founded for skinheads, which again,
No, well, no,
clearly
no,
are
No,
hey,
that's
hey,
not
hang
what I
on,
was
no.
saying. That's
no,
not what I was saying.
What Patty has said, what Patty has always said is that Gavin started the club based on skinhead culture.
Right.
And I said that's fucking bullshit.
Not Nazi skinhead culture, not racist skinhead culture, but skinhead culture, right? There's
No,
a big
and that's not-
big difference. Yeah. So I'm not accusing anybody of being a racist. I'm just saying that it's based on skinhead culture, and I was a skinhead when I was a kid. So I get it, I understand it, but
Yeah, he was part
Gavin-
of this group of fags called FSU out of Boston.
Well, first of all, I was not part of FSU, and don't call them fags because
I am not afraid of, and I've never been afraid of FSU, so go fuck yourself.
Look, I'm not
Go
part
fuck
of
yourself,
FSU.
you fucking cocksucker.
No. I'm not part of FSU, and I have nothing to do with FSU. And please don't, anybody who is, I'm not part of that. That's
Please don't
not-
beat Patty up.
No, seriously. Look, I'm not trying to start a fight with those guys. That's not me. You know what I mean? But whatever. Yeah, Gavin knows damn well he started this club based on
Okay,
skinhead.
Patty, this is now all in your head, dude, and you literally.
He made no good case against it. He didn't. He didn't.
He
just
made the
got
best
pissy.
case.
He
No,
just
he
got
just made the
pissy,
best
and then-
case for
and
it.
he walked
made
off
no,
the
no, no,
set.
Patty. He made the best case for it. You can't tell me what's in my head and what my intentions were. I'm telling you what they are. There's
Well-
no better case than that.
I'm telling you what's in his head, and it's basically nothing.
This is what we deal with.
Yeah.
This
It's
is what
an
we deal with
empty-
all the time.
He's an empty-headed motherfucker. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? He's about
Dude, he
as
got some
sharp as-
old woman. Dude, last night we were at the bar, right? And he got this old woman to come lick his belly button. And I fucking nearly pissed myself laughing. Dude. But he kept fucking with her. He's like, come, he's pulling up his shirt and he's like, come lick this belly button. You have no idea what it's like. And she's like, I'm not licking that belly button. And I was like, no. And I was like,
and then she
Gavin,
licked
please,
the belly
dude.
button. Yeah.
And then we went to go get something to eat. And Gavin's like, no, I'm staying right here and fucking drinking. And she's like, why don't you come and get something to eat with us? She goes, I'll lick your belly button. And he looked at her like, I honestly, I saw his eyes. I didn't think that he thought that she was serious. And she licked his belly button. And I was like, oh,
That shit was funny though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was fucking hilarious.
I told you what we did when we crossed the equator in the Navy, right? And you got
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
revolted-
Yeah.
And you were
Yeah, you
revolted
get your shell
by it.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a
right.
Navy
You
guy,
shell
so
back?
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Great. So Rob was revolted by the fact that you had to suck a cherry out of the fattest chief on the ship's navel, and now he's talking about how cool it was that
No. I just laughed.
Well, no,
I'm
not
saying-
everyone had to do suck a cherry out of chief.
Say what?
Not everyone had to do that. There were guys that did have to do that. There were some other things that.
Yeah, I had to do that. Like,
Yeah, no. I'm horrified at the thought of me having to suck a cherry out of another dude's navel, but some old woman who's drunk licking Gavin's navel is vastly different. You can't equate the two. You can't.
No, I would have honestly, if we would have went to the strip when we went to the strip club, Gavin would have.
I didn't know you guys were going to the fucking strip club. I would have went with you.
Yeah, it was literally like one of those spur of the moments. They were like, "Oh, Jersey, where's the strip club?" And I was like,
so when did
literally
you
walking
cross, man?
When I crossed in 2005.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Cool. What ship was it?
That was on the Lincoln at that time.
Oh, the Lincoln. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on the Lincoln, the Eisenhower, and the first boat that I ever was on was the Kennedy. And that was the last
so you
cruise
carriers your whole life. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm AO, so we only stick with
Yeah. Okay.
with AO,
Cool.
so we're only on the carriers or pretty much any amphibs that we can get.
Yeah. Nice. That's awesome.
But
I really like.
Oh,
I only
hey guys,
spent like. I
Patty.
only spent like 2 weeks on a carrier. It was the TR, and
Patty, we're starting to debate back up.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, just to hang with us. We usually give a little bit of commentary here and there, like jump in. I'm just going to full screen this.
Got it.
Now, this is what the second debate, right?
Why am I not hearing any sound?
Next two debaters.
Oh, there we go. Because he didn't have his mic on.
Michael Rechtenwald, and we are so
God,
excited.
she's
Are
so
you
hot.
excited right now?
That's
You're a little
Adam
nervous. You got some
Carolla's
nerves
wife.
going?
A little nervous. I'm fired up,
much
but
is he
it's a
paying
big.
her?
It's a big deal. And
My
I'm
God,
looking
dude,
forward to it.
dude, the
Now,
rack
you and
on
your
her.
opponent have an
Holy
almost
fuck.
Talking
40-year
about
age
out-kicking-
gap. You going to
out-kicking your
spank this young
coverage.
man and put him to bed,
That's
you think, today?
Outrageous.
Well, I was a
Dude,
professor for many years,
I've stood
so,
like
I'm gonna
almost nose to nose
be
with this chick. She
professorial.
is
I don't spank
fucking.
students, and I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
spank them.
God.
I can see her from right here.
What did you
Oh
do to
yeah, she's
prep
right in front
going
of us.
into
She's
this?
like I don't know, 25
But
feet in front of us
50
right
hours
now.
Research
Yeah,
and
that is a really
reading
nice answer
and
on it, too.
then rehearsing and so forth.
Dude,
You
it's
you
all
gotta
bolt on,
really
though.
Get ready. It's we're
Okay,
talking
I
about
like
a
playing with
formidable
toys.
opponent, despite his age. That doesn't matter. So I wanted to be totally on point.
Right. And do you think tonight we're going to be changing minds at all?
I hope so.
She's some comedian named
this is
Crystal
one of the
Marie.
most important issues of our time, and I think I'll
I've never seen any of her comedy.
Why do you think it is such an emotional issue?
It's emotional, but it's. I think people have definite views about this based on.
But that right
identity,
there,
based
dude,
on
that
their
is as
history,
high
based on-
maintenance as it gets.
I got to say, in
It
some
would not
cases,
be worth it.
indoctrination and things like that.
No,
So it's a
definitely not
very
No.
fraught.
But it's good for a test
topic,
drive,
but it's one that deserves
Absolutely, it would.
serious
You
attention.
fucking out of your
What do you
mind?
think is something that
Yes, it
people
would.
tend to get wrong about you? Like,
Dude,
maybe
I
a
just want some
misconception they have?
fucking normal chick that's down to earth. I don't care if they
might
look like
think,
that or not.
That I'm a little bit of a
Yeah, but
hard
they're hard to
ass,
come
but I'm
by
actually
Yes,
pretty
you
Dude,
do.
yeah.
So do I.
softy
Get out of here,
inside.
man.
I haven't
do you
seen the
mean?
hard ass part yet. Am I
out.
going to see that on stage tonight?
Probably
That would be
you're
a
gonna see
nightmare,
that,
dude.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about your
That's a
opponent? What
nightmare
would
I'm
you
willing to
say
have.
if you could say something great about him? What would it be that you admire about him?
He's a sharp guy, very smart. I put nothing past him. I think he's a formidable opponent, and I take him extremely seriously.
Wonderful. I love that. Are we ready to take this young man in too? All right, let's walk right in.
there's a
Put some
delay.
pep in your step. Show him how it's done.
Oh, I would
That is
love
the-
to be
that is the
involved in
gayest
this.
fucking pep in the step I've
Jesus
seen.
Christ.
You should have been here, Patty.
I know. I said no.
You actually would have had a lot of fun, dude. It's definitely been fucking cool as hell.
Yeah, and if you would have came out like last night, at the strip club, that was definitely hilarious.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine Gavin drunk at a strip club.
Right. It was definitely an interesting time. Gavin
Dude,
had me fucking dying. She has a very beautiful cut.
She is a beautiful. I could just imagine him that. I could just imagine.
Hey, Rob, if you were doing this, what would be your walk-up song?
My song.
Yeah.
Yeah, my song. Absolutely.
Mine would be Me So Horny.
Boom, 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 boom.
All right.
Yeah.
Michael is pumped up. He did put pep in his step. Crystal, we'll go back to you.
Do we have the camera coming?
All right,
Yours
we'll give her
means
just a second. Well, in
make
the
it look
meantime,
like a
while that's
small
going on,
little
let's talk
mini
about what
president.
this debate is
He does.
specifically about.
He's a midget.
This debate
Yeah,
is
it is
about
true.
foreign influence in American politics and specifically dark money.
I really want to hear this debate. I'm actually interested in this one. The first one I really wasn't interested in. It was all about
And we
birthright
all
citizenship.
know that was pretty much where
That was
that's going
boring.
to go. I'll let you guys decide. It's exactly.
I mean, it was a
where
good
goes,
debate, but it was
but you
not
know, 'cause if you know,
not something I'm.
you
A
know.
lot of long
Crystal,
one.
we'll go back to
Yeah, yeah. There wasn't enough fire
Hey guys,
in that
I'm
one.
here with Shabbos Kestenbaum. Shabbos. I
Oh
tried
yeah,
to
there's like a
bait your
5-minute
opponent
delay
to
between
talk some
these
smack,
because she was
but
just.
instead he just said some really beautiful things about you. How do you feel about Michael
Yeah.
going into this?
Well, I will return the favor, and I will say that this debate will be.
That's as loud as it
substantive
goes.
issues, on
I'm
the
sorry,
ideas, and not
guys.
On the personalities, I think.
I
one of
have
the
no
problems
idea
in
why.
American political
It's just the way the
is
screen
we're so
share is.
inculcated in our own partisan bubbles that we don't really interact with the other side, and I'm actually looking forward to debating the professor.
Now, I mentioned this to him as well. There's about a 40-year age gap between the two of you. Have you ever debated with someone in this age?
I don't want to assume how old he is, but I can't imagine I've debated someone of his generation. No, not yet.
Oh, he's debated some cocks in his mouth.
What
That's
do you
for
think
sure.
is something
No
people
doubt
get
on that.
wrong about you?
Well, because my name, Shabbos Kestenbaum, is straight out of, a Jewish comic book, people just assume that because of my religious identity and the fact that, I wear the funny hat on my head, I'm obliged to support the state of Israel. In fact, Anna Kasparian said that explicitly when we debated on Piers Morgan. My support of Israel comes from my support of the United States. And America first does not mean America alone. So I support
Yes,
our
it
allies,
does.
whether it's Israel, whether it's
Oh,
Ukraine,
boy.
whether it's Taiwan.
Yes, it
and I will
fucking
continue
does.
to demonstrate that President
a real
Trump's foreign
dope
policy
here.
of peace through strength.
Yeah, we have a
provides
real
the greatest
dope.
level of security and
Absolutely.
stability to the American people.
Very clear
Sue
you're a
says,
smart
"Tem you
man.
destiny."
What did you do to prep going into something like this?
Well, part of it is lived experience. So, unfortunately, I had friends and
I
family
fucking
members
hate when
affected
people
by the
say,
Hamas
"I've
attack
lived
on October
experience."
7th.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
You're 20
having
something.
terrorism
I got
in the state
whack
of Israel
towels that
and
are older
the
than
Western
he is.
Hemisphere is not out of the ordinary. So part of it is lived experience.
Are you
but
shitting me?
The other part is, my research. I don't think
Fuck.
I've done as many
Christ.
hours as the professor.
I got a T-shirt
but
in my
certainly this is
fucking
something
in
that
my
has,
luggage upstairs.
consumed
That's
my life
older
for
than
many
he
years
is.
now.
I have lived
All right,
experience.
you ready to go walk in and show him your stuff? All right,
And you can
kill
tell
it.
he's gay
Get it
Oh,
going.
He's 100% gay.
because if he wasn't, there's no way. Like if this chick was
You see, he
interviewing
just
me,
did the fucking the straight up.
yeah.
Oh, look, there he goes again. He's ready to go get him some shekels.
Jesus, this is really silly, this whole thing.
No, this part maybe, but this is actually really cool.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Pyrotechnics?
I didn't see that earlier.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's...
did they have it? Did they test it earlier?
I didn't see them testing it earlier.
Bring him up, gentlemen. Stage. You ready to go? You ready to go? In the
Ben
world of
Swan.
wrestling, let's get it on. All right, Michael, you're first up. 5 minutes. You're on the clock. Opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming and joining in on this most crucial debate on the Israeli lobby's iron grip on America. This Zionist network drains our treasury, entangles us in endless wars, and shields atrocities abroad while eroding our sovereignty and individual rights at home. Tonight, I will show that this lobby serves as a foreign ethno-state and betrays America. First, consider the staggering price we've paid for Israel. Since 1948, America has poured over $320 billion of direct aid into Israel, the largest recipient of U.S. aid in history. That includes $3.8 billion annually but add over $22 billion in emergency military aid since
Patty, did you hear what I just said to you?
and you're still only looking at the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I was pushing the
All
push to
this
talk
aid
button.
is illegal according to U.S. law. Factor in military costs in the region, lost taxes from pro-Israel charitable organizations, a $7.4 billion trade deficit with Israel thanks to a rigged free trade agreement, and billions to bribe Israel's neighbors, and you'll begin to approach the true total. Include indirect costs like the Iraq War, sold by Netanyahu and American Zionist neocons like Wolfowitz and Pearl. And it's an estimated $8 to $10 trillion, or a quarter of our national debt. Even Trump admitted that our Middle East wars aren't for oil. They're for Israel's security, i.e. belligerence. Add to this the black budget that the intelligence agencies spend on Israel, as much as $13.2 billion a year annually estimated, and the number is astronomical. This isn't an alliance, it's foreign capture. How has this happened? 500 to 600 tax-exempt Israel affinity groups skirt foreign agent laws and abuse charity status for political warfare against Americans. In addition to buying Congress, the lobby imposes anti-BDS laws in 38 states, trampling our First Amendment rights. This foreign subversion, prioritizing Israel over America's interests and Americans' individual rights. And what does this lobby defend? Not Western civilization, as my opponent contends, but barbarity. Israel's own leaders reveal the truth. Former Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant declared Palestinians human animals, and Israel denied them food, fuel, and power. Minister of Finance Bezalel Smotrich said starving millions is moral. Others demanded nuking Gaza, erasing it entirely, and that's just some of the kinder things that have been said. This isn't self-defense, it's genocidal intent in action. A genocide corroborated by 183 human rights, humanitarian, and international governance organizations, 49 qualified scholars, including 12 Israeli scholars and 9 non-Israeli Jewish scholars, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and UN commissions. But we don't need experts to tell us about the genocide. The whole world is a witness. Americans are awakening and rejecting this extortion for genocide. Latest polls show support for Israel's Gaza actions at an historic low. Only 32% approve, with 60% disapproving. This outrage is fueling real change. I launched AZAPAC, America's first and only anti-Zionist PAC. We ran viral ads declaring no more should the U.S. serve as Israel's ATM and munitions depot. We're endorsing and funding fearless candidates who refuse Zionist money and demand an end to foreign aid, especially military aid. AZAPAC channels an enormous groundswell into political power, proving that Americans demand an end to U.S. subservience to Israel. Enough. We must dismantle this foreign influence network, cut entanglements, end tech dependencies, and purge bribed politicians.
And time. All right, Shabbos, your turn, 5 minutes.
Sure. Well, I'm deeply bothered by the fact that there is foreign influence in the United States government, which is why it bothers me that just last week the Department of Education under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act found that Qatar alone was spending $6 billion to American institutions of higher learning. Why exactly is Qatar paying for American colleges? It deeply bothers me that there are so many Chinese communists at Harvard University that the Chinese Communist Party literally calls the Harvard Kennedy School, which is the School of Public Policy and Government, quote, their party school. It deeply bothers me that there's foreign influence campaign by Russia, which has been well documented that they use their consulates, like the one where I live in New York City in Riverdale, to spy and otherwise conduct espionage on American citizens. But let's be honest, none of you in the room and no one in our political culture or media care about any of those things because, as my opponent just demonstrated, the only country they are singularly obsessed with is Israel. You did not mention any other country in a topic that doesn't even mention the word Israel. But nevertheless, let's talk about Israel. Israel is a country that just 3 years after gas chambers and crematoria were able to beat back 7 Arab Islamist armies. Israel is a country of only 9 million, yet has more Nobel Prize winners than both China and India. Israel is a country with full and equal rights granted to both Jews and Arabs, which is why you had just 10 years ago an Arab Supreme Court judge, Salim Jubran, who sentenced a Jewish prime minister, Ehud Olmert, to prison. There is no other country in the Middle East where Jews and Muslims have full and guaranteed equal rights. But before I discuss the virtues of Israel, let me discuss America and foreign policy in the context of the international stage. The Federalist Papers are replete with treaties and examples of the importance of what the Founding Fathers called common defense. Our Founding Fathers recognized that it is the government's most sacrosanct job to provide for the common defense of people, often by establishing foreign alliances and they support America's foreign policy positions. Understandably, the first war that America as a country ever fought was the Barbary War, a war to stop Islamist piracy off the coast of the Mediterranean. Why? Because President Thomas Jefferson realized that a threat to American foreign policy abroad is a threat to Americans at home. So this bizarre pseudo-intellectual contemporary conspiracy that a nation doesn't need mutually beneficial alliances is as ludicrous as it is historical, which brings me back to Israel. What exactly does the United States gain from our relationship with Israel? It turns out a hell of a lot. Currently, almost every single U.S. Abrams tank uses what's called Trophy, an active protection system for military armored vehicles that was designed, developed in Israel, by Israel, given to America. The United States Marine Corps currently uses the most advanced bunker-busting rocket launcher in the world, the shoulder-launched multi-purpose assault weapon. Its original design was the B-300 system, designed in Israel, produced in Israel, paid for by Israel, given to America. The American military allows fighter pilots to target enemy aircraft simply by looking at them. It's known as the Joint Helmet Mounted Cueing System. Its creators, Israel's Elbit system, given by Israel, designed in Israel, given to the United States. The United States is one of the largest UAV fleets in the world that relies heavily on Israeli designs like Pioneer and Hunter, which were used extensively during the Persian Gulf War. In fact, just last week, Israel announced the completion of the Iron Beam weapon that can quite literally shoot down drones, mortars, and rockets out of the sky for pennies on the dollar. So it looks like Marjorie Taylor Greene was right. The Jews actually do have space lasers. Israel is the only country on planet Earth that purchases American F-35s and then actually makes adaptations and improvements to F-35s. In fact, the Israeli adaptations to American F-35s has then been resold by the Americans to the Saudis. Israel was the first and one of the only countries to fly the F-15, the F-16, and the F-35 in real combat. This real-world experience is sent straight back to U.S. manufacturers, saving, by the Pentagon's own estimates, 15 years of research and development, helping the United States beat Russia and China in global markets. This is a partnership. It is not a charity. As repeatedly stated by the Pentagon, the Department of Homeland Security, the Senate Armed Forces Committee, Israeli weapons that target Hezbollah tunnels in Lebanon are currently being used by the Department of Homeland Security to target drug tunnels used by the cartel on our southern border. Israel's Mossad raided Iranian nuclear archives in Tehran. They had Operation Grim Beeper, which was one of the most targeted precision attacks in recorded history. When America needs human intelligence in the Middle East, there's only one country it goes to, and guess what? The country is called Israel. Israel is the only Western country that is currently fighting Islamists. It killed Ibrahim Akil, the Hezbollah leader who was in charge of the 1983 Marine barrack bombing that killed 241 Americans. So if your response to Israel eliminating terrorists is anything but thank you, you are not America first.
Come on now, come on. So remember, you're gonna have open debate, but when we're getting to those points, you gotta cut it off. All right, we have 25 minutes open debate. We're gonna start the timer Go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, let me just say that we want to talk about Israeli tech. Let's get some facts on the table.
All right,
shall we?
Patty, I'm back.
75 to 80% of all the capital for Israeli startups comes from the United States. That's the first thing. Most of the components of all Israeli tech comes from the United States as well, including NVIDIA for chips and Intel
Hey guys,
for
if you
chips,
could do me a
as well
favor
as
and
Microsoft,
share out the live, it'd
Amazon
be greatly
Web
appreciated.
Services
I know a
and
bunch of
Google
you have already.
for web
and
services.
if you could do it again, it'd be greatly
and they
appreciated.
use these tech for the militants that we have witnessed over the past two plus years.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned NVIDIA, because NVIDIA just announced that they're going to open their own plant in Israel because they recognize the fruitfulness of having an Israeli-American partnership. And as it pertains to American foreign aid, it's true that America gives roughly $3.6 billion to Israel on an annual basis. What you fail to mention is 90% of the foreign aid given to Israel must be spent on American military equipment. So Israel has to buy U.S. missile defenses, U.S. military technology,
So it's a
and
Ponzi
US fighter
scam.
jets. Now, you can say that there shouldn't be foreign aid, and I've actually support the idea that Israel should not receive foreign aid, but the reality is America, one of the reasons that they give foreign aid to Israel is because Israel has been so military and technologically advanced that America actually wants
guys,
Israel
there are
to be
things that
reliant
Patty and I
on
agree
American
on.
foreign weapons as opposed to shopping the market. So again, if you don't want foreign aid, then I'm okay with that, but it's bizarre that you don't mention, for example, that Somalia received $1.2 billion in foreign aid last year. You don't mention that Egypt received $3.2 billion in foreign aid last year. You don't mention
Which
Nigeria,
none of these
which
countries
is
should
currently
be getting.
conducting a genocide against Christians, received close to $1 billion in foreign aid either. So if we want to talk about foreign aid, let's talk about foreign aid. Let's not obsess over one country, which brings me to the other point. As I said earlier, when Israel
That's
has an
the point.
investment with the United States, it's not giving money if the money then has to be spent back into the United States, creating thousands of American jobs as well as revenue for the American economy.
Well, that's no consolation at all.
If
So
I could just say
we're
something real
basically,
quick. Michael, if you want, just I'll let you answer. If you guys could pick up your microphones, that actually might help for the sound.
Yeah.
Get a little closer to your mouth. Sorry.
Sorry.
Please continue, Michael. I apologize.
Yeah, that's no consolation at all. I don't want to be robbed. The American taxpayer does not want to be robbed to have Israel buy arms from the United States, arms manufacturers from the
Typical Gen Z
military
in how he
industrial
talks.
complex with our money. That is not a good use of our money, and we don't. All the money they spend on American arms is given to them by the United States. So this is just a revolving door. We're looking at them buying our weapons, not ours, but the military-industrial complex's weapons. This benefits the American citizen not one bit. In fact, it's actually extortion. So, and let's talk about some of these technology companies, if we will. Israel is very, very well known for spyware. It is extremely competent with spyware. Let's look at NSO Group's Pegasus, which has been used against Americans in the United States. We had a lawsuit filed by Meta. They charged NSO with attacking users' information on WhatsApp, gaining the access to their accounts, and using that information, targeting particular American citizens, but mostly dissidents, reporters, diplomats, and politicians. So this is what this tech does. I don't want the United States funding Israel's belligerents. I think it's beyond the pale. And there's a difference between Israel and the other countries that we give aid to. And that difference has to do with the fact that it's the most, by far, the most aid of any country. And you look at the other countries that we fund, like Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Afghanistan, and you're looking at another $10+ billion every year to keep Israel safe. Why is Israel the United States, the responsibility of the United States? It is not our responsibility to protect Israel.
Absolutely.
I'd say three quick responses. Number one, you're not really refuting the idea that all the money that Israel is receiving, they're putting it right back into the American economy, which creates more revenue than what Israel actually receives. Number two, you're not refuting the idea that so much of American military technology today is a direct result of Israel R&D. Number three, the argument you're making as it pertains to Pegasus is quite interesting because it's actually an argument that the far left typically do when they try to sue gun manufacturers when a school shooter uses that gun in a school shooting. You can't blame the manufacturer manufacturer for the
Dude,
use or the
slow down,
improper
kid.
use by the individual. So too, Pegasus is spyware. The United States government has used Pegasus. They probably used Pegasus just last week to extradite Nicolas Maduro. But creating
That's
a
actually
bizarre connection between the improper use of individuals using technology is not a great argument. And again, of cutting foreign aid, then I agree with you. Let's cut foreign aid across the board. But what you don't mention is that the total budget allocation of the United States government of foreign aid is less than 1% of our entire budget. We spend $7 trillion as a government every single year.
Patty, can you full screen us? I muted this because I want to say something right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It doesn't matter. Like this kid's voice is fucking insufferable. First of all, it really is. No, it is. But I really want to. I want to say something. He thinks it's a flex that if we give. I'm just going to come up with some arbitrary number: $30 billion to Israel for X, and then 90% of that needs to be spent back in America. Right. Why don't we just keep our money? If that's the case, then there's no sense in sending them fucking money in the first place. Americans need it here first. We could do much more with $30 billion in American infrastructure for American jobs and for American people than we would with this whole scam of sending it overseas, waiting for them to buy our military equipment. And that only benefits the military industrial complex. It doesn't benefit the average everyday American fucking citizen. Fuck this stupid idiot.
Okay, so the answer to that is you're right.
Is that it?
That's
all
it.
you got? That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're correct. You're correct.
I thought there was more commentary there.
Nope.
No, because
That's
I know Patty agrees with this. I've talked to him at length on this. Him and I are in absolute 100% agreement on
You
this.
know what'll make so much sense if we stop giving Israel money and like
If we stop
use
giving
that-
everybody money.
we use that to get fucking Rob some new fucking mic stands.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, dude.
Or
You
maybe
know,
a nice suit.
listen-
Maybe a nice
Like,
suit.
how do you even work
Oh,
this
a nice
thing?
suit. Yeah, this one's not nice enough. Fuck you.
It's not as nice as mine.
This costs more than most people make in a fucking month, dude. Are you shitting me?
But let me tell you
know,
something.
that doesn't, the amount of money you spent on it doesn't necessarily, equate to style.
To some people, it's stylish. Listen, I got fucking I got compliments for wearing a 3-piece, motherfucker. All right, so listen, it doesn't matter.
Well,
I see you and your fucking dude. The 1990s called. They want their fucking sweatshirt back, kid.
Look at this,
dude. This is a Star Trek fucking animated.
I
series.
know what it is. I'm talking about the colors, dude.
Wait. Now you're
Look,
now
it's the
you're-
Enterprise on his fucking shirt.
What? Did you say Star Trek?
Yeah, look.
Yes.
It's the fucking Enterprise is on his motherfucking shirt.
Yeah, no, that's not cool. If it was Star Wars, then I'd accept it. But Star Trek?
It's Star Trek, which is better than Star. Yeah, don't even.
No,
start
it's
with
not.
it.
No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is.
It's low
Oh,
budget.
You're gonna piss off Rob right now.
It's
No.
See-
I'm Star Wars. I'm Star Wars first. You know this. Star Wars first.
Star Wars first. Like we're America first. We're Star Wars first.
Yeah, Star Wars first. Always Star Wars first.
Yeah, I mean, there is no comparison here. But
No.
this debate is also going as we thought it was going to go.
And I'm about
It's
to
about
set
as
Patty off.
exciting as a kick in the cock. Like
Star Wars has better lore.
It does.
Star Trek does not have lore.
No.
You know this. Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. It doesn't have lore. It doesn't.
Laura?
Lore.
It doesn't have Laura?
It is all right. So these bunch of people are on a ship, and you know basic shit about their past. There's not an entire fucking universe like of lore around Star Trek. It's just individual episodes on their fucking 5-year journey. That's it,
But
dude. That's it.
Let's get it. Why did you piss off Gavin?
Oh, dude, here we go.
Why did you piss off Gavin?
You talking to me?
Yeah. There's
Well, who
nobody
the fuck
else.
I didn't
there's
piss him
nobody-
off.
There's nobody else here.
I mean, I think he was pissed off when he said he wanted to fuck me, and I said I wasn't interested. I think that might have got him
Fuck.
upset too.
Gavin is.
it's on
what's
site
called-
with you now.
All right, I'll explain it to you. Gavin is what's called a cunt, and the problem with Gavin is that he intentionally started the Proud Boys based on Skinhead.
No, he didn't.
and will refuse to admit that he did that. Right, but I know that he didn't. Like he started it based on skinhead, and he won't admit it. And that's Gavin's problem. That's Gavin's problem.
Gavin does not have a problem saying and doing anything that comes to his fucking mind, dude.
No.
His twisted, warped mind, absolutely, but he does not have a problem. Dude, he doesn't need to fucking lie to anybody because he doesn't give a fuck.
Well, he definitely is lying because I know and he knows that he based it on skinhead. That's what it is.
So, I don't know if you guys have been looking at the screen. Have they played the War Boys? Like they played the War Boys thing on there? Have you seen that?
No, they haven't.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to.
Wait, you mean this?
Yeah, they're supposed to play that in the background.
Yeah, no, they weren't. They weren't playing that. They haven't played that yet.
Look, if I wasn't right, he wouldn't get mad. But he got
mad because you were an insufferable cunt.
No, listen, I know Gavin, and that's not him mad. I've seen him mad at Ryan for being retarded, and Ryan's retarded. So yeah, that's him. That's him just saying that you're retarded.
Well, he's wrong, and I'm right, and that's the way it is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Susan, who lives in The Hague, says she would cross the Atlantic to slap you.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I would cross the Atlantic to slap you. And then she's got to serve me my divorce papers.
Well, okay. Well, sorry to hear that, but
all right, we want to put the volume back on this. I just had to get that out there because this is that is such a fucking twisted argument, and it's just.
Yeah, can we get back to that?
We do after they bomb Lebanon. We send aid to Lebanon. We send aid to Lebanon while there's hurricane victims in the United States who can't get funding. This is an outrage. It's an outrage.
Can I interject?
It isn't just the lobby, the 1% of money. We're talking about control. Have you looked at the fact that the United States government has been doing Israel's bidding entirely? Everything they ask for, or demand, I should say, we do, including dropping bombs on Iran. And I believe they're going to do it again. And I also think that the Venezuela hijacking, the kind of abduction that took place there, is connected as well, because they want to have an oil supply in advance of attacking Iran again. So look, this isn't an obsession that I have. It's an obsession that the American political class has. They are obsessed with Israel. They are utterly obsessed. You must look, of course, you're on X, you're on Twitter, you're on the social media. You see that they pay homage to Israel every minute of the day. I mean, look at Ted Cruz. Look at Randy Fine, the largest impediment to national sovereignty. When I say largest, of course, I'm speaking metaphorically and also double entendre. So, look, it isn't just aid. It isn't just, that we get benefits of military and spyware benefits from Israel. We're actually totally controlled by Israel. The political class has paid obeisance to Israel endlessly. I see that almost all the policies, and they're cracking down on our rights. This is where it stops. When you come after Americans' rights of free speech and using the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in order to throw students out of the United States, in order to take residents of the United States and try to throw them out of the country, to deport them, or put them in jail for simply protesting Israel, you can see that you can't violate anything to do with Israel at all. You'll go to jail if you protest. You saw that, and you actually favor that kind of thing. Supposedly a prominent defender of free speech, you recently tweeted that saying people that said something about, hey, here, we support Hamas or something to that effect, you said they should be deported, okay, for free speech. Nobody should be deported for making a statement like that. They are not terrorists. They simply said they support Hamas. I don't support Hamas, but Benjamin Netanyahu sure did when he oversaw Qatar's transfer of $1.5 billion to Hamas in suitcases in the amounts of $15,000 to $30,000 at a time. It's unbelievable. So Netanyahu, he propped up Hamas. He made them into what they were. They knew that giving cash to Hamas would obviously lead to them buying arms. So, I mean, look, we've been subverted. That's how I put it. The country's been subverted, and it's, I mean, unless you have a particular ideological adhesion to Israel, it's very apparent. But otherwise, I don't know how you get your conclusions, because it's like interface.
So that was a very long ahistorical 5-minute disquisition. So let me start from
Ahistorical.
the end and then
I'm
go
an
to the
historian
beginning.
by
I'll tell
trade.
you why. I'll tell you why. So first of all, I encourage all of you, go on my Twitter and you can see the tweet for yourself. Anyone who is an Islamist in this country who chants not just forget about We Are Hamas, but death to America or the eradication of Western civilization don't belong in the United States. I'm glad that there's a distinction between you and me. I believe that coming to this country is a right, not a privilege. And if you lie on your visa application like Mahmoud Khalil did, then you get the hell back to Syria and Algeria. For whatever reason, you want him to stay in the country. So that's one of the differences between you and I. It has nothing to do with free speech, and it has everything to do with your ideology. If you are an Islamist from a third world country, don't come to the United States, because we don't want you and we don't need you. That's what this issue is. Hang on, you spoke for like 5 minutes. Give me 30 seconds, man. It has nothing to do with free speech. I actually have been on the record numerous times as saying that the Democratic Party is absolutely wrong to put forth a resolution that condemns Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes has a total right to free speech, and it is a really bad precedent for the United States government to condemn an American citizen for exercising his free speech. However, illegal aliens into this country and third world Islamists who are not American citizens don't have the same rights, and if they violate American law, which so many of these student protesters did, then they absolutely should be kicked out of our country. This is precisely why I voted for our tremendous president, Donald J. Trump. The second thing you said, which again is ahistorical, is when you talk about the subversion, the Israeli subversion of the United States. The only two practical examples you gave is that there are Israeli flags in Capitol Hill, and the second is that we give them foreign aid. These are not substantial arguments
38 states.
that say, I'm about to get there, just don't interrupt. These are not substantial arguments to make that we are somehow being subverted by Zionists if all you can talk about are issues that are objectively not true, like the example of free speech. As it pertains to anti-BDS laws, states for centuries have had not just anti-BDS laws, but they prioritized state priorities when it comes to dealings with Christians or dealing with any international issue, which is why you can find equivalent anti-BDS laws in a number of states not pertaining to Israel, but pertaining to a whole host of countries. Am I in favor of them?
That's not true.
Am I in favor of them? Probably not. But again, all the examples you're using are demonstrably not true, or are examples that you can provide for other countries as well. And then the last point I want to make, and then I'll let you continue, is something bothered me, and I just remembered why when you spoke. You mentioned the International Association of Genocide Scholars as evidence that Israel is conducting a genocide. I don't know if we want to get into the genocide debate, although I'm happy to, but I'm actually a member of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. So is Darth Vader and Yoda, because the only qualification to be part, and this is true, to be part of the International Association of Genocide Scholars is you paid them an annual fee of $38. So if that's the criteria of what is not a genocide, that's not a very good argument. That's an argument of authority, not an argument on the facts on the ground.
We'll start with that. That's one organization out of 183. And that also includes, additionally, 12 Israeli genocide scholars and 9 non-Israeli Jewish genocide scholars. Now, I'm supposing all of these people are anti-Semitic and they're casting a blood libel on us. Yeah, they're casting a blood libel on Israel. Look, you can't deny the facts. Now, you want to gaslight us and say it's not happening. We all saw it with our own eyes. And you might say that's bad PR on Israel's part, but there's no PR that can cover for the devastation, for the depredations, for the crimes against humanity that Israel has committed. I mean, looking at this fire here, it reminds me of children burning in houses in the Gaza Strip. But look, here's the thing. The United States has to have a moral principle. And one of them is that we do not enable other countries to commit crimes against humanity. That's got to be a red line in the sand for us. We do not fund countries to commit crimes against humanity.
So then let me respond then to the genocide claim, if this is how we want to take the debate. It's true, the United Nations, the ICC, the ICJ, they have said that Israel's conducting a genocide. I thought you were anti-globalist and we don't listen to those organizations, but I guess we do when it's convenient. Having said that, though, are you familiar with the Tigray War? Or is anyone in the audience familiar with the Tigray War? Probably not, because the media never spoke about it. Between November of 2020 and November of 2022, there was a genocide in Ethiopia where 800,000 civilians were killed. No one discusses it. Are any of you familiar with the Syrian civil war from 2011 to 2019? Estimates range from 800,000 to 1 million civilians were killed. The Yemeni civil war, which is currently ongoing, 377,000 civilians deaths. The South Sudan civil war, at least 250,000 civilian deaths. There's actually a Sudanese civil war happening as we speak. And in fact, more civilians were killed in Sudan just last week alone than in the entirety of the Israel-Hamas war. So if you want to, hang on, let me make the point, then I'll let you finish. So if you want to make the point that Israel's conducting a genocide, then you have to clearly explain to me why is it that Israel has actually brought in more aid during the genocide into Gaza than pre-genocide. You're going to have to explain to me why is it exactly that during the so-called genocide, Israel inoculated 700,000 Gazans with the polio vaccine. You're going to have to clearly articulate to me how is it that 25% of Israeli society are Muslim Arabs who also serve in the Israel Defense Forces. And if there is a so-called genocide, then why did Israel wait for October 7th when Hamas brutally invaded a sovereign country, took 400 innocent lives at a music festival, took 250 civilians into captivity, including more than a dozen Americans, most of whom they've killed. And if you want to say false flag, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, given that Hamas actually videoed their own atrocities. You can watch the GoPro footage yourself online for free. Just go to hamasatrocities.com.
Yeah, that's true. Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th after a stand-down order was apparently given because a soldier in the Golan Battalion testified before the Knesset.
There is no Golan
Wait
Battalion.
a minute,
You mean
I'm
Golani.
talking. A soldier testified before the Knesset and was told that they received a very unusual order not to go to the border wall. They were told this an hour before the wall was breached. Okay, then they were told not to go to the border wall till after 9 a.m. And then, as we know from Gallant, Yoav Gallant, there was a Hannibal directive that was also issued, and 800 civilians were killed, and we don't know how many of them were actually killed by Israel, by the IDF. But if you look at the damage that was done, if you look at the cars that are burned out, the houses that are bombed, then you see that there was no way that this could happen without the Israeli military. So again, October 7th was a disaster, but it wasn't strictly undertaken by Hamas. There was obviously some sort of massive intelligence failure, which is hard to believe since it has the most sophisticated intelligence apparatuses in the world and the most sophisticated border on Earth, and yet this happened. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to adjudicate the history of the Israel or the Middle East. That's not the real topic here. The topic is just how the United States has been enlisted and to be complicit. Okay, we didn't participate in the other genocides that you mentioned, but we are definitely being extorted to pay for this one. And this one is a genocide. It's not only, these organizations that I mentioned, several organizations, but it's not Human Rights Watch is another. I mean, there's a whole slew of organizations. So it's almost unanimous, unanimous that this happened. But it is never enough for Zionists because they have a way of making reality disappear, gaslighting, using
Gen
double
C
speak,
faggot. That's why.
and sophistry. That is all they use. And when you come up with facts, they have this wiggle way of getting out of them and saying, well, what about the other genocides? So whataboutism is really very, whataboutism is very prevalent here. I'm opposed to all genocide. And incidentally, I'm opposed to sending any single person to a concentration camp. And yet we have over 300 children in Israeli prisons who are abused daily. okay, by the IDF. In fact, they
You wanna
had a
talk about this,
protest
Rob?
for the right to rape, as it's been called.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they used a broomstick to rape a guy in the anus. And this was, you even had Gallant going in and defending this. Or was it Ben Gurion? It doesn't matter. They're all the same.
Died 60 years ago,
There's going
so
to
it
be
wasn't him.
a break in a second.
Ben Gurion died 60 years ago.
Yeah,
so it wasn't Ben Gurion.
I said Gallant.
Okay, there's also no Golan Brigade, so I assume...
Well, I slipped on that, but
That's time.
I will have some things to say about Ben Gurion.
That's time. All right. Take a break. Put your mics down for just a second. Get some water. Are you enjoying it so far? It's a good debate, huh?
All right. It's just us now.
Yeah. So
I missed I missed a portion of that. Somebody from the production crew came and grabbed me, and I had to go run upstairs. And then Gavin grabbed me because he's up there facilitating with this. Dude, listen, there is you'll see her. Like when this is done, it'll be Gavin, Sam Tripoli, and this liberal chick. My God. She's a smoke show. But she's liberal and crazy. Like uber fucking crazy, bro.
But as far as this debate goes, I think we're gonna agree on this, I think, a lot.
Yeah.
You know, this basically the case that my man was making was that we shouldn't, spend so much money on foreign aid to Israel when they are, doing things that we don't agree with. I could not agree more, man. Like I couldn't agree more. Like, I really find it
all
hard
of
to
us agree
believe.
on that.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that, don't we? I mean, like,
yeah.
So this is something that we should all, and it's not anti-Semitic to say, hey, look.
Well, there's a lot of fucking crazies on my side that say that, dude.
I know. And
there's a lot of crazies on the conservative side that if you even mention Israel in a negative light, even if it's fucking true, you're anti-Semitic and you're woke right and you're fucking MAGA light and all this fucking bullshit, dude. And I'm not playing this fucking game with anybody. I'm not playing if I'm not playing the game with that game with the left, I'm not playing that game on the right either. Fuck that with my quote unquote own people. You can fucking kiss my ass. Straight the fuck up.
You're right. And I don't disagree with it, any of that. But we have to find some way to come to a common ground on this, and to say, look, man, Israel does not get to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, the Kool-Aid drinking lemmings on both sides need to pull their fucking heads out of their asses.
Yep. Yeah. No, man, like you're preaching to the choir. I agree with you. 100%.
Because, guys, unfortunately, the sad truth, the black pill of what I'm saying is this. We have some fucking goddamn morons on our side.
Right.
And see, the thing is, the only way to change that, if conservatives are tired of the shit that we say that we're tired of, and our own side is actually perpetrating some of the same shit and same talking points of the left, then those people are the ones that are not MAGA. They're the ones that are trying to gaslight all of us and say, we're not fucking MAGA anymore. Listen, I'm MAGA. I'm MAGA whether it's Trump or not. I am Make America Great Again because I see that this country since 1992 has gone downhill dramatically. And I'm basing that on the very first time that I voted, because I voted for Ross Perot, and everybody already knows that. Because that's where my mindset was. I believe that this country should be run like a fucking business, and I believe that social issues should be fucking left up to the states and the people in those states to decide. Period. If New Hampshire decided 1.7 million out of the 1.9 million people voted to end abortion completely in this state, that's what the will of the fucking people, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, it's the will of the fucking people, period, end of story. And I'm just using that as an example. We're not going down the abortion road, everybody. I know you're not, Patty. Patty, you understand.
No, I got you.
Okay, and I have always been MAGA. I was MAGA before it was MAGA. I want to make America great again because it hasn't been great, because our government has made it not fucking great. And I don't give a fuck. And that's every single government since I voted the very first time when I was 18 in 1992. Period. End of story. Every single goddamn fucking regime change has only made this fucking country worse. Period. And I want America to be great again for the American citizens, not the fucking corporations, not the government, not the fucking military industrial complex or the fucking the pharmaceutical industrial complex. I want it for me. I want it for Patty. I want it for every fucking American citizen. This is where Patty and I will argue. American citizen who was born here, who has fucking history here. The people who have made, who originally made this fucking country great. Our forefathers who built the fucking railroads along with the fucking Chinese. Are the people, all the fucking Italian fucking bricklayers that made every single fucking goddamn building in New York City and Boston. All of those people. I want to make that country great for them, for their legacy.
Yeah.
And if I have to go at odds with
sometimes our five fathers, you know what I mean?
Our five fathers. Yeah, our five fathers. Yeah.
You know?
And if I have to go against my own kind to fucking do it because they're being fucking capitulating fucking assholes for some made up fucking bullshit in fucking Israel, you can kiss my motherfucking ass. Period.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just you know, it's fucked up that we're dealing with, you know, a government right now who doesn't believe in any of that, and I don't know what to do with it. Seriously, man, you know.
Look, I can't sit here and say that I don't believe in Trump, but can I say honestly and truly that wait, hang on, Patty, hold on. There is a caveat to this. Hold the fuck on. Can if anybody were to ask me, if Patty were to ask me right now, Rob, are you 100% pleased with everything that Trump has done? I'm going to say no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I'm not. His reliance on Israel's friendship and I can't get with it. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. You want to call me MAGA light or fucking woke right because I'm saying that? No, fuck you. I don't care. Stop watching my show. I don't give a shit. I'm never going to back down from who the fuck I am. And this is what I've always been preaching. It's not like I've changed my tune all of a sudden now that there's a whole bunch of, you know, anti-Semitic rhetoric going on. If you guys listened to me fucking a year ago, I said the same fucking thing. I have never changed my story, not fucking once. Yep. And maybe I'm not even a conservative. Maybe I'm more libertarian. No. That's gay. That's gay.
You're. I would say you're a conservative. You are a real conservative. What I would say is that MAGA is made up of people who are actually not conservatives, right? Now, you may
there
have
is a large contingent that wait, hang on, not all of them. Yeah. I know you do this all the time. MAGA's all a cult. I just explained what MAGA means to me, and there are a lot of people that are MAGA like me. Not everybody is in a cult.
Yeah. Not everybody.
But there are some that are.
Yeah. There are.
You know, the people that can't think for themselves or are too afraid to step out of the box and be like, all right, no. This is a step too far, Trump. Like, this is, hello, wait a minute now. They're too afraid to do that because they're too afraid of the condemnation of their own fucking people. And I don't give a fuck. That's the thing. That's what separates me from all of these motherfuckers. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. No, I know it does. And that's the thing. Like, you're actually like, if I could describe it, you know, you'd be like a Jack Kemp, Bob Dole sort of conservative, right? Meaning you've got like rigid conservative principles, right? And they're not negotiable. Like,
no, they're not.
It's what they are, right? So, and I get that, and I respect that, even though I don't agree with that, but I respect it. You know, I mean, it's like, you know. So what you are is what you are, man. And I know if we're talking about an issue, I know what you're going to think about that issue because you're a rock-ribbed, like heavy-duty New Hampshire conservative. I respect.
Well, listen, I was a 29-year fucking Massachusetts fucking rock rib conservative too, dude.
Yeah. But you know what I mean.
Like, in that state, it falls on deaf ears.
Yeah. No, but I mean, you are who you are, man, and I understand that and I respect it. MAGA is, I don't know. It's hard to peg it down. Like, it can fluctuate based on what he says, and you don't do that, and I respect that about you, man. Like, I really do. So it's a different thing. So
well, we really, Patty, what you don't know, maybe what you don't know about, or maybe not believe. If you don't know, then you don't know. If you do know and you don't believe, it is like the tenant, like the number one tenant of true conservatism. True conservative. You can't say you're a true conservative if this isn't your mind doesn't go to this first. Minimal government, maximum freedom, which equates to not trusting your government. It doesn't matter who the fuck is in office. If you haven't seen since the 80s that our government is not for you, the people, they don't give a shit about you fucking serfs. It doesn't matter who the fuck is in office. And here's the thing. I do believe, because you know what, dude? I grew up in New York. I grew up seeing all of the altruistic things that Trump has done. I've seen it. I've seen him spend millions of dollars to help fucking communities out. I was there when that happened. I know what his heart is. Okay. I know what he wants to do. I know that there's things that are pulling him this way and things that are pulling him this way. But at the same time, I have seen it, dude. I've seen what he's done in black communities in fucking Brooklyn, in Manhattan, and especially the fucking Bronx, dude. He wouldn't have gotten the fucking Jesse Jackson Rainbow Award if he was a raging fucking racist and he wasn't helping the fucking community out. Not that I give a shit about Jesse fucking Jackson, but still, the point remains that Jesse Jackson's not going to give it to somebody who's not doing anything, okay? And I've seen him pour millions of dollars into the communities, the communities that needed it in New York. And this is the guy that I voted for. And I believe with all of my heart, dude, and everything, all of my political acumen, all of my years of knowing who this man is, I know that he wants good for this country. I know that he only cares about American citizens, okay? And he wants to do good. But you know what? Trump has one thing that is his fucking Achilles heel. His narcissism. He doesn't think that anybody on this planet is more powerful than him. And then he gets in, and this is proof pudding in his first term. And we can't argue this. Nobody can. No, I mean, not on my side. But in his first term, he had no idea about politics other than paying, building inspectors off and city commissioners and shit like that to get shit built, right?
Of course.
Other than that, I mean, he ran in political circles, but it's vastly different than being around senators and listening to the gossip, as opposed to going from nothing to the most powerful man on the fucking planet and then realizing, whoa, wait a minute. Even the most powerful man on the planet is a small fish in a big fucking pond full of bigger motherfucking fish. And he found that out his first term. And all of us thought, like when I heard that he picked Pence, dude, I was like, oh, you should have saw me, dude. I was like, I literally slapped my hand against my forehead and I go, what in the fuck? Yeah, dude, why? Like, I was not Pence. I fucking hated fucking Pence, dude.
Why. You know why.
Yeah, because the deep state... Yeah. Right. The deep state needed somebody in there to keep him under control. Because honestly and truly, you can't deny this, Patty. He's uncontrollable.
Yeah.
Trump just does whatever the fuck he wants. And the deep state, it scared the shit out of him. That 77 million people fucking voted for him. It scared the shit out of them that this motherfucker was now going to have fucking power when he just goes, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. I'm going to walk in a room. I'm going to drop my dick on a fucking table and you're all going to fucking kiss it. That's exactly who fucking Trump is, right? So he gets in there and they fucking stick every goddamn dirty swamp donkey fucking deep state piece of shit surround him with, even his own fucking son-in-law. Jared fucking Kushner in his ear constantly doing this, and I'm going, what in the motherfuck is going on here? Jared Kushner is fucking poison. I don't give a shit that he's related. I don't care. Pence was fucking poison. Everybody that he brought into his administration, because Pence was in his ear telling him, well, we need this person, and we need this person, and we need this person, and we need this person. And Trump listened to him because, you know what, probably for the first time in his life, Trump actually fucking acquiesced to somebody else other than his own brain and said, okay, well, I don't really know all this stuff, and let me get somebody who does. So he listened to these fucking people, and I'm sorry, guys, but if you look back from 16 to 20, other than the fucking interest rates, you tell me that his first term was not an abject fucking failure. I'm talking specifically people on my side. Because, of course, the left is going to, oh shit, Patriot Rob's talking shit about Trump. I'm not talking shit because now you're making up your own fucking narrative. I'm not talking shit. I want Trump to fucking succeed. And you know what? Here's the thing. We all should, left and right. We don't want to see our president fail because if our president fails, it comes back on us.
That's true.
And this is why this fucking partisan bullshit, I've had enough of it. I am fucking done with this garbage. It really is. The fact that we can't come together and try to make America great again through a president who wants to fucking do that. But no. The entirety of the left want to see him fail. It doesn't matter. The guy came out tomorrow and literally cured cancer and AIDS. Like he said, and it's gone, and it's an undeniable fact that he did it. You guys the left would still have a fucking problem with it. So yes, you're going to take what I say and fucking twist it. And there are some fucking magats that on my side that are going to say that are going to fucking say, oh God, Patriot Rob's not in the fucking club anymore. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. But you know what? My patriotism, my conservatism, is beyond a man.
Okay, so. I understand everything you said, and I disagree with very little of it. But what I would like to say is that I remember, I'm old enough to remember, back in the day, Rush Limbaugh, the late, great, holy shit, I'm glad he's dead, Rush Limbaugh, said as soon as Barack Obama got elected president, he said,
hey man,
I hope he fails. He said, I hope he fails. And
no, I'm doing a live show. I can't have anybody back here.
Robbie, you all right?
Yeah, then the live audience is over there, bro.
Okay.
No.
Hello.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you. I have my mic muted. I'm having a little bit of an issue right now. But go ahead, Patty.
Who is that asshole in the background? I don't know.
I have no idea. None.
All right. Anyway. Right. So Rush Limbaugh said that he wanted Barack Obama to fail. And that, Jesus Christ. And so everybody on Fox, even though Barack Obama won by 10 million votes, nobody on Fox
All right, brother,
said,
listen. I've asked you 3 times to leave. We're doing a live show. I will physically remove you if you don't walk.
Go ahead. You want to Go ahead.
I need you to walk away now.
Dude, I'm not.
Get out from my studio now. I've asked you 3 times fucking nicely. Get stepping, motherfucker, all right? I am not the one to fuck with. This is my motherfucking show. Get your shit and get the fuck out.
I have a show.
No, let me handle this. This is my job. No, it's my job. I have a show. Fuck out of here now. You hear me? I will fuck you up. You're gonna get the fuck out of here right now. Yo, guys, I'm not gonna rip on you. You're my boys. What the fuck? Pick that motherfucker up and get him the fuck out of here. That happens again, you fucking slam that motherfucker and you get him the fuck out of here, or else I fucking will. I don't mind getting blood on a $5,000 fucking suit. Get this motherfucker out of here before I do it. I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We had technical difficulties. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. He's not. Patty, I'm sorry about that, bro.
No, it's nothing to be sorry about, but, whatever.
Dude, I asked him 3 fucking times. I'm doing
know,
a lot. Just
I know.
just some drunk rando.
Yeah, I got you. No worries.
So I want to apologize to the audience, guys. Huh? Yeah, no, he's fucking drunk, dude. Oh, shit, my mic was on?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. No, I'm sorry about that. I thought I unplugged my fucking headset and went after the dude.
No, I hear it's okay. It's okay, man. Shit happens. It's all right.
Oh, fuck me.
He had it coming.
You know, it's funny. I didn't get into any fucking fights down in. Well, actually, I can't say that. But I got into a shouting match with somebody in DC. But yeah, and we missed the whole debate. God damn it.
Yeah.
Patty, did I just throw you off of what you were talking about, dude? I am sorry.
No, you know what?
Fucking,
It's not important.
that was not
anymore, but-
professional.
No.
I thought my mic was muted, dude. I am really, truly sorry about that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm interested in what you think about the upcoming debate with Anna and Pearlie.
So
what do
listen,
you think about
I've watched Anna. There's some things that she says she's right on, but she's a feminist, and I don't like feminists.
Right.
But what I don't like are supposed trad women, conservative women, that pull the fucking feminism card when you piss them off, when they get something that they don't like or whatever. And that's why I like Pearl. I like Pearl because even more she's from what I've seen with Pearl is she's kind of given up on going after like psychotic lefty fucking feminists because they're an easy target. She's going after the real problem. These supposed conservative women that want a trad man, and the second they get a trad man, they don't want it because they really don't understand what it is to be fucking trad and what a fucking trad man is. So Pearl goes after those, like supposed Christian conservative.
Trad man? What do you think is a trad man, though?
Well, first of all, a man that can take care of his family.
Sure.
That's a trad man.
Okay.
However that looks, as long as he's taking care of his family and his kids don't go fucking hungry, he's there for his children, he's there for his family. That's what I think a trad man is, first of all. Second of all, a man who is not afraid of violence. You are not a man if you are not capable of overwhelming violence, and if you're not a fucking monster. But that monster needs to be under control until it's absolutely necessary. You are not a man if you're faced with a situation, kind of like the one that I was, and you just bait a fucking cuck out and just don't say anything and want another man to take care of it for you.
Okay.
So I think that's what trad is traditional man. Like, I believe that toxic masculinity should be like celebrated.
Okay.
Because you know where toxic masculinity came from, right? It came from a fucking psychological study. It's in the DSM. Came from a psychological study of men in prison, and they only did 2 prisons. So the left has now taken that and used that for all men that are like me. Like, I don't have a problem with violence, but the thing is, I don't want to be violent. I don't want to see violence. But if somebody calls me out, I'm not going to run away from that violence. If you can't protect your family, somebody breaks in your house and you're not capable of shooting them dead because you're too afraid to, you're too afraid of the consequences, and you put your family and your children's life at risk, you're not a fucking man, period. You will never be a man. I don't give a fuck if you work 80 hours a motherfucking week. If you can't protect your family, actually, I think that's more important than even the fucking working 80 hours a week thing. If you can't protect your family, if you can't protect your kids, you're not a motherfucking man. If you can't stand nose to nose with another motherfucking man who's causing fucking problems, you ain't a motherfucking man.
I understand that.
And people consider that toxic masculinity. So
no, I don't consider that.
No, I know, but you got to admit the majority of your side, the left, thinks that way, especially fucking 3rd and 4th wave fucking feminists. They absolutely believe that shit. Oh, the patriarchy. That's all you fucking hear. The patriarchy has kept women down. Shut the fuck up. But see, but the thing with Pearl is she expects that from the left. There's no changing their mind on that. There's like, you debate them and they sound stupid, these psychotic lefty feminists. What she's going after now are the supposed trad women that want a trad man who act like fucking whores, that fucking show their fucking tits online and act like fucking the diametrically opposed to supposed Christian conservative fucking values while loving Christ and showing their fucking tits and their fucking ass. And that I'm there for. And that's why I think Pearl is going to win. Even if Anna stomps her, I think it's going to be a win for Pearl. No, wait. I think it's going to be a win for Pearl because she's going to get the message out. And the message is that these conservative women, supposed conservative women, or these supposed Christian conservative women, are full of shit. They're hypocritical fucking cunts and whores. And that's why I like Pearl.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, but I would say that Anna is, first of all, 10 times smarter than Pearl, and we're gonna find that out.
Well, she's 20 years older than she is too, so she's got way more experience in life, dude.
And
that doesn't amount to something. That's why this old dude is fucking stomping a mud hole in this fucking Gen Z faggot.
Yeah. Well, second of all, just because she proclaims herself a Christian doesn't mean she knows anything about Christianity.
I don't think I've ever heard her say that she's Christian.
I am an atheist, and yet I know more about Christianity than just about anybody you know.
That's kind of an undeniable fact. Other than somebody like me or Reno, and most of the people that are supposed Christian conservatives, most of them have no idea. He is a veritable. Yeah, man. I'm good. But listen, man, I'm not some bitch ass faggot. That dude was gonna get his fucking head rocked. Yeah, dude, I'm okay. No. Listen, I don't dress like this normally, dude. I don't know if you saw what I looked like yesterday. I don't play fucking games with faggots like that. Fuck that shit. Yeah. You should have let me fucking knock his dick in the dirt. No, I got you. But you know what? When I saw your sweatshirt, I was like, yeah, no, I do have respect for somebody's house. So next time there won't be any talking. I promise you. Just, I'll help mop up. This is better at TV. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. That distracted me.
Anna's going to stomp the fucking floor with her.
What just happened?
The security guards came in
For what?
to ask me if I was okay. You know, if I was dressed like I was yesterday, they wouldn't be coming in here and asking me
probably
if I
not.
was okay or not.
No, you look like such a sweet boy right there. They're probably wondering, what your problem is. But Jesus Christ. That's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
When's
so we were
Kasparian coming out?
I don't know, probably at some point.
Yeah.
Let me pop these motherfuckers back up on the screen for a minute because I got to hear this. This is their ending.
Confident that our politicians are bought and paid for. The answer from the Zionist lobby and its apologists is always more of the same. More money, more wars, more censorship, more surveillance. Our answer is simple, and it is the only patriotic answer. No more. No more entangling alliances, as Washington warned against. No more blank checks to Israel. No more American lives and treasure sacrificed for a cause that makes us less safe, less free, and less sovereign. The task at hand is to de-Zionize our government. It is to reclaim American government for Americans. It is a tall order, but it begins with the simple, unwavering demand that we make now. Normal diplomacy, normal trade, zero blank checks, and zero automatic wars. It's time to end the exception that is Israel. Thank you.
And he did that under 5 minutes.
All right, you ended a bit early. Nice job. Shabbos, we'll get you on the clock. Go.
So I would actually agree with the professor that there should be zero blank checks, which again, I find it very bizarre that in a topic that did not include the word Israel, the only country we actually discussed was Israel. I actually believe that we should end all foreign aid, but that includes all foreign aid, not only one obsessive country. You mentioned FARA. Let's talk about FARA, the Foreign Agents Registry Act. The Foreign Agent Registry Act is a law imposed by the United States in order to block the access of Nazi Germans to the United States. Qatar currently has 31 registered FARA agents compared to Israel, which has 15. From 2021 to 2025 alone, Qatari FARA agents logged 627 in-person meetings with members of Congress, which is more than every other country by 300 meetings. So let's talk about AIPAC. I don't support AIPAC, largely because they're pretty ineffective. AIPAC is an organization comprised exclusively of Americans, by Americans, and for Americans. You don't have to like
That was
them,
fucking
but that
bullshit,
doesn't mean
Patty.
they're an agent of a foreign country. Just like Indian Americans have
numerically, it's not
UNISPAC, the Armenian Americans have ENCA, Greek Americans have HALC, or the Ukrainian American community, which is the UCCA. Americans are free to lobby as they would like. And if you want to make laws against the lobbying of Americans to their government, then fine, let's discuss the policy and legislation, although unfortunately all we've done is obsess over one country. In 2024, it's true, AIPAC is an American lobbying group, just like the NRA or the Chamber of Commerce. They spent roughly $100 million on lobbying and elections. In the same year, China spent $500 million. Japan spent $400 million. Big Pharma, $400 million. Saudi Arabia, $310 million. Qatar, $250 million. But you wouldn't know this because my esteemed opponent is obsessed with only one country and one country only. But what about the fact that Israel controls American foreign policy?
right
Isn't
about
all of
that.
our Congress bought and paid for by Israel? If that's true, that somehow Israel controls American foreign policy, then someone clearly needs to explain to me how is it that President Truman forced the Israelis to stop its advances against the Egyptian army in 1948, which actually would have destroyed the Egyptian army unilaterally. President Eisenhower forced the State of Israel to pull back from the Sinai in 1956. President Johnson refused to greenlight a preemptive strike by Israel against the Egyptians in 1967. President Nixon prevented the IDF from crushing the Egyptian Third Army. President Ford forced the Israelis to withdraw from strategic areas under the Sinai II Agreement. President Carter
What is
pressured
with
the
his
Israelis
swaying,
to fully
dude?
withdraw from Sharm el-Sheikh. President Reagan applied pressure to Israelis to
giving me
withdraw
fucking
from
vertigo.
Beirut. Of course, President Bush, the senior, forbade the Israelis from responding to Saddam's 1991 Scud missile attack. And a point that you failed to address is if Israel actually controls the United States government, how come that the greatest existential threat to the state of Israel of the last 20 years, the Iranian nuclear deal, JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, of which Bibi Netanyahu, AIPAC, and almost every single Jewish American lobbied their member of Congress against, still passed? So if Israel controls America, they're doing a pretty shitty job. And that brings me to my final point. You had said the only reason America has enemies in the Middle East is because of Israel. Well, that doesn't make any sense because, as I mentioned, the first war the United States ever fought as a country was against Islamists off the coast of Libya, which was more than 140 years before the creation of the State of Israel, which really brings
Yes,
me
they're
to my
almost done.
final point. The problem we have in the United States is not something the Jews or something Israel. The problem we have in the United States is the rise of radical Islam. In the last 25 years, I am just going to name just a couple of
can't
incidents.
disagree with him on
so
that
indulge
one.
me. Nice, France,
can't.
radical Muslim terrorist. The 2017 Paris attacks, radical Muslim. The reason TSA checks your shoes in airports, radical Muslim. The underwear bomber, radical Muslim. The New Orleans ISIS attack, radical Muslim. Westminster, Boston Marathon, Manchester Arena, Pan Am bonding, Fort Hood, Beltway sniper attacks, the list goes on. Bali bombing, Mortarville Rigby, USS Cole bombing, London Bridge attack, Madrid train, Charlie Hebdo, San Bernardino, US Marines, Beirut bombing, Little Rock Army shooting, Chattanooga military attack, Pulse nightclub massacre, New York City ISIS truck attack, Boulder, Colorado firebombing attack, DC shooting. Jews who wear kippahs are not going to blow you up on subway stations, but unfortunately radical Islamists will. So let's get serious. There have been more than 58,000 Islamic terrorist attacks in almost every country on planet Earth since
Yeah,
9/11.
stupid mind box,
So
I
while
was
we
gonna say the same
obsess
thing.
about the only democracy in the Middle East that comprises less than 9 million people, a quarter of whom are Muslim Arabs, the actual Islamists see the weakness of the West and they're going to take advantage of it. So is there foreign influence in the United States? Absolutely. We have
Yeah, but
just
they were
ganged
Muslim.
up on the wrong country.
Nice job. All right, let's give a round of applause for both of these guys. All right, so we are going to do 2 questions. I figured that was going to happen. They said in my ear, they said, if anyone has a question. And I was like, it's not going to be a problem. So right here, come on up. Here and here, both you guys. And I need one more, right here. Okay, so before you guys ask your questions, I want to remind everyone here and also online right now, you go to wordwardebate.com to vote on this debate. The live results are going to be available for everyone to see later. But again, it's wordwardebate.com in-house and online to vote on who won this debate. Sir, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to come from an entirely different angle. Actually, I know both of you guys' points. I'm a little bit on both of you guys' side. I think you guys made it fantastic.
His mic's not
You're
on.
freaking fantastic. I love you to death.
There we go.
I love you to death. I think you made great points. I think there's an angle that most people aren't coming from. First of all, I'm going to be honest and say where I begin is in support of Israel. That's where I stand. That's
at least
where
there's
I am.
one person in the
No, that's
room.
where I am. That's where I am just by default. So there might be some bias in some sense, but I have a case to make. What was the United States founded on? What religion?
Liberty, equality.
Well, no. We were founded on Christian values. Like every single founding father, all 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, all 56.
Let's just go with what's in the
I'm asking it.
But it's got to be a question, it's a concise question here.
Okay.
Because it feels like
I
you're
got a lot to
lecturing.
say here.
You can't lecture him.
Okay. Oh, how do I form this into a question? It's a lot to say. It's good.
Yep.
Trust me.
Right.
So I am from the point where all 56 members of Congress who signed the
Patty
Declaration
and I
of
have
Independence, they were
both
all
the same-
Christians in some form. They had some form of Christian affiliation. 29 of them had seminary degrees, and they all agreed to the
Where's
words
the
that
question,
said,
guy? Get to the fucking
we are
question.
endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Blah 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 blah. But as a Christian, I'm a Christian. I am a believer that the reason why we are the greatest country on earth is because we are also the greatest
Some
ally that
people say
Israel
that
has ever
about
had.
me, right?
And the Bible says if we're going to stand as a Christian country who was founded on Christian principles,
Okay, so what's the question? I need the question.
Okay, if we're
What's
going to
the
stand on
question?
that principle, I don't know if I
don't
have a question.
Say that Jesus is
All right,
burning
can I
shit.
address what you have to say? I'll just finish it this way.
Yeah.
You guys are basing things off of human standards. I believe we're the greatest country in the world based on the fact that we're a Christian nation and that God blessed us this way because we're the greatest blessing to Israel, and blessed are those who bless them. I'm not the biggest fan of Israel where I can fight against Israel. I could call them out. But what do you have to say to that?
Okay. And let's keep the answers pretty concise. Go first.
Yeah.
and I'll let you both answer.
Listen, the founding fathers, I look at the documents that they wrote, and in fact, they did point to the Creator, that we were endowed by our Creator with certain rights. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are not, that's where the warrant comes for this, from our Creator. I agree 100%. Now, whether they were all, the founders were Christian, many of them were deists, actually. They were deists.
Yes.
They were not Christians per se. But that's not really
Not
important.
many. I wouldn't say many.
Let me just say this thing about the bless
Somebody
Israel
shut
or
that guy the fuck
curse
up.
Israel. That whole Zionist psyop that is
It's
the
biblical.
Schofield
Christian.
Bible. The
Biblical.
Schofield Bible was funded by Untermeyer with money from the Rothschilds, and in order to create
true.
an idea that the Bible somehow
That's fucking true.
inexplicably points to Israel as a nation that we must defend. By the way, in
King
the Bible,
James was
Israel,
King James was a fag, and that don't mean
Israel
nothing to
is
me.
not
No.
I
It's
just-
not a
okay.
debate, though. You can't debate it. You're just answering.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
We got the
Israel.
question.
I would argue, and
All right,
I'd
get this guy to sit
beg
down.
to differ with the idea that the state of Israel, the secular state of Israel, is what is referred to in the Bible. Okay, and there's something. And you're a Christian. Let's go to the Beatitudes, shall we? I think Jesus
I'm not
said.
Catholic.
Wait a minute.
I'm not Catholic. I'm
I don't.
Christian.
The Beatitudes are in the Bible. I don't care if you're Catholic or not.
Okay.
Okay? It says in the Bible, in the Beatitudes,
Beatitudes, sorry,
the
okay,
Sermon on the Mount says,
Okay.
okay,
Yes.
blessed are the peacemakers, not the bomb droppers, the peacemakers.
Yes.
All right, we'll leave that there. That's your answer there. Shabbos, let's get a quick answer here on that.
Patty,
I'm not a
yeah,
Christian
there you
nor
go. Now
theologian,
you guys
but
can
what
see
I will
Patty.
say
Yes,
as an
yes,
Orthodox
yes.
Jew is America would be a significantly better country if more
love it.
Christians went to church. America would be a significantly better country if more young people learned and studied the New Testament. And America would be a much better country if more Christians lived a life in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Okay, there you go. All right,
I
thank
can't
you, sir.
disagree with
Come on
that.
up. We'll switch out. Yep.
I can't disagree with that. I can't. Dude, I can't
Let's
disagree
get
with
a
either
real
one
question.
of them.
Yep. My question's for the professor.
This
I
might
feel like
actually,
you did a great
dude.
job,
This vote
but I'm
might not actually
surprised
go
that
the way
there's no
people are going to
mention
think it's going to
of
go.
Israeli criminal networks like Epstein's and Maxwell's.
Oh, yeah.
And the Zionist billionaires like Les Wexner who fund them.
Yeah, well, listen, here's the policy that I came into this with. I anticipated the possibility that I would be called a conspiracy theorist, and that if I brought up the Epstein issue, the Epstein list, the Epstein files, that I would be a conspiracist. Now, I think there's plenty of evidence that points to the fact that Epstein was working for Mossad. And by the way, running, the sex ring and all that, that's only a part of what he did. He negotiated deals with other countries, technology deals, all kinds of things. The guy that was kind of a side job for him. The selling of children, American children, in order to bribe the political class of the United States. So yes, and I say in our website, on Azapac's website, to the United States, from the political standpoint of the United States, Zionism is merely the extortion of the U.S. taxpayer and the bribery and blackmail of our political class for Israel.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Is your question for Shabbos? Or is it?
Yeah, it is. Actually.
Okay, perfect.
I have a very simple question for Shabbos. Who is Amalek?
Who's what?
Who is Amalek?
Oh, Amalek?
Yeah.
Oh.
And do you believe they should be destroyed? Who are they? And do you believe they should be destroyed?
I mean, I'm happy to have a Jewish theological debate, but I don't want to be rude. I'm not sure how much Hebrew you know, but most of the Mefarshim believe that Amalek is more of a concept in the age of Gullus.
Are they people today?
No.
According to Netanyahu, they are. In fact, he referred to the Palestinian people
You don't
as
speak
Amalek.
Hebrew. Hang on. You don't speak Hebrew, so you wouldn't know. I speak Hebrew. You can listen to the video yourself. He clearly says, watch the video yourself.
Netanyahu
Hang
said
on, hang
Amalek.
on. Correct.
And he said,
correct.
We
Who-
should treat
who
them
did he
like
say
we
is Amalek?
treat Amalek
Okay,
in the
first of
Bible,
all-
which is to destroy
Okay,
all
hold on,
men,
hold on.
women,
First
children,
of all,
and
We can't
animals.
hear. We can't even hear it.
First of all, I'm going to give you all a Hebrew lesson. It's not Amalek. It's Amalek. All right? That's first of all.
I don't care.
Second of all,
We
no,
don't
because you
care
just sound
enough to
stupid when you
fucking
say it like
pronounce
that.
it
The
fucking-
second
is
way,
not the
the same
issue.
way you said
We
that
don't
there's a
give a
Golan
shit about
brigade.
a-
There's no Golan brigade. It's called Golani. So it'll just make you sound smarter. The second thing is when Bibi said that, he said that Hamas is the equivalent of Amalek, which sure, if that's your theological, political justification, go for it. But again, I don't know how much of a theological debate you want to have, but almost all the Mefarshim, certainly in the Gemara as well, say that Amalek in the age of Gullus is not a practical people, no.
So when every Israeli politician says that Amalek must be murdered and destroyed, who are they talking about?
Well, as I just said, when Bibi refers to Hamas, he's comparing them to the Amalek nation in the Bible.
But the thing is that the Bible says, and I do know the Bible in this regard, it says that Amalek, however you
Amalek.
pronounce. Okay, say it again.
Amalek.
Okay, Amalek.
Close enough.
Should be utterly destroyed. Man, woman, child, and all the animals. Wipe them out. So that's not just Hamas. That's all the Palestinians. That's what he was referring to.
All right. Thank
And
you
not
guys.
only that, other Israeli officials called for total extermination. Okay, this is not a moral people. This is not a moral nation. This nation is barbaric.
All right. That's the end of that.
Rough.
I know, but they've gone on so long. Is it quick? Is it quick? Who's it for? Both?
This guy.
Okay, it's got to be quick.
He's really quick.
All right, go for it. Do it, my man.
Hi there. I do respect you both for being here, even though I disagree with one of you more than the other.
Theoretically,
you
that's
stated
a
earlier,
British
as a matter of fact, that
gay black
Nigeria
guy.
was committing a genocide against Christians earlier. You stated earlier, as a matter of fact, that Nigeria is committing a genocide against Christians. Do you concede that Israel has committed a genocide against Palestinians?
No. And again, we sort of touched upon it during the...
Well, you got to let him answer. Come on.
Again, I get the thing is like to hate Israel, but you have to listen to the reason why. You have to differentiate between a genocide and a war, right? War, innocent civilians die in every single war ever fought in the history of modern warfare, which is why it's a really bad idea to invade a sovereign country, take its women and civilians, kill its babies, burn down its homes, kill its dogs, right? That's a really bad thing to do. If you believe that there's a genocide requires intent to destroy the entire population. If that's the case,
In whole
you're going to
or in
have to-
parts?
Hang on, let me...
It's not.
make-
It's not.
Let me make
It's
the
not
point
the
and then you
entire
can respond.
population.
Fair?
You're lying.
Yeah, you got to
or
let
you're
him
wrong.
answer the question.
Let me
We
make the
appreciate
point,
question.
and then you can
got the
respond.
question.
Okay? That's
Please
fair.
finish.
If you want to make the point that Israel is committing a genocide, then number one, why have they stopped?
It hasn't.
They haven't.
They haven't really. There are 0 troops currently in Gaza. That's
How
number
many
one. Number two,
Palestinians
you're
have
going-
died
hang on, let me
since
make the
the-
point, then
since
you'll
the
respond.
ceasefire?
Let me make the
Over
point. Let me make
200,
the
I
point.
believe,
Hang on.
right?
You asked me the question, so let me give the answer, and then you can respond.
Well,
That's
hold on
number
real
one.
quick.
Number two.
Let's not have him respond.
Okay, even better.
Just answer the question. That
Number
we-
two, you're going to have to explain why Israel, during the course of the supposed genocide, inoculated more than 750,000 Gazans against polio with the polio vaccine. Number three, you're going to have to clearly articulate why it is that Hamas, which is the Islamic death cult that runs Gaza, in the last 25 years did not build a single bomb shelter, while at the same time, talking about foreign aid, took billions of dollars, not only in American foreign aid, but in Western foreign aid, to build a terror tunnel network that is actually larger than the London Underground. At some point, you have to recognize that.
Israel
Hang on,
built
don't
those
interrupt.
tunnels.
Don't interrupt. At some point, you have to have a recognition that human beings, Palestinians, Jews, Israelis, all have human agency. They can make choices in life. I really wish that Gazans did not elect Hamas, but unfortunately they did. I really wish Gazans would have created some type of revolt or coup against
Half of
Hamas.
them weren't
but
born
they
when
didn't.
they were elected.
Hang on. There's no point in asking me the question. I'm just going to interrupt
Can't
every
keep
5
asking- you
seconds.
can't keep asking
I
questions.
really-
Filibustering.
We're
I
having
mean,
trouble.
listen.
Hey, I wasn't done with the
Most
goddamn
of the
answer.
people that the median age in Gaza is 18 years old. Okay, that's the median age. Anybody 18 and younger was not alive when, in fact, there was a vote for Hamas.
So
okay?
can you?
That's number one. Number
hang on,
two.
hang on, because you interrupted
you
me.
still haven't.
You
still-
interrupted me. So let me say. So hang
Wait,
on
wait.
one
Let me
second.
let me just say something. You get 15 seconds to finish your thought.
15?
You
Oh
get
my- what the
15
hell am I
seconds
gonna
to
do in
respond,
15
and then we're
seconds?
turning off the damn mics and we're going upstairs. So go
And,
ahead.
and hang on, and then I'm giving him a hug because I think we've demonstrated that we can disagree and we can disagree
Oh, you're gonna shake
respectfully.
hands,
Okay, so
absolutely.
that's
Hug.
first of all. Second of all, I want to make the point. Hamas, like people like Mahmoud Deif, Yahweh Sinwar, they have repeatedly stated that they will do October 7th 1 million more times down to the last child if that's what it takes. Can you not, at the very least, condemn the fact that an elected government of a populace, have explicitly, willingly, and deliberately put their political Islamic agenda ahead of the needs of their own populace. Can we condemn that?
So I wonder then why Netanyahu
So no, you can't condemn
oversaw
that.
the funding of Hamas and said, in fact, we need Hamas to keep Palestine divided and to point to a reason why we can't negotiate a two-state solution in the region. That is why they funded Hamas. They let Qatar bring suitcases of cash into Gaza and the West Bank to give to, into Gaza to give to the Palestinians, to Hamas, to the tune of 1.5 or 1.8 billion dollars. That's how Hamas got built up. Netanyahu is responsible for their build-up.
All right, gentlemen, great job, great job. Give them a round of
Okay.
applause. And to you guys as well. Yeah, shake hands, go for it. Good job, good job. I wanna encourage everybody, go to wordwardebate.com, vote here, vote online, and now we'll send it upstairs.
Welcome back. Give it up for the debaters. Let them hear it. Rechtenwald and Shabbos both brought the, went hard at it. Very thankful to be here at the Wise Word Gold and Silver Analyst Desk. So let's get into it. I'll start with you, Kyla. What did you think?
It's a little tough. I don't know if I have a perfect dog in the race. I think there's this interesting thing, right? We have Shabbos basically saying, come on, Israel's a good ally for America. And then Michael's being like, they're evil. And the issue is, both of these things can be true at the same time. And I'm more interested in, should our allies be evil? Like that, I think that's the synthesis.
Should we be allies with evil? That's
right, but we're we work with Saudi Arabia, and they kind of suck. We work with Qatar on a lot of things, and they kind of suck. So I don't feel like we got that synthesis, but it was spirited. It was a very interesting debate. I think both sides really came in hard hitting. Yeah, it was great.
All right, what do you think, Gavin?
I'm a Zionist. I love the Jays. I like Michael Rechtenwald, and I thought he made great arguments. I actually agreed with both of them. There's nothing more Jewish, by the way, than sitting and debating the meritocracy of Israel. That was the most Jewish thing I ever saw in my life.
That was super Jew.
It was super Jew. That was two Jews Jewing it up.
That was some Jew on Jew action right there. My question to you, Gavin, can you be anti-Zionism and still like Jews?
Yeah, I think they're separate, but if you don't want Israel to exist, you're an anti-Semite. It's like saying I love Italians, but I don't want Italy to exist. So if you are pro-Jew, you're pro-Israel. You can't really separate those two. It's their homeland. And I support it, but I wish that people could understand that within Israel, this debate in Tel Aviv would be a totally normal thing. Both sides going at it like that. Michael Rechtenwald could get a job as a reporter in Tel Aviv, saying all the shit he's saying. So people assume there's this sort of monolithic culture of Judaism, and it's not like that. They hate Netanyahu. They're mad about October 7th.
Is there any part of the debate that you had any issues with? Was there anything that you didn't think was quite as true as maybe it was stated?
Well, the whole concept of Israel being evil is, I think, naive and silly. They're basically in the warriors. They're in a gang, and they're up against these Palestinians who are thugs, who have been attacking them for half a century. And they're not randomly attacking Lebanon or Egypt or other countries around them. They're attacking people who attack them. So the whole concept of Israel being evil annoyed me. And I gotta say, man, this new this tidal wave of anti-Semitism going on right now, it feels to me like it's got some anti-whiteism. It's I can't crap on any other culture but white culture, and that's Jews, so I'm going to crap on Jews. It's just a feeling I have.
Okay, here's my opinion, and I'm just somebody who doesn't believe in protected classes. I don't think anyone's above criticism or comedy. I would say that a lot of the stuff you're seeing with Jews, you've seen it with Muslims. I mean, especially after 9/11, it's try to write a joke about Muslims that isn't hack right now. And Christians are still getting lit up by everybody. White people still get up. I just think after October 7th, criticizing Jews is kind of new because you couldn't do it before. If you did it before, you got ran out of society. Now, because of whether you think Twitter is good or bad, you're starting to see that a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think it flourishes because we are okay with shitting on white people, and Jews happen to be white. That's why there's all these rich college kids are so concerned about Gaza, because it's white on brown violence, and we can crap on the white.
But you don't see it as maybe there's one side is heavy-handed on the other side. One side doesn't really have an ability to protect themselves, and the other one is systematically wiping them out.
Fuck Palestine. Fuck Islam.
You're allowed to have that opinion. What's your thought?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Bibi Netanyahu. I think that like a weapons embargo for what's happening in Palestine, the moment that basically they started saying we are going to vastly limit the amount of food coming in, and the rollout of the food aid situation was horrific. It just was horrific. The calories getting in was, it wasn't enough. I think we should look at that as Americans and go like, what are we asking Netanyahu to do here, right? Netanyahu came out very openly and said that he felt withheld by Biden, that he knew that a weapons embargo would have happened if he had done what he did under Trump in Gaza. And I think when you look at Netanyahu is weirdly enough, a very status quo politician who never wants to lose power. He wants the war to continue for as long as possible so he can maintain his control. But here's what I would say for Israel. I've been there. They've been protesting Netanyahu for like 6 to 8 years.
That's what I want to impart.
Every
nuance.
single Saturday.
There's nuance.
There's nuance to that for sure.
Yeah.
But there are interesting events like the USS Liberty, Michael Shuroff, who's in head of Homeland Security, basically sending all the dancing Israelis home. I mean, those are real questions you have to ask. His father was a Talmud scholar. His mother was basically before Mossad agent who was part of this operation called Operation Magic Carpet, where they smuggled Jews out of Yemen. So, like, there is a discussion to have about what role certain countries have in certain events.
We should just be even-handed about this discussion, right? Like, this is something that Shabbos brought up that I think is a really good point, which is that, like, I actually do not like super PACs, carry committees at all. I want all of it out. I want AIPAC out. I want all of these groups that are interested in foreign investment having these, like, carry committees where they can just have C3s with billions of dollars, not billions, millions of dollars in them that they can just kind of spend wantonly. I think that that's bad for the American progress. The issue is that when we talk about, like, the Jewish question, we fixate on that when it's like Qatar is spending on us and all these other countries are also spending on us. They're investing in our universities, and all of these foreign groups should be analyzed equally. And this is like the anti-Semitic piece is going, I'm totally okay being critical of Israel. Of course AIPAC is interested in Israel. This is obvious, right? And of course they're trying to bias politicians to be more pro-Israel. The issue is they're not the only ones doing this. And that's the part of the conversation. It's not a whataboutism. It's saying if you're concerned about foreign money in our politics, be concerned about foreign money in our politics. If you're fixating on just Israel, something else is going on.
The impetus for anti-Semitism right now is, in the Western world, is anti-whiteness. It's anti-Western. And they always say, like, from the river to the sea, they talk about how we need to annihilate Israel. And then they go, we need to end Australia. We need to end America. They hate the West, and they see Israel as the most successful Western country.
But we did murk 2 million Iraqis based on the idea of 9/11.
They got good reasons
to hate
the
We did murk
West.
that. We did do great damage to Afghanistan.
Why are we bringing that up?
Well, because it's this notion that there's this kind of like focus on Israel or Jews when we've literally committed a genocide against Iraqis. Like 2 million people. That's a lot of people that have died in a lie that they had nothing to do with.
That's war. You know, you kick Mike Tyson in the balls and you get knocked out.
Yeah, but Iraq had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, well, they knocked the wrong guy out.
But they didn't knock anybody out. That's my point of view. It's like we really did something. So this whole notion that like one group is being picked on more than other, I think everyone's getting picked on. It's very unusual to see right now because we're of the same age that you couldn't do that before. You would be ran out. Now that it's everywhere, equally. I mean, like, dude, if I go Catholics or pedophiles, no one gets upset about that. No one does. No one. It's just, yeah, oh my God, those kitty, you know. It's just to me. I think it's more. I think it's like even-handed more than ever.
So I actually think that it's good that there's more openness to being critical of Israel. I think that that's a good thing, right? I don't love the form that it's taking, and I think that a lot of people have lost some nuance as to why people are so vehemently concerned about anti-Semitism, right? When you look at like the Yemenis, Israeli Jewish people that were being smuggled out, which I think mostly were Arab Jews, right? Why? Well, that's because of a diaspora. They were spread out from their land, and they were persecuted in every land, and then told that they don't get to continue to live in Yemen. They had to move to Israel, right? And so when we're talking about anti-Semitism, it has to be loaded in the front of saying, we must criticize Israel. We must look at the Palestinian situation and go, you guys aren't finding a good solution here. There's no good guys that's going on here.
Going back to his point, is there an anti-Christian movement in Hollywood and the media, and is there an anti-white? And if there is, I mean, like, to sit there and say there's not an anti-Muslim movement since 9/11 is just kind of crazy to me.
I agree.
But, I mean, there's anti-Christians. I mean, dude,
I
Hollywood.
wish there was an anti-Muslim movement. We just got a Muslim mayor in New York City. I think if you smoke a joint and have a bath and then look at yourself in the mirror, you'll realize that a huge part of the popularity of anti-Semitism is white ethno-masochism. Now, everything Reichenwald said I support, by the way. Like, I can think you can be a Zionist and support Reichenwald. But there's something about this, the encampments at Columbia, the tents at Columbia, that wasn't about Israel. That was about white people. Fuck white people, I hate white people. That's really what it was about. And that's what fuels it. And that's why they don't talk about any brown on brown violence in
Well,
you
that's
know,
definitely
Africa.
that's a part of the cultural Marxist movement that's
Yes.
going on in the country, which is to basically cause gender wars between men and women, cause racial wars,
Yeah, but
empower.
we've been doing this forever, right? Like, gender war has been going on since like the 1890s, and the only reason that it wasn't happening before is because like women didn't have a capacity to like argue about it. Like, the reality is that like there is growing Islamophobia, there's growing anti-Semitism, there's growing everything, energy, political
But
violence.
Islamophobia
sentiment that's on
is
the rise.
justified, and sexism is justified.
No.
Women should be in the kitchen. They should be making
I would
sandwiches.
disagree with all of that, obviously, right? Like, Mamdani won despite the fact that everyone insisted that he was a jihadist that wanted to destroy New York.
He is.
That's not.
He
no,
is.
it's not
He is
true.
doing crazy
He's a
stuff.
jihadist. No, he's not. He's like a beloved mayor. Give him
He's
his chance
a
to shine.
retarded rich kid who can't stop
Who ran
grinning.
the best PR campaign New York has seen in decades.
Oh my! Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm not.
What?
I have the winner of the debate, and I'm somewhat shocked. The winner today it was very close. Shabbos, everybody.
Makes sense. I mean, he was faster on his feet. He knew the facts better. I'm not surprised. He performed better.
They were both
even if
great.
you disagree with him.
They were both right.
It was a crazy thing. I think Shabbos did a great time. There's things that he said I didn't necessarily agree with. He did slip and call AIPAC a foreign lobbying group. At some point, he did say that. And, to be like, well, we gave you all this. The argument about guns and Pegasus is laughable to me.
Which part?
Well, a gun was created to hunt and to protect your family. Pegasus was specifically made to spy. It wasn't made to help kids learn or, teach grandma how to cook or whatever example we might want to do.
Do we
It
not
was
need-
specifically made by Robert Maxwell, and they basically convinced everybody to put them on their phones for the simple case of spying. I mean, it's just the truth.
Do we not need spying in America? Like, do we
Well,
need
do we need people spying on America? That's the question.
Well, they're going to. So America might as well have technology to spy back. I
Well,
mean, but if you want to say
it's
warfare
not
bad,
used for
I agree.
America to spy. It's used for Mossad and Israel to spy.
For who?
Mossad and Israel.
America. That's who the intelligence goes back to.
I don't see it that way at all. I mean, and again, I don't think, I'm not an anti-Jew guy. I don't think Jews are the top of the food chain. I think it all comes down to Babylon. I mean, before you guys think I'm crazy, if you take the map of the Greater Israel Project and you take the map of ancient Babylon, it's literally the same thing. It's literally the same exact map. It's like, I'm telling you, there's levels to this shit. If you're fighting over Muslim, Christian, I think you're losing the fight. Fight over men and women, race, I think you're losing the fight. It's dark arts. What are your thoughts on the win? What are your thoughts final on all that?
Great. That's what this is all about. I think a good debate is when one guy makes his points and you go, yeah, I agree with you. and then the next guy makes his points, and you go, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think these two people are a lot closer than they would want to concede, which is why they hugged at the end.
Yeah, thank God they hugged. I thought that was getting a little crazy. The questions from the crowd. You had some problems with leather jackets. Do you want to get into that?
I don't think. I just came up with this tonight, but I don't think grown men should wear leather jackets.
Who should wear leather jackets?
Bad boys.
I wear
19-year-old bad boys who
okay.
smoke
I
cigarettes.
wear a leather jacket.
And then when they turn 24, they got to give it up.
But you're okay with leather jackets.
I got a soft spot for leather jackets.
Does it have to come with a
Well,
motorcycle?
you're wrong.
Huh?
Does it have to come with a motorcycle?
I grew up in cowboy country. I don't want a motorbike. I want a horse and a cow.
Listen,
It's a stupid fabric.
a cow had to die.
It's too thick.
Well, there's faux leather now.
Like, if you're riding a motorcycle, I agree. But, like, why are you wearing, like, a big, thick
I
tarp?
think he looked great.
It's a tarp.
I think he looked great. I mean, there's other weirder outfits that men can wear. I'm not really into the man bun at all. But, you know, what I used to have long hair.
I wear a motherfucking leather
at the
jacket.
End of the day, that's it. So, guys, what we're going to be doing now is we're going to take a break here. It's going to be about 45-minute break to get ready for the main event. Anna Kasparian, Pearl Davis. It's going to be lights out chaos. So, and if you're here in the arena, please come join us for a drink upstairs. We're all going to hang out, get drunk, start swinging on each other. It's going to be great. And thank you guys for making Word War Debate so amazing. One more to go. We'll see you in a few. Great job, guys. Well done.
All right, guys. Wow. All right. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking tell Gavin straight the fuck out. I wear a leather fucking jacket. Yeah, Gavin said he'd come back. Although I kind of want to take a break. So the way the studio works, because I don't know, you can only do 6 hours of recording, and we're at the 5 hour and 55-minute mark. We're gonna have to end this. Yes, it just gave me the warning. No, Gavin wasn't. You should have seen him last night. My $1,000 sign. No, my $100 sign. It's over there. I'll take a picture of it and I'll put it on my X. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end this stream, and I hope you all come back for this next one. No, Gavin was fucking trash last night. I'll tell you. Can you imagine being married to that guy? I mean, I can't imagine being married to a guy, but as a woman, I don't know, man. Could you imagine having to live with that dude? Last night he says, my fraternal twin brother is Prince, because Prince was playing on the Muzak, and I know you meant 9. Pearly Things is her name, H. Pearl Davis. So he says, "Oh, Prince is my brother. You guys didn't know." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I couldn't tell by the complexion. It was kind of hard to tell." Yeah. And he says, "Where is that guy, man? I haven't talked to him in a while." And I knew he was setting it up. So I go, "What? Are you what? Hey! Hold on. You're going to your room? Oh, all right. Gavin goes, "Oh man, I haven't talked to him in a long time, and I should probably call him. I mean, he's my brother." And I knew he was setting me up, and I just went with it because it was low hanging fruit. And I go, "Dude, he died." And in the middle of the fucking casino, he goes, "No, what the fuck? Why did you fucking?" Screaming on the top of his lungs. I had tears streaming down my eyes. I was laughing so fucking hard. I knew he was going to do it too, and he just set it up to do it. But we're going to take a break. Guys, please come back later. Hang out with me. I'm here till 11. And we're going to restart the stream with part 2. Hopefully we'll get you guys to share it out. And thank you very much for hanging with me. Everybody that's been here for the whole 6 hours. Holy shit. I can't believe I've been here for the 6 hours. And again, I know you guys don't need me to apologize. I apologize for that. I really honestly thought the microphone was fucking muted. And yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Load up on gun.
It's about 45 minutes to an hour from now, so I assume it's going to be about 9 o'clock or less, quarter of.
Load up on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard and self-assured. Oh no, I know a dirty word. Hello.
Prosecutor said Ethan Nordine was the undisputed leader of the group that day as they tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
And FBI agents arrested Proud Boys former national chairman Enrique Tarrio at this home in Miami. By 2 this afternoon, he was in federal court.
Here we are now.